All right, all right. Saturday night, another Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. You guys, if you can hear my voice, drop a one for me. Drop a one for me if you can hear my voice before I proceed too far. You guys, let me know if you can hear my voice. In fact, let me open up YouTube myself and see if let me see if I could do this without a bunch of feedback. But you guys let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Real Black Gentleman is out there. He says one, so he can hear me. Cool. All right, so I'm cooking right now. All right. You know what it is. I like to hop on early, let you guys know what's in store for you, give you a little preview of the topics. Interesting topics tonight. We're gonna bring back several from last week that we never got to. One of which is, did Ed Sheeran copy Marvin Gaye's whole effing flow? I have opinions on that. We're going to look at the FBI and their old tricks targeting black organizations. We're going to ask the question, can we create a new society based on present ideals? I don't think so. We're going to talk about animal sacrifice, the purpose of animal sacrifice. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about if I remember this prompt correctly, this is about the singer Thames, I think that's her name, who sang at the recent coronation of, the British monarchy. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Akan spirituality. And again, folks, I appreciate everyone dropping their topics and stuff like that, but you got to make these topics succinct. Like this topic, I don't even know how to synthesize this for clear understanding. Like you gotta limit these things and stop entering paragraphs upon paragraphs, right? But we're gonna talk about Akan spirituality in this prompt, one way or another. We're going to talk about hardcore feminism and lesbianism, rejection of heterosexual men and natural outcome, right, in dancehall music. We're going to talk about Zimbabwe giving out reparations. And we're going to answer the question, should there be the rites of passage to kill the selfish agendas and egos, killing the conscious / Pan-African community? My early thoughts on that is yes, absolutely. There's a lot of narcissism. We see it here. We see it around these parts almost weekly. There's a lot of self-centeredness. We got to kill some of this ego shit that's going on. And by the way, let me speak on this too. This is a message. This goes out, and I'm going to have to call names now because you guys, according to Oni, that's not Thames, that's Tiwa Savage. So I stand corrected, I guess. I don't know the difference with them. We gotta cut this bickering beef shit out. We gotta cut this shit out. And tonight is my last night for this. I actually thought about stop doing Shoot the Breeze. Last week after I was done, I actually considered, this ain't making no sense. Because it's being sabotaged from within. This bickering beef, people don't come back. I know this. And so the numbers have dropped back down to like almost single-digit numbers. I don't have time for that shit. Gas says I'm playing favorites. Let me speak to that, Gas. Let me speak to that. Oni is a part of KWAZ Radio. So this idea that I have, he contributes to this idea. So I have to support him like I would support anyone else on KWAZ Radio. Does that mean I'm going to agree with everything? No. No. And as a matter of fact, and I know Gas was in the chat when we were on Tanzan's program a couple weeks back, or maybe it's a month ago now. I spoke my piece on that owning stuff in Africa. I didn't like how that shit looked. And regardless of whether Oni agrees or not, it has a passport bro vibe to it. And the proof of that is everyone who comes around and hears this shit says it. Like people will come today and hear him talk and agree with that. But at the same time, he's helping me, himself too, and we're doing this KWAZ radio thing. How many weeks in a row do y'all think you're gonna sit up in the chat, right? How many weeks in a row are you gonna sit in the chat talking about this incident that happened now months ago, right? That sends the conversations just completely fucking left. How long are we gonna keep doing that? So it's not about favoritism so much as it's about, yeah, that's my boy here on KWAZ radio. And to keep hurling the insults at him doesn't make sense. Should Oni grow a thicker skin? Perhaps, yes. Right? Should this conversation of sex life be just end that fucking talk? Yes. But how long are you going to sit in the peanut galleries going back and forth with this shit before it becomes an absolute nuisance? You know what I mean? So that's the thing. I've had women reach out to me who used to be around, and they tell me, like, I can't take it no more. Lord, me can't take it no more. Like, come on, man. So let's have conversations about the topics, right? Let's have conversations about the topic at hand, and let's keep the personal stuff out of it. Anyway, and also, by the way, Oni has a platform. Y'all could go on Oni's platform and hurl the insults and go back and forth and all that kind of stuff. You know? Anyway, I gave y'all the preview. I see Buana's in the backstage. I'm going to bring him up in a minute. I'm going to bring him up in a minute. What we're going to do, we're going to start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. You guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I'm looking at the YouTube side, and there's a delay there, of course. I'm not gonna keep talking about that stuff, but we got to be better, man. We gotta, and it's not about kid gloves or what have you, or it's about it happened, didn't look good, don't agree with it personally. I labeled it as I labeled it, but I'm not gonna sit up here every week bringing the shit up and trying to down the fella about it, right? I called him out, Gas. I called him out. I'm calling everyone out. You understand? I called him out. I call everyone out. Talking about it every week is damaging the show. You know what I mean? No one wants to come up. At least I'm not one of these drama type people who wants drama on my platform. That's not what I'm here for. Anyway, enough of that. Let me welcome in Buana this week. Buana, how are you?
Yeah. Hey, Coco. Sorry I'm late, brother. I had a little flat a little while ago, so I'm just getting in, man. What I miss? I missed something.
Well, you can read the chat and see.
I can read the chat. Okay.
I was just addressing this back and forth that's been going on between the chat.
Oh, the brothers them arguing again. Okay. All right.
You know, I'm just addressing that stuff because, we have to, and this is why I promote, like, you got to transform yourselves, man. Like, I'm not saying people are above reproach. I'm saying let's not do this every week, man. You did it last week. You did it a month ago. I mean, come on, let's stop it. You know what I mean? Every week this fire truck does this bullshit. I apologize. But anyway, Buana, did you get your flat and all that fixed?
No, man. I gotta wait until Monday because everything locked down for Mother's Day tomorrow. So I gotta just change it and just leave it for Monday, brother. So I'm grounded right now. I can't even see my mom tomorrow, but it's all good. It's all good, man.
Sorry to hear that, man. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Let me just get right to it, I guess. Let me shoot the breeze.
Yeah. Let's rock.
Yeah, shoot the breeze topic number one. And I appreciate all of you who come through on the panel, in the chat. I appreciate all of you, but let's build and not destroy the thing, right? Shoot the breeze topic number one is power or justice. Can we create a new society based on present ideals? This came with a link. You guys forgive the fire truck noise in the background. Let me hold on. Let me share the screen. Let me share the screen. Are you guys seeing my screen? Yeah, you're seeing my screen. Okay. Let's get this proper. So what we'll do is we'll watch the video and then we'll discuss it on the other side.
Referring to something that I've already discussed, that is, if it is correct, as I believe it is, that a fundamental element of human nature is the need for creative work, for creative inquiry, for free creation without the arbitrary limiting effects of coercive institutions, then of course it will follow that a decent society should maximize the possibilities for this fundamental human characteristic to be realized. That means trying to overcome the elements of repression and oppression and destruction and coercion that exist in any existing society, ours, for example, as a historical residue. Now, a federated, decentralized system of free associations incorporating economic as well as social institutions would be what I refer to as anarcho-syndicalism, and it seems to me that it is the appropriate form of social organization for an advanced technological society in which human beings do not have to be forced into the position of tools, of cogs in a machine, in which the creative urge, that I think is intrinsic to human nature, will in fact be able to realize itself in whatever way it will. I don't know all the ways in which it will.
Je suis dans ma démarche beaucoup moins avancée, je vais beaucoup moins loin que M. Chomsky, c'est-à-dire que j'avoue n'être pas capable de définir, il n'y a plus forte raison de proposer un modèle de fonctionnement social idéal pour notre société scientifique ou technologique. En revanche, une des tâches qui me paraît urgente, immédiate, avant même toute autre chose, c'est celle-ci. On a l'habitude, du moins dans notre société européenne, de considérer que le pouvoir, il est localisé entre les mains du gouvernement et il s'exerce par un certain nombre d'institutions bien particulières qui sont l'administration, en France on appelle ça préfectorale, enfin, je ne sais pas comment on dit ailleurs, l'administration, la police, l'armée. On sait que toutes ces institutions-là sont faites pour transmettre les ordres, les faire appliquer et punir les gens qui n'obéissent pas. Mais je crois que le pouvoir politique, il s'exerce encore, il s'exerce en outre, de plus, par l'intermédiaire d'un certain nombre d'institutions qui ont l'air comme ça de n'avoir rien de commun avec le pouvoir politique, qui ont l'air d'en être indépendantes et qui ne le sont pas. On sait bien que l'université, d'une façon générale, tout le système scolaire, qui en apparence est fait simplement pour distribuer le savoir, on sait que cet appareil scolaire est fait pour maintenir au pouvoir une certaine classe sociale et exclure des instruments du pouvoir toute une autre classe sociale. Quelque chose comme la psychiatrie, qui en apparence aussi n'est destinée qu'au bien de l'humanité et à la connaissance des psychiatres, la psychiatrie est encore une certaine manière de faire peser un pouvoir politique sur un groupe social. La justice également. Bon, et il me semble que la tâche politique actuelle dans une société comme la nôtre, c'est de critiquer le jeu des institutions apparemment les plus neutres et les plus indépendantes, de les critiquer, de l'attaquer de telle manière que la violence politique qui s'exerçait obscurément en eux surgisse et pour qu'on puisse lutter contre elle. À vouloir tout de suite, enfin si on cherche tout de suite à donner le profil et la formule de la société future sans avoir bien fait la critique de tous les rapports de violence politique qui s'exercent dans notre société, on risque de les laisser se reconstituer, même à travers des formes aussi nobles, apparemment aussi pures que celles du syndicalisme anarchiste.
Yes, I would certainly agree with that, not only in theory, but also in action. That is, there are two intellectual tasks. One, and the one which I was discussing, to try to create the vision of a future just society. Another task is to understand very clearly the nature of power and oppression and terror and destruction in our own society. And that certainly includes the institutions you mentioned, as well as the central institutions of any industrial society, namely the economic, commercial, and financial institutions, in particular, in the coming period, the great multinational corporations, which are not very far from us physically tonight. Those are the basic institutions of oppression and coercion and autocratic rule that appear to be neutral. After all, they say, well, we're subject to the democracy of the marketplace. Still, I think it would be a great shame to lose or to put aside entirely the somewhat more abstract and philosophical, if you like, task of trying to draw the connections between a concept of human nature that gives full scope to freedom and dignity and creativity and other fundamental human characteristics, and relates that to some notion of social structure in which those properties could be realized, in which meaningful human life could take place. And in fact, if we are thinking of social transformation or social revolution, though it would be absurd, of course, to try to draw out in detail the point that we're hoping to reach, still we should know something about where we think we're going. And such a theory may tell it to us.
Oui, mais alors là, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas un danger? Si on dit que il existe une certaine nature humaine, que cette nature humaine n'a pas reçu dans la société actuelle les droits et les possibilités qui lui permettraient de se réaliser. C'est bien ce que vous avez dit, je crois. Et si on admet cela, est-ce qu'on ne risque pas de définir cette nature humaine à la fois idéale et réelle, cette nature humaine cachée et réprimée jusqu'à présent, est-ce qu'on ne risque pas de la définir dans des termes que nous empruntons à notre société, à notre civilisation, à notre culture? Vous-même, en commençant, vous reconnaissiez, je crois, qu'on ne savait pas très bien ce que c'était que cette nature humaine. Alors, est-ce qu'il ne risque pas de nous induire en erreur? Vous savez que Mao Tse-tung parlait de nature humaine bourgeoise et de nature humaine prolétarienne, et il considère que ce n'est pas la même chose.
Well, you see, I think that in the intellectual domain of political action, that is, the domain of trying to construct a vision of a just and free society on the basis of some notion of human nature, in that domain we face the very same problem that we face in immediate political action. For example, to be quite concrete, a lot of my own activity really has to do with the Vietnam War, and a good deal of my own energy goes into civil disobedience. Well, civil disobedience in the United States is an action undertaken in the face of of considerable uncertainties about its effects. For example, it threatens the social order in ways which, let's say, one might argue, bring on fascism. That would be very bad for America, for Vietnam, for Holland, and for everyone else. So there's a danger, that is one danger in undertaking this concrete act. On the other hand, there's a great danger in not undertaking it. Namely, if you don't undertake it, the society of Indochina will be torn to shreds by American power. And in the face of those uncertainties, one has to choose a course of action. Well, similarly, in the intellectual domain, one is faced with the uncertainties that you correctly pose. Our concept of human nature is certainly limited, partial, socially conditioned, constrained by our own character defects and the defects and the limitations of the intellectual culture in which we exist. Yet at the same time, it's of critical importance that we have some direction, that we know what impossible goals we're trying to achieve if we hope to achieve some of the possible goals. And that means that we have to be bold enough to speculate and create social theories on the basis of partial knowledge while remaining very open to the strong possibility, in fact, overwhelming probability, that at least in some respects, we're very far off the mark.
Il me semble que de toute façon, la notion même de justice fonctionne à l'intérieur de la société de classe comme revendication du côté de la classe opprimée et comme justification du côté de la classe oppressive.
I don't agree with that.
Et dans une société sans classe, je ne suis pas sûr qu'on ait encore à utiliser cette notion de justice.
Yeah. Well, here I really disagree. I think that there is a sort of an absolute basis. If you press me too hard, I'll be in trouble because I can't sketch it out. But some sort of an absolute basis ultimately residing in fundamental human qualities in terms of which a real notion of justice is grounded. And I think that our existing systems of justice I think it's too hasty to characterize our existing systems of justice as merely systems of class oppression. I don't think that they are that. I think that they embody systems of class oppression, and they embody elements of other kinds of oppression, but they also embody a kind of a groping towards the true humanly valuable concept of justice and decency and love and kindness and sympathy and so on, which I think are real.
Je dirais simplement ceci, je ne peux pas m'empêcher, contrairement à ce que vous pensez, je ne peux pas m'empêcher de croire que cette notion de nature humaine, cette notion de bonté, de justice, d'essence humaine, de réalisation de l'essence humaine, tout ça, ce sont des notions et des concepts qui ont été formés à l'intérieur de notre civilisation, dans notre type de savoir, dans notre forme de philosophie, et que par conséquent, ça fait partie même de notre système de classe, et qu'on ne peut pas, aussi regrettable que ce soit, on ne peut pas faire valoir ces notions pour décrire ou justifier un combat qui doit en principe bouleverser les fondements même de notre société. Il y a là une extrapolation dont je n'arrive pas à trouver la justification historique.
All right. I'll tell you all the truth. Philosophy is probably my weakest strong point. Shout out to Gaston and Jose and Tan and them who delve into philosophy. It's my weakest point, and to hear it from white folks really is a weak point for me. And I'd like to change that, actually. And I asked a question in the chat: how does this conversation gel with African philosophy? Because what I think I'm picking up is one person is arguing for a class society and one is arguing for a classless society, where you wouldn't do things, quite the same way that you've been doing it all along. And one is saying that, yeah, you can still architect a future using these concepts and build in fairness and all that, equality and all that kind of thing. So I'm, that's my, very little understanding of it. So I'm going to have to lean on Buana maybe a little bit more for this. But before that, let me welcome in Tan Zan this week. Tan, how are you this week?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. Sorry, I was talking to the mute. So I'm good.
Thank you. So I'm going to lean on you and Buana a bit. By the way, shout out to everyone who joined in the chat. I saw Delia mentioned by Pauline. I saw Jonelle, etc., who joined. So thank you guys for coming through. Let me start with Tanzan. Tanzan, did you get to see that video?
Yes. I got to see it. That was a very famous debate between Chomsky and Foucault. What I think that he is saying mostly is that even when we try to interrogate the systems, when we talk about, justice, or else when we talk about the concepts of, education, and he lists the systems of control in society, education, psychiatry, politics, economics, and so on. And sometimes we think that, to overthrow the system, and he talks about also the use of language. When you talk about, changing things in the system, the terms that we use, for example, to talk about justice, those are terms that have already been incorporated into our current discourse. So even when we use the terms to speak about, a different ideal, we cannot really speak of it without using the terms that we do now. So what he's talking about, it's very difficult to even imagine, a different paradigm while you're still existing within this one. So it's almost to say that, even when we see as dissent or, or put people resistance in the system, that resistance is also still a part of the system. That counterculture is still a part of the culture. So it's as if, the culture incorporates even the things that are anti that same culture, including, the words that we use to resist. Yeah, that's my short take on it. Yeah. And so, we can't. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. Continue.
Yeah. So we can't really speak about justice and striving after something while you're still within the system that you're talking about. So even fighting for equal rights within a system that defines what rights are, you're still playing within, the rules of the system, even in saying, oh, I want more rights, So I'll end there for now.
All right, thank you for that, Tan. Let's welcome in Oni this week. Oni, how are you this week?
Just being everybody's favorite person. I'm cool. I'm good. Always, it is. Episode 99. So might be the last before you get to 100, right? Last one.
Yeah, Oni, while I have you here, man, I know you had some difficulty in viewing, I guess in relating to that video. And I am familiar, that's a famous debate because they printed that in a pamphlet, a book or something like that too. But Oni, what are your thoughts on this idea of power or justice? Can we create a new society based on present ideals? What say you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel like these white folk, like these are just two white folk trying to sound smart, and they're convincing a lot of people, But it, like, from what I could gather, like, they weren't saying anything, Chomsky was doing that typical, I don't know how I would put it, but, if I were put, but I think that you could do better than we're doing today. And then it seemed like Foucault was saying something along the lines of justice or basically how the class societies operate. And how you don't like, and basically a lot of the concepts that people have are not necessarily related to what have you, but in regards to how that relates to Africa or how that relates to just earthlings in general, right? Like, it's just really unrelated. It's really just two white guys sitting down feeling themselves, I would say that it looked like Foucault was a little bit more realistic and Chomsky was a little more idealistic, and so I would lean towards realism over idealism. But it's just like it's like I think African people would be wasting their time. Maybe you can engage it in a short, brief, like, I just want to see what the other side's talking about. But as far as, is this like related to your lived experience? No, on that note, on that issue, just about the whole class thing, one of the things that was interesting, I didn't get to finish the book or really read it, but one of the things that the destruction of how Europe underdeveloped Africa, Walter Rodney, was that he was saying, hey, look, Marxism is formed around this idea of class conflict, right? Or class antagonism, and that class antagonism did not exist per se in a lot of traditional African societies. Now, I did read Cabral recently, and Cabral was kind of hinting at some sort of socially hierarchical structures that could, or at least when the Westerners came in, did push forward some sort of class antagonism. But again, like the degree that you would have class antagonism in the Europe that Marx was looking around at, or theorizing around at, and versus the class antagonism of today, or even the class antagonism that would be present in Africa, it's just not even comparable. Just to give an example, in Marx's day, you would a bourgeoisie would send his own daughter at like 12 years old to work in a factory. And then if she lost a limb, he'd be like, damn, you should have been more careful, right? That's not even a thing anymore. you know. So if you theorize around, you know, the circumstances of somebody doing something so weird, like it's the theories don't even apply. So like a lot of this is just kind of ridiculous, and I wouldn't take it seriously.
Only, I'm sure, I shouldn't say I'm sure, but I'm guessing you've read or you're familiar with Theophile Obenga's African philosophy. Is that a worthwhile study for Black folks?
Oh yeah, I think it's one of the top 12 books that Black people should read. Particularly the one that says the Pharaonic period, but mostly to get insight into the relationship between ancient African philosophy and classical African philosophy. But as far as the relationship with regards to something like power and justice, like I can't recall if that was a subject matter, you know. Maybe, yeah, I can't recall if that was a subject matter. There were some interesting ideas in the book, but as far as like just this holistic view of every single philosophical question, like you probably couldn't find that. I mean, no, there were some ideas about government and governance, but again, like these questions that they're talking about, they're just so, like, it's just so ridiculous that like it's not very likely that Theophile Obenga would curate his book to include like something so inane. As far as the question of justice, though, obviously that's Ma'at, and so ancient Africans had a advanced complex in regards to what is Ma'at, what does Ma'at mean, what are the 42 cardinal virtues, not cardinal virtues, but the 42 declarations of Ma'at. It was a really ideal society, and I was trying not to monopolize any time, but one thing that we should know about ancient Egypt is that every day, pretty much everyone would recite 42 I have nots, right? And they would be more complex than the Bible's 10 commandments, but pretty much think along those lines. But it would include things like not, cheating at measurements, or not, going in this, not intruding on your neighbors type thing. So it would be 42 things that people would say every day and try to live by, or at the end of the day say, I have not, regarding today, done like any of these immoral sort of actions. So everybody kind of lives by a deep moral code on a daily basis. And of course, just for people who don't know, I did reprint the one that Theophile Obenga translated into the pro-Black compendium. So if you guys wanted to check it out, you can. And I think it's also available online. I think I also typed it up online. So I could actually put the link in the chat because I have a website. And so I can put the link in the chat and you guys could read that there's 42 different things. And one of them actually involved, people translate it to involve not dealing in homosexual relationships. So that's another thing.
Right,
anyway.
Thank you for that, Oni. Thanks a lot. Gas, if you're still in the chat, man, drop your thoughts. I'd like to hear you expand a little bit more on this debate as well. I have a follow-up question for all of you too, but let me first hear from Buana. Buana, what say you?
Yeah, first let me say I think it's very difficult to compact a lot of the terms and a lot of the things that they was mentioning in this particular video for like 5 minutes. I mean, really and truly, if we was to do this particular prompt justice, we'll probably do the whole 6-hour show, sentence for sentence. You have to really slow down to go over, to really, really do the concepts that these men was mentioning in justice, because they went over a series of different things, and I could spend an hour on commenting on. But and also, let me say this: only mention Walter Rodney. I really would like to see what would happen if you was to put a person like Walter Rodney in a mix of something like, because really and truly these guys are two bourgeois scholars, handpicked. I don't think they really ever see some real. They should have some so-called proletariat scholars on this platform, people who are real grassroots people who coming from out of the mud, the people who they commenting on, but they never really had to live that life, and then put him in the mix, and I would really like to see where the conversation would actually go. But needless to say, let me see, I could grab some of the concepts that these men would have talked about in terms of human nature, and using human nature as a barometer in molding the so-called future society, the present day ideas we have in terms of human nature. And I agree with Foucault when he says that, what human nature are you talking about? Human nature based on bourgeoisie principles or proletariat principles? What are you talking about? But I would take that a step further, because there's human nature to do good things. There's human nature to be practice fairness. It's human nature to have deference for your neighbor if he is suffering, and all these other high-minded things. But it's also that dark side of human nature that these brothers don't mention. So if we're going to mold society based off of human nature, are we going to just leave that aspect of human nature out of it? Who knows? So, and also when he talks about the use of the police and the use of the army and the use of force, I guess that's where it was going, and where you have to put a harness on certain forms of human nature when you are creating this so-called ideal society. Because, what one human being considers as living their best life, maybe sitting with a boy in Thailand or in your society. Or another person may consider being my best self is having a horse for a wife. A horse. Not a horse, not a horse, So I understand that it's just a lot of myriad of different topics these guys, went over, and we could just really just go and stop, but we don't have time to do that. But I would have really liked to see someone like a Walter Rodney in the mix of this, because it's something when you're talking about the so-called oppressed, the lower classes, the class, and all these other kinds of things. But it's another thing to actually have one of these people on a panel itself, who's had some lived experience. So you take the discussion out of the theory and you bring it down to the actual earth, where people are actually affected by these ideas and theories. But I wouldn't be doing justice by just commenting for 5 minutes, so I'll just leave it there for now.
I appreciate that, Buana. Yeah. My follow-up question to you guys is simply this. Fundamentally, between how did I only put it again? Between classical African philosophy and what the Europeans push as philosophy. What's the fundamental difference between those two ideas? Anyone can answer first. But what's the fundamental difference between the African thought or African philosophy and this European? You guys go. All right, I'm gonna have to call.
I would think the fundamental difference is the use of nature, not the manipulation of nature, but actually working along with nature. I think that is a fundamental African philosophy and belief. We use nature, the natural world, and I think that the Europeans, they're more inclined to manipulate nature. You know what I mean? It's like, well, we have this water here. Well, we could improve on the water by putting some Kool-Aid inside of it. And it's like the water is good how it is. So I think that when you try to manipulate nature in a way where it becomes perverted or perverse, you create a Frankenstein society where you have all these unnatural things. For instance, we used to grow food out of the ground back in the day. Now they have something called what's the name for the unorganic things when made in the lab and shit like that, where they grow apples? Genetically modified. That's the word. Genetically modified. What was wrong with the apple before? It's like the apple had seeds in it. the grapes had seeds inside. No, 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 no. That takes too long to grow. You know, we gonna put it in the lab. We gonna stick these chemicals in it, and we gonna have these big grapes without seeds. Now we perverted nature. We perverted nature. What was wrong with the food before? You know, so I think that this is the distinctive difference in terms of how we look at the world and how they see the world. You know, I think that when they put their hands in the world, they create these Frankenstein monsters. You know, where you could work along with nature, you work along with nature, and still have a happy existence and still have a happy life. I think that some things are best left alone. You know, but I'll leave it and help the other brothers rock.
I appreciate that. Lero's asking me, did you touch on that prompt I put up last week? Is it in there for this week? Yeah, whatever I didn't get to last week, I'm pretty sure I put for this week, although it might have slipped through the cracks. You'll let me know. In fact, let me know in the chat, Lero, what the topic was, and I'll confirm if it's on my list for today. Ketter in the chat says European philosophy is based on Hobbes. Europeans consider thought and culture are the basis of human actions. We Africans base human nature on body and nature. He goes on to say, European thought based on Hobbesian philosophy believe that we're at war with nature. So that sounds a lot like what Buana was saying. Let me hear what Tanzan would say. What's the difference, fundamental difference between European and African philosophy?
Well, we sort of had this conversation with Tezi, and he took a different view. But I think that we did not have philosophy in Africa. We had principles, and we have practice and principles, and then from then, you know, people come up with, you know, the philosophy of Ubuntu and all these things. But I think that for us, you know, there were principles, you know, for example, the principles of respect, and, you know, that guided one's behavior towards your fellows. Sorry, it's loud here too. Between, you know, your peers, your elders, your younger people, your community, and so on. We had rules and responsibilities. You knew what was expected of you as an individual and as part of a community, and you were supposed to practice those things. Every level of your life, every stage was supposed to have something physical to show, you know, your progression through it. So I don't think that there was a philosophy as such. There were principles, there was practices, and there were rules and obligations. And I think with Europeanism, it starts with abstractions. First and foremost, you say, oh, you know, all men are created equal. And then you go from that, or, you know, people shall have right, or justice is the, you know, is the process or the idea or ideal of doing 1, 2, 3. So it starts with an idea, and then you develop a philosophy around it, or you develop a practice and a principle after it. But for us, it starts with, you know, it starts with the principle, it's the practice, the community, and everything was interrelated. Yeah, so I think that's the basic. It's not that there was no philosophy behind it, but the society was mostly was built more upon the principles rather than having an idea of, or a utopia of what it should be.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because when you said it's about principles, in my mind, I was saying, but what undergirds principles is a philosophy. So but I do understand what you're saying. It's more about, you know, it's more about like the laws of things, but all those laws go back to a certain core philosophy, which I guess in a sense was about peace and progress in Africa, if I'm not mistaken. Only what say you to that?
Okay, so it really depends on who you're asking. I mean, obviously, I know you're asking me, but I mean, in general, like how people articulate this sort of question. So, one of the main people who you would ask would be Marimba Ani, because she has a more clinical way of looking at Wazungu or Yurugu in a sense. But I think maybe what she might have said were one of two things, right? One is that if you were to say what's fundamental, right, it would be that mind is separate from but above the body. Okay. So I think we all know this, where, you know, we say, hey, let your mind be the Like let your mind be the predominant force of you or something like that, right? Now, granted, I'm not going to necessarily say that this is exclusive to Europe, because some people interpret the quote unquote Sphinx as an example of the human mind dominating over the animal body. Um, but essentially that whole mind separation and mind above body and mind needing to control the body, that is kind of a European staple. And I think some of us know that R. Kelly song, which is weird, but it's something along the lines of my mind keeps telling me no, but my body, right? But on that note, there's also remember Ani goes over the difference between saying power over and the power to, so like how you view power, right? Do you view power to be something over another people, or is power something to do something? Now, I personally wouldn't go along this argument, because like I said, the Sphinx plays a role in saying, actually, the mind should, like the mind controlling the body might have been a principle in Africa, but I think it touches back to that whole Ma'at, that document that I shared in the chat, about the totality of philosophy in life. So the way how the European does things is that philosophy is, just a branch of knowledge, right? Whereas in Africa, it wouldn't necessarily have been a separate branch as much as something just a part of, of just living. You know what I mean? So the people don't look at let's say religion as just a separate part of their lived experience. Oh yeah, I'm going to practice religion when I go to church, right? But this spiritual code that they had, this ma'at thing, they would recite every night. I have done no one evil. I have not mistreated people. I have committed no crimes in the place of truth. I have, they would say this every day. And it would just be a lived experience that they go through their lives like that. So some people, like when you read some older literature, they interpret particularly the ancient Egyptians as like just super religious people, you know, um, right? Just super religious people, but not in the way how we look at religion. And so a lot of what you might see in Africa might have also been like, particularly if you're talking about pre-colonial Africa, might have also been like from the outside looking in, like just a really religious people or really spiritual people, like a really like everything with their lives were um, uh, formulated in such a way that it corresponded with ideas, um like greater ideas than just following human instinct, for instance, right? um and so that's what I would say. So I say, yeah, and that's pretty much what I would say. Like the difference between the European and the African is that while the African, like the African really takes it seriously, and we kind of see this too, where in the West we see white people are religious and black people are religious, and it's just means a totally different thing. Um, but remember that if we look at the religions as full of philosophies, right, then we realize that like the Africans will get real like that, like the European can have a philosophical framework and not really live by it, not really take it seriously, not just see it as something, just another subject like physics or math or something. Whereas the African would look at religion as like as if it were physics and math, you
Yeah,
know
that's the
well,
question I had.
yeah.
On. Sorry for interrupting you, brother.
No, that
But
was it.
that's the question I had. When you say the ancient Egyptians were religious, you mean are you talking about the religious in the aspect of how we understand it in the Western world, or when you say religious, you mean in terms of high math, high science, very because when we see these monuments built, these are built on high mathematical principles and scientific principles and astronomy and things like that. So what do you mean when you say they are very religious? What do you mean when you say that in reference to the ancient people from Egypt?
Well, that's another interesting thing. So one thing that white people do that black people didn't is that white people will put their names on things. You know, like white people have this kind of ego, and then black people wouldn't have that ego. You know, right? We're talking about ego, right? But what I that's not funny, right? I don't know why you like, but what I mean by ego is so like what Buana just said. Like for instance, like the Pythagorean theorem, right? Obviously, ancient Egyptians had the Pythagorean theorem, obviously, right? But they didn't have like it wasn't called the Pythagorean theorem. You get what I'm saying? So what
Pythagoras apparently, but go ahead. Yeah.
You said what?
And there was no Pythagoras apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Like before Pythagoras studied in Egypt and walked out with the theorem and then named it after himself, the Africans were passing around. Yeah, A squared plus B squared equals C squared, obviously, right? But they would say they got it from Tahuti. You see what I'm saying? So obviously, I would think some dude or some man came up with the idea, but instead of putting his name on it, he says, "Oh, I got this from Tahuti." And you know, there's actually a video. It might not be this week's Shoot the Breeze, but there's a video of this guy who's like comes up. Well, he alleges that he comes up with a like a perpetual energy machine, pretty much, and then he says, "Well, God just gave me the plan," right? But instead of saying it like that, they would have said Tahuti did it. Or if somebody built a monument, right, they would say, "Oh, I built it like how my ancestors told me to build it," kind of thing, right? So that's what's meant by religious. It's not so much that they are not being scientific as much as like kind of like if you ever see like somebody like who would credit their ancestors with like almost everything, you know, credit their ancestors or credit the Neteru with almost everything, you know, and not take any claim for anything. And pretty much, even if you're like Hatshepsut, you're the queen or whatever, right? You're still like, hey, I'm just building this like my ancestors told me to build it, you know, or like how Amun told me to build it. And that's just it's very different from how Wazungu kind of just puts his name on everything and claims everything and has this need to like survive well past his death. Like we kind of are just like you know, yeah, I'm going to like we're going to build these pyramids based off of what our ancestors told us to do, or how Imhotep, or no, how Tahuti instructs me, you know, or I'm going to, or like my entire concept of justice is following what Ma'at would do, or to defeat Isfet, right? Like these are, you know, abstract concepts in a sense, but it's a deeply it's a solidly formulaic, you know, scientific way of looking at justice, but it's also, you know, as communicated, very spiritualistic, very religious, very you know, so on and so forth. But like I wouldn't confuse it with today's religion, where religion is like it has no meaning, you know, like it's just kind of like pseudoscience, right? This would have been a more this would have been a scientific sort of religion in a sense.
I dig that, but only, you know, you don't think building like a 500-foot pyramid in the desert is a little bit egotistical?
You know, 500 pyramid.
I mean, that big, huge pyramids in the desert, because it's like this guy obviously wants to imprint what he did for more than like beyond his life. He want people to know he was actually here. So you don't think that's a little bit egotistical? Just a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. So those structures were built along like cosmological like edges in a sense. Like, so like I don't know how to say it per se. I don't know. I'm really tired. I didn't get too much sleep last night. But something along the lines of like, let's say you look up at the Big Dipper or whatever, and there's like those three prominent stars, right? And I don't know if it's this particular constellation, but basically the three great pyramids are aligned according to these three like three prominent stars in the sky, right? So Yeah, they're huge and they're monumental in a sense, but a part of the reason why is because they were built in correspondence with the stellar composition, you know. And so a lot of these structures had a significance like beyond the earthly realm. I'm not saying that people didn't have wealth, people didn't have whatever, but a lot of it did correspond with a wider cosmological connection. And so like maybe in today's terms we might say something, but then there's some other people who suppose, and I didn't really read into this myself, but some people suppose that a lot of these structures had a secondary function, given the chemical composition that it had. Some people speculate like energy, that kind of stuff. I don't really like. I never saw anything similar to that to justify those sort of suppositions. But it's possible that they also did have a secondary function that we don't know today. So it's like like I couldn't say, but the big highlight is that a lot of the composition was like really meticulous and really had like deep meaning going to it. And I just one of the most impressive ones is there's this one of the pharaohs on his coronation and on his birthday. The columns are set up such that only twice a year the sun will shine on his face. You know what I mean? So they were just doing some like this next level architecture to just have this deep meaning, this deep symbology that like we as people who particularly don't really build anything spectacular, and I don't just mean us as African people, but really like just people generally today, like what they were able to do back then was really like really stellar. And they were in some like some people could concede that these people, not just Egypt but also Ethiopia, they were like very model human beings, like very model human beings. One of like Ethiopia's, it said that they had an average lifespan of 120, and that's like something that's just remarkable even by today's standards. So it's really like I would say it's really hard for us to understand because we're kind of living in a like a lot of us kind of live in a situation of domination, and so it's almost like how can we like for me it's like I humble myself and say I couldn't understand what it's like to be that free, and that's why I always tell people that one of the books that I want people to read, like I always say there's 3 books, and one of the books is Ptahhotep, because I say to myself, that's a free man. Like when you read that book, like you realize that all the talk that we have is for the most part like people who are not free, people who are second class world citizens in a sense, right? Whereas, where we're sitting down listening to Chomsky and Foucault for what, where, like no disrespect to the prompt, but I'm just saying like for what, right? Whereas Ptahhotep, he was just a free man, and it's just like some things are just so remarkably beautiful, and yeah, all right, I'll just leave it at that.
Man, I have other follow-up questions, and that was a real good discussion out of that prompt. We got a lot of mileage out of that. The concept of African philosophy, I'm going to put it out here. You guys, if you come across YouTube videos or PDFs or whatever, shoot them to me, bitter.medicine.podcast@gmail.com. Or if you're on the Discord, join the Discord. If you're not, if you're on the Discord, DM me, man. I think it's a fascinating conversation. One of my follow-up questions would have been, can we get back to that? But I'll save that for maybe a future prompt or something like that. But that was a great conversation. For time's sake, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is the FBI is up to their old tricks again, targeting Black organizations. Who will they come after next? This came with a link, I believe it's to like a news article. Let me share my screen. and takes us to an article titled Uhuru Movement Officials Deny Working with Russians Despite FBI Investigations. I think we might have discussed this one before, but it's always good to have a follow-up. So last July, FBI agents raided the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg and St. Louis after accusing them of spreading pro-Russian propaganda, saying a Tampa Bay-based grand jury formally charged a Russian national with spearheading a multi-year influence campaign using U.S. political groups to spread pro-Russian propaganda and interfere in elections, including those in St. Petersburg. Alexander, Ionov, is a resident of Moscow, faces a charge of conspiring to have U.S. citizens act as illegal agents of the Russian government, according to a news release from the Department of Justice. FBI agents said the Uhuru movement is involved. The Uhuru House in St. Petersburg was raided by FBI agents in July 2022. Uhuru movement officials denied involvement in the FBI investigation. Agents carried out what is called a court-authorized warrant at the Uhuru House, located at 1245 18th Ave South, which is the Florida-based headquarters of a Black international socialist group. They were seen carrying out unidentified boxes for hours. So I'll leave it there. There's a video here. Let me play it and see what it says.
Tonight, months after the FBI raided the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, we are hearing from the organization's chairman. Federal agents accuse the Uhuru movement here in St. Pete and in St. Louis of spreading pro-Russian propaganda, interfering with our local elections. 10 Tampa Bay Shannon Clow was first on this story last summer and has the latest from those with the Uhuru movement who talked today.
The FBI alleges the Uhuru movement worked with a Russian national to interfere with U.S. elections. Tonight, the organization is denying that.
I ain't never worked for a Russian. Never, 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 never.
A 24-page indictment uses 50 examples of a Russian national working with U.S. political groups to spread pro-Russian propaganda. The FBI says the Uhuru movement is involved.
That is intended to confuse and mislead citizens in the United States.
Today, Uhuru members did say they know the Russian national named in this indictment.
I know Alexander Ionov. I know him because I attended a conference that was called by this anti-globalization movement there.
But denies conspiring with Russians.
And they would claim that the Russians told us to say this, but I guarantee you, no Russian ever told me to say anything.
Looking locally, back in July, one Tampa professor said Russian involvement with this group could have impacted St. Pete's 2017 mayoral election, explaining Russians can benefit from creating division in our community.
They want to divide us. They want to prove that, American democracy is not perfect.
If you ask those with the Uhuru movement, they say their goal is to have a world free of oppression.
I expect indictment, I expect imprisonment, I expect they will try to imprison me if they don't kill me.
The FBI is also investigating other political groups across the country. Tonight, they won't comment on this investigation, telling me it's ongoing. For 10 Tampa Bay, I'm Shannon Clow.
Well, after more than 2 elections in 40 countries, one of the world's...
Sorry about that. So, Trigger Happy 262 in the chat says Uhuru has like a white ally section of the organization. That says a lot. Let me start with Tanzan. The FBI is up to their old tricks again, targeting Black organizations. Who will they come after next? What are your thoughts on what you heard and saw in that video?
Yeah, I was aware of the story from a previous discussion. I would say that the first thing is, if there's a principle to be followed, is discretion. They can, someone from within, someone from without. You're always liable to, to face these kinds of things. And unfortunately, they were targeted for a reason or another. Now, about the claims, I don't think that there's much. Well, I don't know the case, obviously, but I think it's just maybe they were becoming too prominent, or maybe they attracted someone's attention or something. So it's a shame. That's why some things have to be done, quietly, has to be done, discreetly, and yeah, I hope they can fight it and they can win it, and they can. But sometimes the damage is done just by the process. You can come out on the other side, but they'll still drag you through the mud. So I do feel for them. I don't think that is simply associating with someone from another country should be who should be deemed suspicious. If that was so, everyone in Congress or whatever has a friend. Even we know the story. But it's just unfortunate it's happening to them, and I hope that other groups can see and move in some sort of discretion. Although it's not impossible to be completely underground, obviously, but this kind of attention is not good for the group, and it sort of tries to shift away blame, to for the elections. This group does not have the power to do any of the things that they're accused of doing. They have no. If they had sway over elections, you think that they would be in this position at all? Of course not. So yeah, it's just the same old tactics, and yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Thank you for that, Tan. I like what Lero is saying in the chat. Lero is saying nations are supposed to be counter-revolutionary. Uhuru openly aligns with Russia, which is the U.S. enemy. What is to really be expected? I mean, I don't understand black folks sometimes. You're supposed to expect being sabotaged while on this land in America. Only and I was not really a conversation, but we were reposting some tweets and stuff. Like you're supposed to understand that shit, man. I don't know what y'all want from this place. Anyway, with that said, let me go to Buana. Let me mix it up. Buana, what say you?
I think it was a little bit ridiculous, and whoever made this from, when you call something a black organization, you have to be very careful, because I guess you're using that term very loosely. It's not because Omali Yeshitela is a black person and there are black people in that organization that their interests are with black people. You know what I mean? Omali Yeshitela has openly stated he is not a Pan-African. He don't business with that. His alliances is he's a Leninist. He's a Leninist. His interest goes to Russia. I mean, it's almost like when you watch that clip, if I was wearing something like all red out, a red shirt, red jeans, a red hat, and I'm saying I'm not a blood, no one could ever accuse me for being a blood. Well, you have all the characteristics of what a blood look like. Why are you wearing a blood uniform? Look at what he's wearing. And all the while admitting that he has no association with Russia. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. But Omali Yeshitela, he plays these little games, and I feel like sometimes he uses black faces, but his interest is in alignment, and his politics is in alignment with Russia. You know what I mean? I don't really feel like he has black politics in mind. That's his methodology in so-called getting freedom, and that's where he stands. If he's convicted, it's not my personal interest. I could care either way. When there was a guy, his name was something Belagoon. I can't remember his first name now. He was a part of Guerrilla Mainframe. Now that was a black organization, and he was like the first person who was classified as a black identity extremist. Because he was trying to protect his neighborhood using guns and whatever he had to. I consider that to be a black organization. But this particular gentleman, I don't think that his interest is alignment with fundamentally with black folks. I think that he has this open door policy that we gonna love everyone. Everyone has an interest in this so-called free society we trying to create. You know what I mean? So I think he's an old man who's past his prime, and he's still going off of cliches the 60s and the 70s. And for me personally, it's nothing wrong if these things are workable for us and our communities. But I think that his interest and his alignment is really with Russia and not necessarily with black folks. So, but I'll leave it there.
I appreciate that, Buana. Trighappy262 in the chat says, yeah, I looked at their site. There's some white woman who leads the white section of the organization. The white people basically doing guilty politics. You know, that reminds me to say this too. You would be surprised how many black-facing, quote-unquote, organizations there are, even on this YouTube stuff. And you'll be surprised to know there's a white woman mixed up in the effort. It's by the way, on KWAZ Radio, there's no white folks in this whatsoever, and you can tell by the numbers, right? But we are so trifling, if I'm to be honest, right? We believe a lot of us really believe that we can't do nothing without some white folks nearby, and it's a shame. With that said, let me go to Oni. Oni, what's it?
Yeah, Uhuru's pretty interesting. I mean, they have their own purpose, but I'm gonna agree with Lero, which is, you know, well, what do you expect? Not just that. I think we tend to I think we tend to say, oh, America, you jumping the gun type thing. America might not be jumping the gun. Honestly, these other countries do try to like mess with America, you know, like they do, and they're supposed to. You just like America messes with like the trouble that we have is that we have this weird idea, like generally speaking, right? We have this weird idea where America is just the big bad, like the big bad guy, and America's the only one that does bad shit. Or the America's not that America's the only one that does bad shit, because I think that's probably true. But the thing that we go through is that America is like America's the big power. That's what it is. So America's spying on other countries. America's controlling other countries. America has a geopolitical thing, and the North South America is America's backyard, and this and that, so forth. Right? We believe in all that shit, but then like the real world is that China has spies in America. Russia has spies in America. America's trying to sabotage Russia's elections, trying to sabotage Ghana's elections, trying to sabotage Gabon's elections. Russia's trying to sabotage America's elections. You know, a lot of people say the reason why Hillary Clinton lost against Donald Trump is because she had the nerve, right, to go down to Russia or go to Russia or speak on the Russian election and say, hey, Putin was, flubbing the numbers, right? There's no way he got 98% or whatever. You know, she had the nerve to say that, and he was like the gall. And yeah, he did that shit, right? And the reason why I'm saying this confidently is two things, right? One, there was this big social media campaign back in the day. I think it was like called Blacktivists or something. We all saw them. It was like top tier like propaganda, you know, in on the social media where, you know, just bars after bar, you know, man, white man's police, blah, blah, blah. And at some point it was determined that actually, yeah, they were produced by Russia. You know, like the top tier propaganda, that thing was actually being produced by Russia. And another thing that happened was that I was on Reddit. There's this just pro black things, and then there's like another. No, that's my page. So there's like a Reddit for like black men, there's a Reddit for black women, and then there was another one that was like just pro black things, where it was like, you know, the blacks were being coons, the black women were being coons, the black men are being coons. So let's just do a pro black thing, right? Turns out the founder, right, was actually a Russian agent. You know what I mean? So, you know, I did do a show on this particular document. It's called The Foundations of Geopolitics. And I don't know if it's like, allegedly it's a real a real document. Although, how can you prove that, right? Because we're in America, how do we know what's a real document in Russia? But assuming that it's a real document, they say that the foundation of geopolitics, geopolitical future, they have a section on America, and they say, basically have a section on every country on the world. Like, what's the what is the geopolitical? Oh, damn! The first time I scrolled through this, I didn't really care to scroll through the European part too much, but they have a section on Ukraine, so I just kind of paused. But they have a different section on what they should do with Germany, what they should do with United Kingdom, what they should do with France, so on and so forth. And so then they have one on America, and this is the footnotes. And all it says is this: Russia should use its special services within the borders of the United States to fuel instability and separatism. For instance, provoke Afro-American racists. Russia should introduce geopolitical disorder into internal American activity, encouraging all kinds of separatism and ethnic, social, and racial conflicts, actively supporting all dissident movements, extremist, racist, sectarian groups, thus destabilizing internal political processes in the U.S. It would also make sense simultaneously to support isolationist tendencies in American politics, right? Now, obviously, you can easily say, hey, you know what? Maybe the Americans made this shit up, in order to say, oh, if you have a separatist idea, you're aligned with Russia, right? But the reality is this: if you're sitting down in Moscow, right, or you're sitting down in Beijing, yeah, fuck up America's geopolitical, exploit the freaking African American anger, right? Do that shit. Make it so that these people are arming themselves against each other. Make it so that they withdraw from the global politic. Like, put in freaking Donald Trump, because you see what happens when Biden is there and he's just like, oh, we got to defend Ukraine, whatever, right? You have to like we have to be realistic and say, yeah, now I'm not saying that this guy in particular was being led by this sort of so forth. I think it is like essentially the way how they say sleeper agents, in the sense of you could be like you could be an unwilling, like you could, like essentially the seeds were already placed so that this guy is already agreeing with all this shit, because this shit is already agreeable, right? Be a separatist, be a this on and so forth. So it's not like Russia has to tell you, oh, you should be a separatist. You're already a separatist, and Russia's like, yeah, we agree with that shit, right? But that's the whole thing. It's like America's cracking down on the Russian agenda, but the Russian agenda is in alignment with a lot of the basically black people saying, hey, let's produce instability in America, right? The Russian agenda is in alignment with that. So it's not so much that you are an agent per se, as much as the Russian agenda has already been placed before like back in the back when Lenin was, back when Stalin was the freaking premier of Russia. It's already been there. So it's like, yeah, like the whole radical left was already like pro-Russian. And so this guy is a big time leftist. So yeah, it is what it is.
I like when I hear Americans sometimes when they tell some versions of things, because I am reminded, like let's say Oni, if someone come to you and say, this person did this to me, this person mistreat me, this person was behaving like this or whatever, and you hear that, and because you know them, you have sympathies with them, but you would never say, because you have sympathy with them, well, what you do? Yeah, I mean, what you do to create this atmosphere? I mean, people don't usually say that. What you do? If anyone interested, there's a great documentary on Vladimir Putin. I think that Oliver Stone did an interview over a series of days. I think it's on HBO right now. And Vladimir Putin said that the United States interfered with their elections first.
Exactly.
Now he didn't admit that they interfered back to them. You know what I mean? I'm sure they did it as a response, but no one says, well, what you do? When they had this big thing in Russia with I don't know if y'all guys ever heard of this group called the Pussy Riot. And it was this rock and roll group that was anti the Russian government. and they was getting a whole lot of support by the United States. You know what I mean? And that is creating separatism and division in their country. So why wouldn't they respond to you trying to create separatism and division in their country? So it's like, what you do, and the media never says, well, what we do to solicit these kinds of response. Of course, Anoni is right. Of course, they have agents in working in the United States, just like how they have American agents in Russia. You know what I mean? Just like how they have American agents in Russia. I think that the idea of American geopolitics, where they are the good guys and their hands is always clean, I think that is a real that's a fanciful notion, because their hands are plenty dirty around the world, but they will
Dirtiest
never
hands on the
tell.
planet.
Absolutely, but they would never tell their citizens what they do. You know what I mean? To provoke a person to react in a certain way. But like I say, I still am against. For me, with this particular gentleman, you know what I mean? I think that our interests come first. And if you taken me with your political interest towards Russia, I draw the lines with that. I am trying to draw closer to my brothers in the United States, my brothers in South America, my brothers on the continent. I don't need to have alignment with all of those people when I can have all alignment with these people back here. So this is my problem with my man interest. His interest is what I have a problem with, but I'll leave it.
Crazy little question here. Imagine a future where Africa has, power, right? Would we be able to engage in this type of political theater with, espionage and intelligence, counterintelligence? Do you think we would be able to do that ourselves? Is it in our nature, in a sense, to do stuff like that? I'm just curious what you guys think about that.
I think it wouldn't take. I think it wouldn't take. I used to believe, oh goodness, I used to believe that there was a real push for this idea of unity and in terms of trying to garner power, collective power. I have issues and problems with this because I have seen, maybe I've been on the internet too long and I should stop being on the internet, because this guy, Egbona, has been trying to call me and I haven't been able to make a connection with him. He's in the States. But I think that with this ADOS movement, this FBA movement, I did not know where there's such vitriol that we have for one another. I did not know that. So even if, like a person like Arakana, the sister from Zimbabwe, Arakana, she was coming to the United States and trying to speak to Black folks and trying to have alignment. And many people embraced her, but there are a whole swath of people who kind of like was rejecting the whole notion of this idea of unity. You know what I mean? So I think that there has to be a whole lot of groundwork to be done to sew up the relationships that we have between one another, because I think that there's a whole lot of discontent, disenchantment, vitriol, anger, we have towards each other, you know what I mean, collectively. And I think that has to take first before we try to go ahead and sabotage so-called superpowers in the world. I think that has to be mended first, but I'll leave it for the brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I think what Trigger Happy.
Go ahead on it.
Oh, I think it's a 10. Okay. Yeah, Trigger Happy says that Queen Nzinga had spies in Brazil. So that's like really far. Because like how do you report back, right? But I think that we have to acknowledge that, like, that's one of the things that we no longer know about is, like, let's say the spy networks in colonial Africa. But even if we were not, in pre-colonial Africa, but obviously we're not going to go back to pre-colonial Africa anyway, because we're going to be, we can't keep looking backwards, and like as if that were the direction to travel. The Sankofa bird looks backward to move forward. And so, that said, in like one of the issues is that we are not too realistic, you know. So like the Chinese, even though the Chinese are arguably, let's just say, for lack of a better term, let's say they're like the second smartest race on the planet, right? Right behind us is Africans, right? But the Asians are, let's say, the second smartest, right? That said, they have spies looking at what America's doing, what these white boys are doing in America, and like right now China has a lot of advanced technology, like really good, almost everything. Really, they're really like impressive as a country, but notwithstanding that, they're still constantly spying on the Americans, and so if we had our shit together, chances are we would be spying on the Americans too. We would be spying on the Chinese, we'd be spying on the Russians. Chances are, if we had our shit together, we would be spying on every other people to get ourselves ahead. Now, granted, and this is why I say, like where when it comes to nationalism and nation building, like we're not there. This is why I don't even encourage a lot of the literature. You don't see me talking about too many of the contemporary speakers of today. Okay, hold on a second. All right, so, and obviously I can't even say, I will get lynched. But anyway, so what I'm saying is this: that yeah, obviously we would we would have those sort of spy networks if we're being realistic. Because if you want to be ahead of the next person, you have to know where the next person is. And I think I might have mentioned this in Zubiri. And Zubiri, he's talking about developing technology, advanced of the white boy, but also like not letting the white boy know what technology he had at his disposal, and that's like kind of what like that's just the real world. So yeah, so just to answer your question, yes, absolutely, we would be spying on other people.
John,
I would hope.
All right, maybe Tan's not there. All right, that was a good conversation there. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 3 then. Shooter Breeze topic number 3. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 is I just lost it. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 is: could this be the reason why Black people have regressed in our consciousness since the 60s? This came with an image. Let me see if it'll work while I'm live. Good. It seems like it's working. So let me share this with you guys. Tan, when you come back, just let me know when you're here.
I'm back, sorry.
Okay. This takes us to this image here. Let me see if I can blow this up a bit so you guys can see it too. So this is a United States government memorandum dated in October 1968 to the director of the FBI, and it's about Black nationalist movement in the United States, racial matters. It says the Bureau has noted an increase in the establishment of Black extremist bookstores, which represent propaganda outlets for revolutionary and hate publications and cultural centers for extremism. Each office should locate and identify Black extremist and or African type bookstores in its territory and open separate discrete investigations on each to determine if it is extremist in nature. Advised under this caption by 11/8/68 of the investigations instituted in accordance with these instructions. The investigation should determine the identities of the owner, whether it is a front for any group or foreign interest, I guess, whether individuals affiliated with the store engages in extremist activities, the number, type, and source of books and material on sale, the store's financial condition, its clientele, and whether it is used as a headquarters or meeting place. Submit results under an individual caption in form for dissemination, along with a recommendation as to whether additional investigation is warranted. Investigations should be instituted on new stores when opened, and you should recognize the excellent target these stores represent for penetration by racial sources. All right, so that's this. I kind of made this thing too large. That's probably better. So that's this memorandum concerning bookstores. See, this is the crazy part. Like, and I guess this is where a lot of black folks get the all-powerful white man thought. But we gotta admit, these guys, and this is the kind of thing you will have to do when you have your own power. But these guys don't leave corners unchecked. Down to a bookstore, they want to know the financial condition of this bookstore. Is this thing profitable? Because that would mean that you'd be disseminating certain information. Is this thing profitable? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how these guys, they make sure to patch every hole, so to speak. And meanwhile, we're sitting here shouting about Russia and all kind and Christianity and all this old shit. I posted a post last week after Shoot the Breeze about the holes that we try to make housewives, and not just women, it's this religion shit too, and these economic systems we try to make them our housewives, and these guys are looking at you with suspicion. It's crazy. Anyway, Tanzan, what say you to this? Could this be the reason why black people have regressed in our consciousness since the 60s?
Well, I wouldn't put it as a regression in consciousness, more of disorganization. Is because every society needs the people to come together, to meet, to socialize, to actually have a place where you can come together and share ideas. Before it was the church, and the church served an important function. In that instant, it was a social place. It was a place for family and so on. And the school is also another, but the school, unless it's an African-centered one, like the one you with the lady you had, unless it's that, it's not really going to be a place for people to meet and speak. So the bookstores, that was a great place for that. It's a place where you can go. And I like libraries. Libraries are just, you go, you walk through them, you find books, you rifle through shelves, you open. So it's a place where people can go and just learn by themselves. And it's a place where you can also share information and meet and talk. But just like we said with these concepts of, justice, equality, fairness, and all of these are things that have been constructed by someone else. So in order to get them, you still have to use the language that they use. Oh, you want your rights, you want justice, you want this. But in any case, this is about association. So preemptively, they know that people are going to get together, and they know that, no, we cannot let that happen, and we must be, it's not that they don't just act up before, they don't just act afterwards. It's before. It's all, anticipating the problem before it gets there. So that's again, even when you do try to be discreet, because this is not a public, it's not standing on the corner somewhere. You're in a building. It's a library. It's supposed to be relatively, public but private. But even that is still a threat. So it shows you how much even just a little bit of people getting together is nobody else has been put under this kind of, strict surveillance and control. Like even people who come from outside, there's somebody who's saying, oh, everybody can come and come to this country and make money. Yes, because you're not put under constant surveillance. You're not put under conditions that are, inhumane and unnatural. You have to beg for basic things, like simply the right to meet in silence or, in privacy. So yeah, once again, it just shows you the importance of not just being discreet, but being, just anticipating. If they're anticipating, even a rise, then you should also anticipate, an invasion. You should also always also just anticipate that whatever you start, someone is going to have, something against it, either now or eventually or whenever. It's not going to be a free and clear ride, and that's the only thing that we can get from this, that there's nothing that is considered innocent when Black people do it. So yeah.
I'll add to that. Now I'll say that this memorandum also tells you something. It tells you that Black folks have to cooperate. There's some Black folks who have to cooperate with them getting this done, right? A white, you know what I mean? Like there has to be some paid and bought, sold Negro that you can send in there to gather certain information as well. And that's the thing. That's the thing I think we don't get today, which is why you'll have the Uhuru movement type bullshit. We don't get that. Yeah, these guys are surveilling, man. Don't matter. It might seem like a small group. They surveil. There's a guy right now sent me a text. I won't call the name, and I thought I was going to call the name before. Sent me a text with an image that has my name, my name Koku and my last name. And I had to say to the guy, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why do you think that's a move to make? That comes, and that was right when the Praswell informant shit came up. Like, there's people in this same space we're in. You'll be surprised, maybe not on this show, maybe, but around the internet, who's monitoring these thoughts and what areas of thought people are getting into, et cetera, and what rhetoric they're speaking of as far as power goes, power dynamics. Like, you gotta move in some silence in this thing. You have to move in some silence in this thing. That thing, that fella, there was a guy who did that fella. I looked down on that shit. And I know you're listening. I know you're listening. Don't do no whole shit like that. This is a space that these motherfuckers are surveilling it. If in the 60s they were looking at Black bookstores, what do you think they're looking at now? Only, what say you to this?
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, people have to realize that that's what the government's supposed to do. It's just that's why I say like sometimes like I realize that's my problem, and that's why I say, like I said, the second best book, well, yeah, or the third best book or whatever, or the second best book, or just one of the top three was Marcus Garvey's Message to the People, because Marcus Garvey's Message to the People, he makes it clear: don't fight your government. This is why I tell people to repatriate, because it's like, what are you? I mean, unless you have a big collective, it's like, especially when you're in America and you realize you're not gonna, like, it's not 1820 Haiti. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even 1820 America. So like, you getting a good number of Black people to commit like 12 years of fighting against America, it's just not gonna happen. And because it's not gonna happen, like, just leave. Because if your whole shtick or whatever is to agitate for revolution, right? But you're not gonna have a revolutionary army, then like you're wasting, like, you are wasting your space, And this is why I kind of give credit to, like, a lot of people don't like the ADOS movement, but I remember one time I saw this ADOS guy talking to this Pan-Africanist, and he was like, look at your house, man. Your house is too nice. Like, you're living too damn good. You're not going to Africa. You know what I mean? And it like really struck me, like, because I kind of live in a dump. I ain't gonna hold you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I only got a nice looking place, so I can leave it, I can take it or leave it. But a lot of people Like particularly in America, man. If you look, like sometimes you see these brothers in America, they talking or they doing TikTok videos, or they doing something, and it's like, damn, that house look good. You know, like you just look at the background, you're like, damn, these motherfuckers is living. Now, maybe I'm just in my little tuna can in Brooklyn, so you know, maybe I'm just a little like, I don't know what houses look like. But Trigger Happy says, I know that Trigger Happy gonna go back and tell. But anyway, but like my whole thing is that yeah, like I can't get mad at ADOS for that, because like it really like and no, and more to the point though, it's like, yes, America is supposed to sabotage revolutionary movements. What kind of a government doesn't? And that's why I can't even get with the people who are like criticizing Kagame and stuff. You know, one time I got into a conversation with somebody about Kagame, and they're like, "Oh man, Kagame's suppressing his people. He's doing all sorts of stuff." And so I said, "Let me look at this court case that they're talking about. Right? This woman is batshit crazy, and Kagame is telling her, stop talking crazy. Okay, she's agitating for revolution in Rwanda, where it's a big crime. It's a big crime in the sense of they already know that the Hutu, like they already had the Hutu and Tutsi massacre. You get what I'm saying? They already had that genocide, and they are doing everything in their power to not have a repeat offense, right? So Kagame is like, hey, could you stop saying crazy shit? And she's all like, that's not even Kagame, that's a body double. You know, what we as Rwanda people have to do, we have to stand up against this government where they're trying to turn us into zombies and all type of shit, you know, and she's doing those religious stuff and all that kind of stuff. And he's like, just shut the fuck up, right? And because she doesn't cease and desist, he's like, okay, we're gonna bring you to court. And because she doesn't go to the courthouse, she gets the full sentence, the full 20 years or some shit, right? And people are just like, how dare you? This person could speak freely and you're going to give them 20 years. And it's like, no, she dodged a jail sentence. Like she dodged going to court to defend herself. If you do that in America, if I'm summoned to court in America and I don't go, I'm going to get the full sentence, period, right? And that's what she did, because she's bordering on provoking revolution inside of another country, inside of Rwanda. But my point being that Rwanda is supposed to try to keep itself in government. I think even it was the brother in Grenada, right? Maurice Bishop, who said the first rule of revolution is to make sure the revolution survives, right? So the first rule of government, really, because the revolution installs the government, right? The first rule of government is to make sure the government survives. And if Black people are meeting together to talk about dismantling the government, right, or to get a bunch of people together so that they can dismantle the government, whether we think it's a just thing or not, the government itself is going to crack down on that sort of rhetoric, on that sort of activity. Because if it doesn't, it would be stupid and it will be disrupted. And especially America, who goes around the world disrupting governments and knows what it's like to stir up disruption and all that kind of stuff. America don't want chickens coming home to roost. You know? So I mean, yeah, like Black people acting like, whoa, why are you cracking down on us trying to destroy you? Like that's what you're supposed, like that's what they're supposed to do. And knowing that should inform how you move in this world, whether you move silently or whether you move violently, whatever, or whether you just fucking move. Just move. And that's what I say. I say, look, I don't have no purpose being here. You know what I mean? I understand some Black Americans feel like they have some longer ties here. That's fine. If you feel like you have longer ties and you can't go, you're free to do that. But what I'm telling people is, look, honestly, if I look through and I do all the math, it's a white majority population. Okay? And so it's going to be a white majority government regardless. So just step. I would do that. But anyway.
Yeah, Uwabantu, I see you have some chat going on in the chat. I'll say this. Number one, this thing of, and someone correct me or give me deeper understanding, but this thing where Africans can't use StreamYard, but they can use Zoom for some reason, is quite bizarre to me. I don't understand that. And so to say that we're limiting our audience or what have you, because we use StreamYard on YouTube versus Zoom, I just don't get what the difference really is. You can enlighten me on that. The other thing is about conspiracy theories, or as Brother Bakari would say, conspiracy theories, right? Is you can't ignore them either. You see, they push this idea that you have to be crazy, or you're crazy if you're involved in quote unquote conspiracy theories. But often, many times, conspiracy theories have been the truth. Black folks would say stuff like this back in the 90s. Oh, they bug and surveil bookstores and stuff like that. So be careful, brother. And most people, because they weren't around in the 60s at the time, or paying attention if they were, right, would think, oh, that's conspiracy, right? But that's what they actually did. So it's not conspiracy to say, hey, as only just quite well broke it down, like you in a different person's land, they have their government, they have their shit set up. They don't want you right under their noses conspiring to do some bullshit to change what's going on. So yeah, you have to move with some suspicion in this space. It's a fact. You just have to. Like I know Oni and a couple other people, they'll jump on a plane and go to the continent or something, and they won't tell you. They'll tell you when they came back. You know, like Oni is saying about Asada Shakur, phone taps, Malcolm X and all them, phone taps. It's a real thing. So to call a conspiracy theory, with all due respect, is kind of foolish sometimes. Let's hear from Buana. Buana, what say?
Yeah, I think that this document is very interesting because it shows that our culture in the 60s was a reading culture. And a reading culture is a thinking culture. And the FBI considers that to be extremely dangerous. In every if you look at any revolution or coup, in the world in terms of global affairs, the first thing that closes is access to information. They close down the colleges, the schools, the libraries in particular, and bookstores. These are things that to stifle freedom of thought and freedom of thinking. These are things that has to be stifled because, like I say, a thinking population is a dangerous population because you can't just tell them anything. You can't just tell them anything, and it really speaks to where what the FBI consider to be dangerous. Even some books they consider to be dangerous in terms of the state of affairs. You know what I mean? The social dynamic that exists within a particular country. They don't want it to be interrupted or upsetted. So what they try to do is to harness, certain kinds of information that's put out there. So we realize from reading this document that reading is fundamental to us, especially when people who want to have the ability to think for themselves and live as free people on this planet. You have to think your way through it. Thinking is an exercise, and so is reading. And I think that when we came out of slavery, one of the first things we attempted to do was improve our education, our ability to understand, to clearly understand. And in doing that, he was able to create many institutions. And then you see a regression after that. And then you see the 60s and the 50s and the 70s era where you see a lot of these people come with these different kinds of ideas. And where do you think these ideas come out of the books they used to read? Most of them ain't going, the Black Panthers ain't going to China. Well, most of them, they get these things from ideas and ideas which is in books. So to put a harness on that, they wanted to ensure, certain types of books is being sold and certain types of books is not being sold. Certain ideas was put out there in that society and certain ideas were stifled. So I think it's very interesting, that they thought it would be very important to stifle bookstores. But since we went from there to having a reading culture, into a culture that's based really on, NBA, Nintendo. I forget the new gaming system now. They create this, yeah, they create this atmosphere where they take away the people's mind from thought into entertainment. So they can have as many bookstores as they want with any kind of revolutionary books, how-to revolutionary books that really provoke a person to be able to have the ability to think, because they already know they can captivate your mind with Netflix. They don't need it. They can have all the libraries in the world filled to capacity with all ideas, prolific ideas and understandings about the world, because they know you ain't even gonna buy a library card. They already done captivated your mind. So this is not necessarily even a threat anymore. Yeah, this is how the game is really played. They get you chasing after the bag instead of chasing after freedom. But I think that our society, like if you look at the Jewish society have a big reading culture. You go into many of their homes, most of them even don't have TVs. You know what I mean? They invest in a written word because they know that their lifespan, their personal lifespan, is too short to understand the things that went on before them and the possible things that could happen way after they've been dead and buried. So they invest in reading, they invest in thinking. And this is the reason why you go into any bookstore throughout America or even in the Bahamas and the Caribbean countries, you see them full to capacity with who? This is how they control the world. And we have such access now because we don't even need to use books. We could use audio books. We could put our books on MP3s, and while we going to work, have a greater understanding of what's going on around us. And we don't even attempt to do that. We rather listen to what a rich nigga rap, whatever that is, whatever that means. So I think that we as a people need to get back to that culture. You know what I mean? And understand that we are in a competition, but I don't know. I think that many of us have opted out of that and decided to be the second class, the people who want to assist in the world affairs rather than being the person who is dominant and deciding where the world goes. But I just stay focused on my square, man. You know what I mean? Because I want to participate in what happens even long after I then die. So even if I have to invest in this whole idea of reading, whether it's through audiobooks or the physical spoken written word, I gonna do that because I see the world change because of it. People use books to change the world. You know what I mean? And many people don't buy into that idea, but they use the ideas in the books and then they go out and execute it in the real world. And this is the biggest threat to these people who try to keep this kinds of information away from us. They captivate the human mind with entertainment. It's an unfortunate thing, but I think that we'll get out of it, man. I'm an optimist. I ain't a pessimist, man, but I'll leave it there, though.
Yeah, I just want to touch on something Juana said before I get Oni's last thoughts here. Nowadays, with the technology, you have books on audio. And let me add, podcasts such as these or the other ones on KWAZ or the other ones that some of you guys listen to, all of these things are supposed to make you think and make you want to learn what's really going on in the world around me and how do I participate in shaping this reality, man. Like, that's what all these shows are. This is why, I'm trying to build and not destroy the amount of people who come through, with all the other nonsense. I'm not trying to set the show back because this is what we're supposed to be doing. At least if you're not sitting down doing the hard thinking, at least you're sitting down listening to people discussing these perspectives, these different ideas. So add that to how you go forward. Anyone who's listening to this in the future, add that to how you move forward. Be a reading person, but that doesn't limit you as it used to just being about sight. You could drive to work or ride the train or whatever, listening to a book, listening to these podcasts, where sometimes we actually read the book for you and give commentary. some insights into what's being read. So get into that spirit. Only you have any last words here?
Well, I mean, I did already speak, but I would just like to, go on that same notion about, like this platform that you have, is a really good platform. And, a lot of people benefit from, this diversity of thought, this diversity of opinions, particularly as long as we keep it civil, obviously, it's hard to keep it civil and, a bunch of incivility, but as long as we keep it civil, a lot of people benefit. And, not just on that, because I could even say that even my experience on, Twitter or other sort of platforms as well, a lot of, I mean, it might not have the wide reach that you would want, right? Brother Garza is why I got sympathy, but it might not have the wide reach that you that we like. But for the people that are reached, like a lot of good comes from it, and so we cannot, we shouldn't lose sight of like the overall positivity that we are impacting. And but that's also partly why sometimes I shape my conversation to not necessarily be too antithetical to the powers that be, because I don't want to say the powers that be, but you get what I'm saying, in the sense of there are people who lose their livelihood, like the way how America controls people's livelihood. It is really like it is a big risk. And so I definitely think that we want to just keep our message positive and keep it going forward. But also, like you said, like one thing that you have here especially is this civility, and like that's the kind of thing that we really want to maintain above all. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Well said on it. I appreciate that. Juan, you didn't have any last thoughts, right?
No, I'm drinking rum.
Same here. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Shout out to Brother Bakari, who's out there in the chat. He believes that it's a big reason, this topic that we had here, this prompt. He believes that it is a big reason we have regressed. When you put the chains on learning comfortably or seeking knowledge comfortably, and only made a good point at the end there. Like the folks that we're dealing with, have control over folks' livelihoods and all that stuff too. And you got to be mindful of that stuff. These guys, unfortunately, because they shape the reality that we're in, they have certain things kind of cornered right now. And we got to be working towards getting out that corner. We have to really work to get out of it. So keep those things in mind. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Tanzan stepped away. She should be back a little bit later. So we thank her for being here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4, something that you probably all heard about recently. Did Ed Sheeran copy Marvin Gaye's whole effing flow, word for word, bar for bar? Just came with a link that takes us to YouTube. Let's check it out, then we'll discuss it.
The studio here today, and I look at the news and I see that Ed Sheeran's getting sued again for thinking out loud by Ed Townsend, who's a co-writer of Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye. And this time it's a $100 million suit. The company that's suing him is called Structured Asset Sales. So the lawsuit alleges that the, melody, rhythms, harmonies, drums, bass line, backing chorus, tempo, syncopation, and looping are taken from Marvin Gaye. So let's take a listen to it. I'm starting out with thinking out loud, just one bar of it, and then going to one bar of Let's Get It On, and then alternating between them in the verse. Now, I've transposed down Let's Get It On by a half step because the two songs are in two different keys. Let's Get It On is in E flat major, and Thinking Out Loud is in D major. Let's take a listen.
Baby, my trying to hold back the feeling for so long. Heart could still fall less hard to
They're exactly the same tempo. They have essentially the same chord progression, given that I've transposed them to the same key. They have totally different melodies. The groove is exactly the same. I mean, it's really almost impossible to tell where one song ends and the other one starts. Let's take a listen to it again. It's actually a perfect transition. Baby, trying to hold back this feeling. Same drum sound, same bass sound, same snare sound. But the melody and lyrics are completely different. If I take the chord progression from Thinking Out Loud, we have D, D over F sharp, G, A, and then Let's Get It On is D, F sharp minor, G, A7. It's basically the same chord progression. The place where the two songs diverge is in the second half of the chorus of Thinking Out Loud. Now, Let's Get It On, Marvin Gaye's tune, stays with the same chord progression and the chorus melody, but Thinking Out Loud actually goes to E minor and does something completely different melodically. Check it out.
People fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just the touch of a hand. We are fools in love with you every single day. And I just wanna tell you so honey now. Take me into loving arms.
Okay, so that part of the chorus is completely different, but the verse has an identical tempo, identical groove. The instrumentation is pretty similar. They're both very sparse, but the melodies are completely different. So on one hand, yeah, is it derivative of it? Of course it is. It's way closer than Blurred Lines was with Got to Give It Up. I mean, no question about it. Let's take a look at the melodies in the verse. Let's take a look at bar one of Thinking Out Loud. Look at the melody here. So it starts on F sharp as compared to Let's Get It On, which starts on F sharp. But the rhythm of the melody is completely different. You can see that, obviously. There are 16th notes here. It goes F sharp, E, D. This goes down to F natural here. You've got this bar is different. The G to A is different. In the next measure here, measure 3, very different rhythm, different notes. Got this triplet figure here as opposed to these 16th, 8th, 16th. This has this interval jump. It's nothing. The melodies are nothing alike. I mean, you could say here in bar 5, you have this this 16th note on the and of 2, F to A or F sharp to A, and then you have F sharp to G to A here. I mean, but that's a stretch. There's no comparison between the two melodies. After the court case came down in favor of Marvin Gaye's estate in relation to Blurred Lines, Berklee College of Music musicologist Joe Bennett said this in Forbes.com. From a musicological point of view, to me and many musicians and songwriters, they're completely different songs because they have different lyrics, melodies, and chords. As for Blurred Lines, Bennett wrote in 2014 a note-by-note comparison of both songs in question. What they have in common is indicative of the time period, he adds. If my favorite artist uses a cowbell and I use one too, can you copyright a cowbell? Both are arguing that their side is good for creators. That's why so many of the young songwriters are concerned. What's the threshold? How much can I be influenced by my favorite artist? Experts are not ruling out an appeal. A dissenting judge wrote, the majority allows the Gays to accomplish what no one has before, copyright a musical style. Blurred Lines and Got to Give It Up are not objectively similar. They differ in melody, harmony, and rhythm. Yet by refusing to compare the two works, the majority establishes a dangerous precedent that strikes a devastating blow to future musicians and composers everywhere. So what do you guys think? Is Thinking Out Loud a complete ripoff of Let's Get It On? Or should we take the definition of what a song is, meaning the lyrics and the melody, which are completely different? Should that be the basis for what decides this lawsuit? Put your comments in the comment section. Thanks for watching. I'm Rick Beato. Remember, subscribe here and follow on Instagram at rickbeato1.
Yeah, I'll say that was a very interesting little video. I'm familiar with Ed Sheeran's music. I like some music in that space. There's a guy named Leon Bridges, black guy, who to me is in that space, but it's way doper than what Ed Sheeran's putting out. You guys, if you're familiar with Leon Bridges, drop a 1 in the chat. If you aren't, you should look him up. You should really look him up. The thing about this case, Ed Sheeran won, of course, and he won on, to me, was kind of a musical technicality. He won on the idea that he won on the idea that there's only so many chords and chord progressions. There's 7 notes plus the half, the semitones and stuff like that. There's only a certain amount of combinations you're gonna be able to put together ever. And so he basically won it off the idea that, it's the same chord progression, but of course it's the same chord progression. That's just the nature of how music is. But what this video kind of shows me, and Lero is saying it in the chat now, what they should have been really basing this song of was the what's the word? I just lost it. He said it inside the video too. The groove. The groove is exactly the same song. Like he says, same snare, same kick, right? The hat sound the same. Even how they applied reverb sounds the damn same. It's crazy. But he wanted off the idea that you could only have a certain amount of chord progressions. But what we need to take from this too, because this is a white boy who basically got over on this great black man's abilities and his band's abilities. But we got to get this idea of they can get you on these little technicalities, and you need to be aware of it, right? They can get you on these little technicalities of the same friggin' chord progression. Well, that means no one should ever have copyright infringement if it's about chord progression, right? But this is about groove. And so always remember that. These guys will take your whole groove and tell you that they didn't take it. Anyway, with that said, let me hear from Buana on this one. Buana, what say you? Buana, you play guitar too, right?
Yeah. But I'm like remedial Cocoa, like your brothers, man. I teach myself the guitar. But let me say this though. My pops, when I was a kid, he'd get very, very angry at me when I didn't pay attention to the details. Very angry at me, because in his philosophy, it's all in the details of things. You know what I mean? Not the big picture. It's all in the details. And when I hear this, to me, it seems seamless. But as you say, this white guy was able to win out in the details. And like you are a musician, so you talk about groove. Some things, and I'm hearing the same music, but he get off on the technicality. You know what I mean? I guess because Ed Sheeran have hundreds of millions of dollars, so he probably get the best kind of lawyers. But the devil is always in the details, and I think with us, we focus sometimes on the big picture of things, and focusing on the big picture is good, but the devil is always in the details. So whenever you participate in any industry, yes, the running of the industry is important, but knowing who's cleaning the toilet at night is important too. Because if you don't know who cleaning the toilet at night, listen, your enemy could send someone in there, and instead of cleaning the toilet, he going through files. You know what I mean? To try to copy the files. So I just think that it's important, in any industry that we become a part of, to know it inside and out, down to the person who cleaning the toilet at night. But that's how to remain competitive. And that's how we're competitive against our enemies, because they play within the details, and so should we. But I'll leave it and let the brothers then rock.
Yeah, and what they did in this, thank you for that, Buana. What they did in this too is they set a precedence now. you can snatch the groove of a song, which is what really carries a song. You can snatch the groove, but you can get off if the chord progression is similar to the song because hey, there's only a certain amount of combinations of chords you could use. It's a very interesting game these guys play. Only you said you didn't know anything about this. Oh, before I go to Only, let me go to the chat. I saw some stuff here. Lero says, but this is the fallacy of Western music foundations. Everybody's going to be the same because it's structured after the piano. The piano is a colonizing instrument. Well said. Well said. Lero said, chromatic foundations should be avoided. That's why we created jazz. Real Black Gentleman says the ABC song is the same as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for what it's worth. He says A, B, C, D, E, F, G. How I wonder what you are, That was well done there, Real Black Gentleman. How you put that together there. Pro Black Perspective in the chat says someone recommended a few Ed Sheeran songs to me. They aren't bad from what I heard. The lyrics for one of his songs really describes a loving relationship, and that's good for whites. Adele did that. I will say, some of his music is especially if you're a musician, some of his music is pretty neat. If you're a guitarist in particular, I think. But the black guy, and no one dropped the one in the chat, so I guess you guys never heard of him. But check out Leon Bridges. Leon Bridges put some nice music together. Trust me on that one. Check out this song called Motorcycle.
Lyra sound like she sound like she's a musician. She's talking about syncopation, so she sound like she's a musician herself.
Yeah, she is too. She plays like the flute, I think, or the clarinet or something of that nature. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, Lyra's like a whole orchestra.
Let's go to Oni next.
Yeah, I was saying Lyra's like I think she does like a whole orchestra. She's a huge like she does music theory and stuff. Oh, I think she does it from an African standpoint too, so it's pretty cool. That said, I actually haven't really heard much Ed Sheeran. Somebody so I'm trying really hard to not speak on a certain subject, but somebody recommended I think Beyonce was singing an Ed Sheeran song and the lyrics were pretty sweet. And I didn't realize the like it sounded like the weird thing about listening to this Ed Sheeran song was that I thought I heard it before, like a long time ago, and I'm like, really, he wrote that? So it's probably allegedly he gets caught on stealing music quite a bit. But I can't remember the name of that particular song, but yeah, it's like something like he wants to have children with the lady and all that kind of stuff, and I think that's something that people appreciate because. Here's this person, let's say that they're in Africa or something, right? But here's this person in Africa envisioning what romance, like what being in love is like, what feelings you have while being in love. And, in order to capture that in a moment or in a, WhatsApp status or a TikTok or whatever, they use these lyrics of this white boy, and like, that's something that we should catch up with, because a lot of times we use music, but not really to just capture this, oh, I'm so in love with you. I think Bruno Mars was pretty good with that too. Because I know that when I was like my sister-in-law at one point when I was married, she really liked Bruno Mars. A lot of black folk like Bruno Mars too, because he had this song like I should have bought you flowers and when I was your man type thing. And it's just like a nice sort of captures the human emotion. And I'm not saying that hip hop or R&B doesn't do that, because sometimes it does. Obviously, like You're All I Need to Get By. My voice is not good right now, so I'm not even going to try to sing. But like Mary J. Blige is, like a lot of black people really resonate with those songs that are very emotive. And like Ed Sheeran like captures quite a few of those songs. Now here's where I'm gonna coon a bit, kind of like sorry.
Okay, Oni, you know something?
Huh?
That That was well stated. That was well stated. That's what gets, so that goes to what Trigger Happy is saying in the chat about not listening to white music and blah blah blah. And I get that 100%. But the problem is, especially when it comes to popular music, we don't make a lot of that, that kind of, soulful romance type music anymore. Maybe on an indie level, independent label, some folks might be doing that. Like there's folks still doing neo soul and stuff like that. I mean, they're probably doing that kind of music low key. But in popular music, we don't get that from us. We tend to get that from the Ed Sheeran types. You know what I mean? But go ahead on it. I'm sorry. I have to just cut it.
Nah, Coco, come on, bro. You ain't being. But all Bears Harmonists sing about his love music, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
I said mainstream.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like Adele and Bruno Mars, they both have music like that too. Sorry. So one thing I should have probably led with though is that as somebody quote unquote Jamaican, right? Borrowing the rhythm, like that's all they did. They only had like growing up, they only had like 3 rhythms, like, everything was on what was that guy's what was it? Shit. I'm so tired. But that huh?
Selecting was a rhythm back in the day. Everyone was on that rhythm.
Yeah, I heard this girl was Maxine, whatever. Like everybody just had the same thing, or everybody just did the same thing. So I'm just like, when it comes to Jamaica or whatever, they didn't care about copywriting your rhythm. People were sampling your music like they didn't have the same legal team, I guess. I don't know. They didn't have the same laws, period. As far as this song, what I was gonna say to Kuhn was that like I could see like listening to this song, because I listened to this song and then I saw this video and I was like, oh, okay, I didn't notice that. You know what I mean? Like I didn't think it was like, I mean, allegedly Ed Sheeran is saying that he didn't even, like, he just kind of freestyled it, which I wouldn't put it out of the possibility. Well, I'm a possibility. I'm not gonna, like, I don't know all that kind of stuff. But then the other song that this guy mentioned, because he mentions inside of here, he's like, he did successfully. No, the other guy, the other white boy, lost for Blurred Lines, right? And so my cool thing was be like, yeah, Pharrell was probably stealing people's shit. Although Pharrell is kind of mixed, so it's okay to go against him. But like I could see Pharrell just like stealing people's music and just culture vulture, all that shit. But like when I heard the Blurred Lines versus another song by Marvin Gaye, I don't remember what it goes like, but like the song is like just a bunch of just a hodgepodge that you just wouldn't accidentally get, And I'm not saying that Ed Sheeran did or didn't get this accidentally, but I could see how it's a different song. I mean, I would agree that maybe it's derivative. I don't know if I would like I said, as a Jamaican, I don't know if I would say, oh yeah, use the same rhythm, so you got to pay them $5 million. Obviously, people are suing him because he has a bunch of money. So it's like, why not? It's America. But I mean, I could see the settlement for the Blurred Lines thing. I think for this one, even though like the cross composition is like clearly, that's the song in the background. Based off of like, I think like even what this white boy is saying about like how like the song just kind of differs, even like how you guys are saying the groove is there. I would say like I don't know if I would as a juror say, oh yeah, this guy like stole from this other guy. Like based off of my understanding of royalties, right? Where it's like if like a royalty, one of the reasons why you have the copyright infringement thing is that if you were to do something similar to somebody else's thing where you actually are reaching into their pocket pretty much, like where you're just hurting their money, right? then that's where it's a problem, right? Because essentially, like let's say if I were to release if I were to publish a book, and then Buana just takes the same damn book and puts his name on it and publishes it, or even puts my name on it and publishes it, right? And just gets that, like that could interfere with my money. You know what I mean? But if Buana does something completely different, where even if he were to just do a derivative work where he just says, hey, look, I'm going to annotate Oni's work and say like a critique of Oni's work, it's not really getting into my money in the sense of, especially if he's not publishing my whole thing in his work, and he's just like isolating certain things and commenting on it, then it's like a different work. Now, this, I'm not going to say, I don't know if it's derivative or not, but I could see how somebody could argue that it's a different work, and I'm not saying
why wouldn't I just call you and say, Oni, you know what I mean? I love your music. I love what you do. Can I pay you for your rhythm? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't I just do that? Problem solved.
Oh, you mean if? Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, because that's the thing though. Like, because I can't speak for people. I mean, obviously, how do you know if a white person's lying if his mouth is moving, right? So obviously, maybe this guy just took Marvin Gaye's rhythm or what have you. But like, it really comes down to what you can conclusively prove. Obviously, the back to back is thing, but we don't. But like, here's the thing: it's like we don't actually know this guy's musical process, and like not knowing this guy's musical process, like we can't necessarily say that like it's just impossible for you to coincidentally come up with, or not even coincidentally, but like just being a music fan in general to just get the same tune. You know what I mean? Like I think there was like a skit where this guy was just pretending to like play piano freestyle, and he would just come up with like classical songs. I mean, obviously that's like not very probable. I mean, like I said, I don't know if he I don't know. Maybe he purposely did that, and then in that case, but it just I would say based off of just listening to the song itself, that it's just not like Let's Get It On. Like where if it were like I could see it more like the rhythm thing, where it's like there's like 5 songs on the same rhythm, but they all are just completely different songs, right? But I don't know, again, can you prove that in court? And so if I were a jury, based off of that, could I, if I were to try to operate on an unbiased way, and I'll have to apologize for that, because I realize that white folk do not operate on an unbiased way, so it is kind of weird when, some of us operate on an unbiased way. But if you were to operate on an unbiased way, I would say I couldn't say conclusively, whether or not this person was was basically trying to take from Marvin Gaye's money. You know what I mean? So that's all I can say about that.
Yeah, that's the reality, right? You have to prove. You mentioned something interesting too. You have to prove that in this guy's musical process, he plagiarized Marvin Gaye. And how are you going to prove that? But that's, I mean, again, all of these things push to what Buana said earlier. Pay attention to the details, man. And then how do you even deal with it? Like how do you deal with getting gypped? I mean, clearly the groove is the same groove, like Lero is pushing, and if you look at the sheet the line of music looks damn near similar, the same, right? But how do you deal with that is the question. That's the thing, and trust me, more of these white boys are going to do that stuff. How do you deal with that? Is there any other last thoughts you guys have here? Zuliism is in the chat.
Yeah, we gotta mention Elvis Presley, because Elvis Presley is the king of that. You know what I mean? He steal a lot of those blues artists, style, rhythm, a lot of that shit. You know what I mean? And I think that because they didn't have like copyright and lawyers back then, where they could, ensure that their publishing was 100%, top to bottom. And I think it'll be good to get like a musically inclined lawyer who understand these kinds of things. So when you put these things out there to the world or whatever, you have to make sure, this is your shit. This is my shit. So 10 years from now, I think that the time for copyright, like maybe 30 years before, or 30 or 40 years before anyone can use it. But I think that you need to get that just in just hard and fast. You know what I mean? So you make your money, you get a piece of whoever try to come along and copy your shit from the baseline, all of it, top to bottom, you get a piece of that.
I do want to say this though. I do want to say this. I think a lot of us, I think even though we say white folks steal music from black folk, I think a lot of good black music was taken from white folk too. Because I remember when a lot of people's favorite songs, a lot of people's favorite musicians, like one of our favorite rappers, in fact, is Lauryn Hill, right? For a lot of us, right? And one of our favorite songs is Killing Me Softly, right? But like she got that from, I think, Roberta Flack, who got that from some white woman, which is just like, and I think that song, in fact, is based off of Don McLean's American Pie. You know what I mean? like one of the freaking whitest songs there, right? So it's just like, a lot of times we say, hey, like a lot of people are or were cover artists, just covering other people's stuff. And like a lot of, because I remember like, that alleged first rap song, people say that ADOS had the first rap song, and it's like this Noah song, and it's like this poem about Noah, which is one, obviously copying off of Noah, right? The Israeli story, but then it's also like I don't know the origin of the Noah song, honestly, but a lot of the music from back in the day was just like white people songs that black folk would sing. So it's just like, I'm not defending Elvis. Obviously, Elvis was, doing that, but but like we also have to realize that one, a lot of people were cover artists, right? Or not just that they were cover artists, but a lot of things that people like about an artist is when they cover cover songs that people like, right? And two, it's like a large part of it was the performance. So I never really saw an Elvis thing, but from what I understand, or from what I can glean from the public record, maybe a lot of white people did not want to see a black person singing in front of them, or if they did sing in front of them, maybe they prefer to see a white person do it. Kind of like how a lot of white people prefer to listen to Eminem, even if Biggie is a better rapper, they prefer to listen to Eminem. So I mean, I don't know if I would get so I don't know if I would personally care that much about a cover artist, but I also understand that because the legal system works in this way, that sure, you should take advantage of it, and get your money. If some white boy is making money off of your creativity, you should definitely get some money off of that. Or that's the way how the legal system is formed. So, why not? But I mean, like, I don't know if it's, if I would pose it all as a one directional thing, Sorry.
No, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, like you mentioned, Lauryn Hill, the person who originally, came up with the rhythm of that song itself. If it's not Roberta Flack, that family estate, even if the man has died a long time ago, that family estate is gonna get Columbia Records is gonna pay the family estate for the person who originally sounded that tune. And I think that what happened is that it doesn't work both ways for us, because a lot of those blues artists who've been making a lot of these current songs, would be reinterpreted and things like that, because they didn't, make filings in terms of copyright and things and their music and stuff like that. Their family's estate wasn't paid. So you see a lot of these wealthy families, because a lot of this accrue into a whole lot of money, you see that blurred line shit. What a man made in contemporary society, he made hundreds of millions, maybe not hundreds of millions, but he made millions of dollars off of that tune. Whereas not Marvin Gaye, but other musical artists, their families may be poor, or that artist may have died in obscurity because the musician itself didn't set up, things legally where the family's estate wasn't paid. Like I say, it's all in the details. So I figure if you make good music in the 70s and some white person come along and reinterprets your music and makes hundreds of millions of dollars off of it, because I didn't legally, register my music, then I'm shit out of luck. I don't get none of that money. None of that money. You know what I mean? So I think that it's imperative and important for us to really make filings and registrations of the shit that we produce, because if we producing all the fucking music, then 30 and 40 and 50 years down the line, our family should be able to eat off of that. That's my thinking.
No, yeah, no, I totally I recognize that. I agree, but that's another thing too. It's like that's one of the troubles that we have, in the sense of, like you said, we don't even go through the processes. We don't register. We don't, so on and so forth. And it's like, that's sad on our parts. Because I could see, for instance, if I were to be doing something and I said, you know what, I'm not even going to register it for whatever reason. I can't afford the registration fee. I can't, whatever, right? Whatever it is. And it's like, we want to retroactively say, hey, I don't actually, I sympathize, but then I also don't fully get it. You know what I mean? If you're saying, hey, we is the argument we should go outside, we should use the legal system but not use the legal system. You get what I'm saying? We should not register our songs, not register our music, or not own the registration for our music, but at the same time, we should be able to sue somebody based off of a violation of our music that we didn't register. And I mean, I could see how we can make that argument, but then it becomes is that a real argument? You know what I mean? So let's say you said the person who did the Killing Me Softly is registered as the writer or the composer, right? And then Lauryn Hill has to pay this person for that song, right? But the reason why Lauryn Hill is paying that person for that song is because they registered it, right? On the other hand, there's this song, beautiful song. One of the best songs actually that I heard is this song called Sea Lion Woman, right? And it's just a African American children's song, it's a sea lion woman, sea lion, she, whatever, right? It's such a good song. And it's just like a children's song, but it's not registered by anybody, right? And so if a white person were to, or even a black person, because I actually there's that sister who did, Nina Simone does a song called Sea Lion Woman or whatever. But if somebody else takes the Sea Lion Woman song and makes a bunch of money off of it, are we supposed to then dig up and look for whoever originally made the song and say, you deserve to get some of this money based off of the fact that somebody else made a bunch of money from it, right? But you didn't register the song. And it's like, not really. And I mean, I guess in some respect, we understand, hey, this was, because I think Marvin Gaye might have registered his music, but let's say if he didn't, we could say, oh, well, Marvin Gaye did, we know it's Marvin Gaye, even if he didn't register it, or even if he doesn't own it, right? So he should get some money. Sure, but, where does that, is it only because we know who Marvin Gaye is? Or, why don't you go through this whole copyright process? Why don't you go through this whole register process? And I'm not saying, and obviously I acknowledge that there's huge costs in copywriting stuff. When I wrote a book a long time ago, I had to pay how many whatever kind of money in order to publish, in order to copyright my own book. But I'm saying all that to say, we have to get our own music education in order, and we can't continually we can't continually just use an excuse. Well, basically, white boy, you should do the right thing, because time and time again, the white boy is not going to do the right thing. And if he can get away with not doing the right thing, I don't see why he wouldn't. If you know what I mean.
Only you mentioned something that made me think back to being a teenager, a young teenager. Whitney Houston had this song on the Bodyguard movie soundtrack. I think it's "I Will Always Love You" or something like that. And at the time, that shit was in Nassau. That was playing on the radio every 5 minutes on ZNS. And one of my classmates, who I guess had cable TV or something like that, said to me, he said, that's not Whitney Houston's song. I'm like, what? He's like, that's Dolly Parton's song. And that always fascinated me that she took that and made that shit. And really and truly, the Dolly Parton version is almost the same thing. It has its own little nuance to it because of who she is, I guess. But it's amazing how like Whitney Houston was able to take that song, and a lot of people don't even know or didn't even know that it was a Dolly Parton song and she was doing a cover. And like Real Black Gentleman was saying in the chat, like after a certain amount of time, people won't even acknowledge that's a Dolly Parton song. They'll just say, well, that's Whitney Houston's song, because she kind of owned it in her performance of it. So yeah, we gotta Trigger Happy 262 said earlier we need. Oh, where's my mouse? He says we need a deeper topic on the foundation of copyright and whether it's even valid or invalid. I agree with that. And these are the things we got to be talking about, not throwing jabs at one another. Let's really talk about some shit. That shit that affects
every time Whitney Houston sing "I Will Always Love You," Dolly Parton will say, "Thank you very much." She eat good off of that song.
That's the fact. She eating good off that song. Go ahead, Juana.
No, I just wanted to mention that because even though but Dolly Parton was a popular artist, but even though that many people did not know, and you are right, because I remember that song playing for Worries in Nassau. They played all over the world. But every time Whitney Houston sing a Bell Latin note, "I Will Always Love You," all you hear is cha-ching for Dolly Parton.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like that's on us though, because because I know that was the news that came out recently where the was talking about Sting and Puffy saying that he's still paying Sting for using that song by Faith Evans, "I'll Be Missing You," all that kind of stuff. But it's like that's on you, like here you are, you're Puff Daddy. That's his name back in the day, right? I'm not calling no man daddy. I just, I was like, whatever. You're Puffy, right? You're Puffy. Your boy just died, right? And you're like one of the top music producers. Well, not really, but like at least among Black people, I guess. I don't know, in America. I don't know what it is, in the new form of hip hop or whatever, right? Why are you using this white boy's music? Like, and then it's like you decide to use this white boy's music for whatever reason, right? And that's another thing. Like, there's another song, "Can't Take My Eyes Off of You." That's another cover that Lauryn Hill did. But it's like you decide to use this white boy's music. Yes, you're gonna pay him money, but like you made a conscious choice as a creative individual to just steal, like not steal, but to use somebody else's music, and of course they're gonna have you pay for it. And so you should also, I do think that Black folks should tell white folk, hey, well, if you're gonna make a conscious choice to use my music, you should pay me. But like that's another thing that we have to be clear about too. These are not even examples of like the examples that we're talking about in regard to Black people paying these white people. They're not examples of, oh, this is close to the same song. These are covers. Like these are the exact same words with the exact same meaning that these white people were singing about. With this Ed Sheeran case, at least, right? It's really a different song. It's really a different song. And I'm not saying that no, this happened after Tupac died, but essentially Eminem put together that ghetto gospel or whatever, right? But like the Faith Evans thing where she's singing songs, like she's singing Sting's lyrics, that's direct. The Dolly Parton thing with Whitney Houston, that is a direct thing. Where it's I can't take my eyes off of you. That is a direct, like these are black people literally just putting their own form onto a white person's song, and then we're saying, well, they're still paying them. Yeah, you're still paying them because you literally just took their song, right? But to compare that to, I mean, I think the Elvis example is a good example. Elvis definitely did just take a bunch of black people's songs, but that's what I'm saying. That's where the register thing comes into play, you know, because I don't know the circumstances for which he took some of their songs, but it's like if you're going on stage at what they call the Chitlin circles at the time, right? The Chitling circuit at the time, right? So at the time, black people were like pretty much only, like a lot of black people mostly only were able to perform in front of other black people, right? And then maybe some white person would go and look, and then they would, take the style and they would bring it to the wider white audience, right? But the thing is this, if you didn't register your music while you're performing on stage, right? For whatever, I mean, probably because you were just among your people, whatever. If you didn't register what you were doing, yeah, obviously somebody could just take it. Or somebody would just take it. And so, I mean, and I get it. Like again, I can't, like, I wasn't in that sort of circumstance, so I don't know. But it's kind of like, actually, I remember it's like this. I remember somebody was like this. Somebody said this. Oh, in fact, it was D-Web. D-Web from Harsh Reality said it. He said, if you listen to one of my older podcasts, right, where I'm talking about white women and all that kind of stuff, right? Now, I think he was joking, but he was like, it was basically the manosphere before the manosphere was a thing, right? Now, technically, because I did publish it on YouTube, it would have been copyrighted and all that kind of stuff, but that's not even the point. But my point being that, like, if I were just in like a group of our friends or like a group of circle or whatever, and I was just saying a bunch of the manosphere talking points or whatever, and then I do not, I just don't copyright it. I'm just having a conversation or whatever, right? Somebody can take that, they can copy my whole effing flow, word for word, bar for bar, and they can put it out there, and they don't have to pay me anything for it. And that's the thing that I want. Like, I think that's the thing that I would say. Like, we tend to be like, oh, well, why is that? Like that's not fair. But it's like, realistically, no. If you were to just hear somebody perform, like if you were a street performer doing some shit, and then you were like, that's pretty cool, then you went out and did that shit, and all that kind of stuff, you can get a, like the person doesn't have a claim if they don't register it. That's all I would say. I mean, and I get that. Yeah.
Yes, this goes back into the conversation you was having prior, because remember I was talking about having a reading culture. Back in the day, I hear this argument talking about closing the wealth gap. If black folks was patented, and registering the innovations that they used to create back in, well, they couldn't do it in slavery, but right after slavery, if they was making a registry, if they was legally allowed to be permitted to doing it with the United States government, do you know how much wealth that would have accrued to within the black population in the United States right now? The wealth gap would have been narrowed. It really would have been narrowed. But because our people, could you imagine copywriting or patented the KFC? All the black women create KFC and Colonel Sanders can't steal a recipe. But needless to say, could you imagine the wealth that would have been accrued from that time based on the innovations that was made? This is the reason why I say it's important to have a reading culture. It's important to have a studying culture. Because if I could have pulled you aside and say, hey, you know what? This thing you're making right now, you need to go down to the patent office and put your name to it, You know what I mean? The amount of monies that could have been accrued from the innovations that we created, in all over this world, that the wealth gap, I feel, would have been sufficiently narrowed. But I'll leave it right there. I'll leave it and let you rock, brother.
No. But I mean, even like how you're saying about this, like let's say what you just said, that recommendation you just made, right? if somebody in the chat says they're going to write a book about how Black people should copyright more, so on and so forth, right? And then give examples and, talk about imitation of life and all that kind of stuff, right? If somebody write a book about that and then they sold and they made like $100 million with that. Now, I don't know if they could or not, and they did that, right? If you said, hey, you know what? I said on the podcast, blah, 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 and therefore you should give me money, like, it's going to be thrown out. Like, of course, is it your idea? Absolutely. Right now, obviously, it's it's not like a so rare idea or whatever. But even so, it's like there's two things. One is this: if you really think that your idea has value, then protect it. And if you don't think it has value, then when somebody else sees value in it, like you're lost. Now, obviously, I'm not saying this is a case for Marvin Gaye. It seems like he actually did so on and so forth. And I'm not saying this is whatever, but again, like, I think that it I would just say that much. I apologize if I sound incoherent. I'm just I think I'm sleep deprived.
If the exception don't make the rule, but if the brothers say, and I don't like to talk, I like to stay focused. I don't like to talk for the chat. But if George Washington Carver, he did make references, he did make patents, and this is why his name is still a popular one, because he is noted for during the same time you talking about when Black men was being lynched. So if that is true, then how did he patent certain things? And since you say that just by looking at a woman, you had no rights. Well, how is that possible that he was permitted to do it? And there are other Black people also permitted to do it as well. I think that I am being realistic, but it's just that our people didn't know about it. Many of our people were illiterate and they didn't know. So I think it's good to say that as well. But I'll just leave it there.
Let's welcome in Azuliism this week. Azuli, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm just coming here to say this. This is directly at Oni. Oni, I feel what you say is, and like, I don't understand how we are talking about Ed Sheeran, quote unquote, allegedly taking music from Marvin Gaye. What you say, you come on this and say, oh, white people, Black people still white people use Black people's music. What does that have to do with one another, bro?
I was
don't
just
understand
wanting
that. No. You keep saying that. Oh, Black people. Oh, yeah, they use that music, but all these people get paid. You can't just borrow somebody. But when you're trying to steal somebody's music and cover it up and act like it's yours, and when they bring you to court, and then no. That's like what Vanilla Ice was trying to do to David Bowie. He trying to say that wasn't the song, but he got caught. What I'm saying, what's that song, When a Man Loves a Woman? Oh, what's this guy's name? Anyway, there was a singer who redid When a Man Loves a Woman. Come to find out, the song was very popular in the 90s, made a lot. Come to find out, he stole that song from Black R&B singers from back in the 1950s, and he didn't want to give credit to it. There's a clear difference between, okay, Black people use white people music, but they give them credit. So how do you come up in here and say, oh, how does that make sense to what we're talking about Ed Sheeran, quote unquote, taking his music? Like, I agree with you. When I listen to that Ed Sheeran music, I don't hear the Marvin Gaye thing. So that's just me. All I'm saying is, if you're borrowing somebody's music, pay the people. And Black R&B singer, Black musician, they've been stealing from them since the beginning of time. So how could you come up here and say, oh, we're talking about apples and oranges, or Black people use white people music too? What does that have to do with anything, bro?
No. We were talking about Elvis at the time. No, I didn't. Like I said, I'm sleep deprived, but we were talking about, we moved from the Ed Sheeran to Elvis, and so the idea was, I didn't know Buana mentioned Elvis. I thought he was saying that white people take Black people's music, like, it's a one-sided way.
Elvis stole Black people music. When a Black person, like you just said, Lauryn Hill did that song, no, the Fugees is Killing Me Softly, and you said another song, they're gonna get paid. Puffy, like I brought up the Puffy situation. White people's not gonna let you get away with stealing their shit and not paying them.
No. All right. So what I'm saying is, I wasn't looking at it from the economic standpoint. More like I thought Buana was making a cultural reference and not like an economic reference. So I didn't. I thought he was saying. I thought what Buana was saying was that Elvis, like white people didn't make their own original music, and so like I was like, well, you know, sometimes black people cover white people too. Now, if you guys are saying, oh, you know, you're talking about Elvis stealing people's music, yeah. I mean, obviously, but again, like making covers of other people's music. I mean, like you said, like maybe black people do credit white people, and maybe Elvis. I don't know if
Only what I'm saying. Even if black people wanted to steal it, like Puffy did, them people's lawyers not playing with you. You see what Sting lawyers did? Or you're gonna pay, bro. I'm saying even if black people wanted to steal without paying, they're gonna get caught.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing though. Like look at the 1960s though. I mean, that was a different time. So yeah, it's just a different time. So I do not expect in the 1960s for some white guy to steal a black person's music and then give him credit as a writer. Like it doesn't even make any sense. I mean, so it was just like a really different time. Like obviously today, if you were to do that shit, like you would get called out pretty quickly. Oh, but I mean, not saying that I don't think some white people would try it, but I think that black people have more rights today.
I believe that's what Ed Sheeran did. I believe that's what he did.
You think that's what he did with Marvin Gaye?
Like hold up, like Koku said, they're hiding it with the groove now. If you could steal the groove, and I think Lero just put it in there, you can't steal arrangement. You can, they know how to take it and make it sound good. So all I'm saying is that music is music. Music is beautiful. If you're borrowing from anybody, give them credit, especially at this time. Like, come on.
Here's the thing.
So only to be honest, like I agree with you. I never heard the Marvin Gaye song, and now I'm gonna listen to it and see if I hear something different. But I never heard it do that. So I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that like from the notes that I had, I was gonna add the article that I read. I only read one article on this, but like, matter of fact, it was Ben Crump who was trying to sue and trying to win, but like his arguments are weak, as you would expect. So, and Ben Crump, chase ambulance chaser, whatever, right? But like the whole thing is that his arguments are weak. So it's like I can't say convincingly. And like Ed shit, like because essentially the big evidence that Ben Crump had was he allegedly had there was a video of Ed Sheeran playing both songs side by side, and Ed Sheeran's like, I would be pretty stupid if I did that. If I actually did what you're accusing me of in front of 20, produce the video, right? So it's not really sure, it's not really clear if there was a real claim or if there was people just looking for to get a buck from this white boy, which is okay, but again, like, is it going to stand up in court, and in the white man's court, no less? I don't know. So like I agree with you guys in the sense of, did white people steal black people's music and not give them credit? Absolutely. I think during the time period that we're talking about, like it would have been like, it's just been ridiculous for a white person to claim that a black person wrote their music. You know what I mean? It was a totally different time period. Like this was a time period where like black people couldn't even use the same fountains. They couldn't even go to the same restaurants. It was not today. But like, do I think Ed Sheeran said, I'm going to put a Marvin Gaye song? No, I don't think so. I could see if he coincidentally, played out some song while he was played out the beat while he was writing the music, because he's heard it before. He alleges that he didn't even know about this song. I don't know. But I can't, you can't speak for this white boy. I don't even know if is he even American? I don't even know. So it's like he's British. Yeah, I don't know. Cause it's like a lot of us do not have, now I'm not saying I'm freaking Ed Sheeran or whatever, but like a lot of people do not share the same music experience. And so I think that happened recently. There was this that actually it could have been that same guy who was accused of beating the woman, right? But but now he's with Megan Good or whatever. But he was like he was interviewing some British lady, and the British lady was like she didn't know who Otis Redding was, right? And the thing is this, like, real talk, I only heard about Otis Redding's, sitting on the dock of the bay, like in my late adulthood. A lot of people, I'm not saying that people don't know Marvin Gaye in England. I don't know. Or especially not musicians in England. But like us thinking, oh yeah, there's only one music experience, and that's the quote unquote African American music experience, right? Is like one of the it's kind of like actually kind of the basis of Brent Cupp's argument, and what this guy did, what Ed Sheeran did was he was like, actually, I'm using an Irish person's tone. You know what I mean? Like I was inspired by this Irish song when I was doing this song. So as to say that I don't know, I can't, like like essentially, like obviously they're in court, so he has to make arguments, and he just made better arguments, and the juror won. Now I wasn't there, so I don't know, but like based off the report, and obviously the report was written by some white folk, but based off the report, it was like, yeah, like Ben Crump was out of his league. As I think it was Koku who said, or maybe it was Buana who said that, this guy's gonna have some really big lawyers. He's like worth quite a bit of money. And like there was a whole precedence on the line. So but like, yeah, I mean, as far as, so I agree, but again, black people, like we just have to register our shit, or we just have to copyright our stuff. And if we don't, like for instance, I say Boko Waset Nakeru, anybody can say that. I mean, obviously I do have it copyrighted because it's in my books, but like if I didn't have a book and I was just talking freely and I said that, and somebody else walked along and they produces the whole book on it, like they can. And it's like, and I would have no legal recourse. And that's just an important fact of life when it comes to the creative process, that if you don't register your stuff, like, and of course in 19, and like Obama was saying, obviously you could register and you could copyright, but if you're doing the chitlin circles and you're just trying to get by, playing your ragtag music, whatever it might be, right? Playing your banjo or whatever, right? That might sound bad, but I'm sleep deprived, right? But like if you're just doing that, and then some white boy says I could do the same shit in front of a bunch of white folk and make a bunch of money, like that's kind of like what Elvis did. And it's like, will he put the guy's name on it? No, because like you weren't even a man at that point. Like not that you weren't, but like in the legal jurisprudence, like you couldn't even testify against a white person. You know what I mean? Yeah, like it was a different time. Sorry.
They could just rip you. Back in that time, they could just take your shit and that was it. You know what I mean? You could have created perpetual energy in that time in particular. They just could take you. I mean, they take it now, much less in that time. So that's a fact. In the chat, Lara asked, she made a good comment here. She said the question here is: did Marvin Gaye register just the sounding record, or the musical work as well, being the sheet music? That's something our artists need to consider. Someone somewhere, I think they're new here. I don't remember seeing you before. My apologies if you've been here before. Says outside of the U.S., our older music is held in higher regard than it is here. And that, you said that when Oni was saying he didn't know my boy from sitting on the dock of the bay.
Otis Redding,
right? What's funny is, thanks for that, Oni. What's funny is, when I was growing up in Nassau, and Buana might be able to corroborate this, we used to get a lot of the what was called the golden oldies. So things like Otis Redding, Marvin Gaye,
big time. It's still rocking here. This is the reason why when I mentioned blues, what's my man name? What's his goodness man? What's the famous blues singer Koku? We just died, man. BB King. All them brothers, that shit is play here big time. There was an artist in the UK. Her name was Amy Winehouse. Winehouse is playing pure 60s music, and she make millions of dollars off of that. So that statement is actually right. The older music it is seen in very, very high regards all around the world. You'd be very surprised.
But not just black though. That's the thing. Remember that Jamaican thing that video you guys shared? The thing I peeped from that was that a lot of black folk were listening to like Kenny Rogers and shit too.
Oh
you know?
Yes. Yeah, country music play big time too in the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's weird.
Kenny, what's my boy Travis? Randy
Travis Scott?
No, Randy Travis. Randy Travis was a whole country guy. Like we get all like, outside of the US, someone somewhere is absolutely correct. Outside of the US, you'll realize like black folks, we be listening to all sorts of old music. In fact, when I mentioned the blues and Keda's talking about country music being big in the Caribbean, and he's saying that in the chat. But like, I think it's St. Lucia, one of them that has a big blues and jazz festival or something right there in the Caribbean. If you listen to soca music, actually, there's a very bluesy aspect to soca music. To a lot of Caribbean music, there's a very blues, folk, acoustic blues aspect to the music. So, yeah, it's because we heard all this different stuff. It's funny in America. Like when I saw only them on Twitter saying they never heard of Otis Redding till the other day, I was shocked. I was shocked because Otis Redding is all like I've been hearing him since I was like 4 or 5
Grew up on that shit. So it's crazy. That's crazy.
No, I was mostly I'm mostly in America. I was mostly like American guy. I had some Jamaican music as well, like 90s Jamaican music, but like mostly 90s American music too.
But the Jamaicans steal. I mean, they steal the 60s music and reinterpret it into reggae. A lot of it.
Just saying, but like, I think that's the thing because that's why when these like a long time ago when the ADOS before the ADOS, they were like you just didn't have the African American experience. Like I could see if you were like in a traditional African American home, you might have not been completely absorbed in like pop culture, of the time. And so I wasn't really like a big music person. Like I kind of was more like a cartoon person, but like if I did get exposed to music when I was younger, it would have been like the pop music, as opposed to like, what my parents were playing. Like I wouldn't listen to what my parents were playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ketter in the chat is saying the Jazz and Blues Festival is happening right now in St. Lucia. So it's funny. It's really funny. It's funny to see. It's weird. It's weird. That's all I could say to it. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says country used to be African to whites also. Used to be African too, I guess. Whites also ripped that. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting how it's this. And I was responding to someone on Twitter. This is the last thing I'll say before we move to Shooter Breeze topic number 5. I was responding to someone to Twitter who was talking about how, Afrobeats was inspired by, was ripped from Black American music and blah, 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 more the ADOS, FBA stuff. But my response to that was, dude, there's always been this back and forth, right? We got from Africa, transformed. These white folks exploited it, put it out there to the world, and people hear it and get inspired by it. Like we have music in the Bahamas called Rake and Scrape. And at one time that was fused to much success. That was fused with like American funk. You go back and you hear songs like Funky Nassau and stuff, which was a big hit, right? It's because of this interplay. Yeah, we all get something from each other. So this idea that Black Americans just inspired all these musical genres around the world. Yeah, we all inspire each other, right?
It's a ridiculous conversation because the Africans in America, produce the music. It's Africans. They Africans. They may not deny that they Africans. And if you want to make that claim, suppose Africa say, okay, make the music without the drums. We could take that back because you're all making it off of drum beats. So if they take that back, what you got? What you got? It's a ridiculous conversation, man. You just have to blend off these crazy people.
Absolutely, man. Good conversation there. Good conversation from the chat. Thank you all for that. Should the Breeze topic number 5 is why is my comment rejected? Can you guys see my comment? Anyway, should the Breeze topic number 5 is General BN prompt. I don't know if that's Black Nationalist prompt. General BN prompt. After understanding the purpose of animal sacrifice, put 2 and 2 together as to why human sacrifice occurred. Is human sacrifice a norm in our African spiritual systems? This takes us to YouTube.
If you remember from part 1 of this series, animal sacrifice seems to have originated sometime after humans started to domesticate animals. So the question remains, why kill animals? What does this do for a more settled civilization like what we see in the Hebrew Bible or in the Greco-Roman world? Some scholars have tried to put forward universal theories that explain animal sacrifice across cultures and across time, like sacrifice as an outlet for aggression. But the reality is rituals are embedded in their particular culture. So even rituals that seem similar on the surface might have different meanings for different communities based on local concerns and local interpretations of that ritual. So since it would be impossible to explain the meaning of animal sacrifice for every single culture throughout history, I want to focus on a single case study to illustrate how animal sacrifice had very real, tangible effects on society. Ancient Greek sacrifice, called a thousia, was practiced around the Greek world from around the 8th century BCE all the way into the Roman period. In Greek religion, a typical sacrifice might include leading the animal on a solemn procession to a sanctuary or to a temple. The animal would have been decorated in wreaths or its horns covered in gold, and the procession would end at the altar, where the victim would be sprinkled with water and a prayer would be said before slaughtering it. Smaller animals such as sheep, goats, and pigs would have had their throats cut, and bigger animals would have first been stunned with a blow to the head before cutting its throat. They would then collect the blood in a bowl called a sphageion and sprinkle some of the blood on the altar. The thigh bones would be burnt on the altar, which was considered the god's portion, who were thought to really enjoy the smell of meat, and the rest of the carcass would also be grilled and handed out to the guests, participants, or maybe even sold at the local marketplace. So what are these rituals doing for a typical Greek society? Well, notice it's a feast. It's a ritualized feast. And this is the aspect of sacrifice that we often miss. We focus on the killing of the animal, but we don't focus on what happens afterwards. In Greco-Roman society, the meat was distributed and eaten, and sometimes even sold at a marketplace. Sacrifice here is serving a very tangible role in an ancient Greek or Roman city. Not only is it trying to please the gods, but the sacrifice also provides food for the people. In a world where meat was rare and expensive, sacrifice in the Greco-Roman world was something that people would have viewed favorably and seen as a public good. Moreover, animal sacrifice here is establishing and maintaining a social hierarchy between normal people and a priesthood vested with the authority to kill and distribute the animal. The scholar Nancy J. argues that animal sacrifice serves to establish and maintain a male-dominated social order, since sacrifice frequently is controlled by male-only priesthoods who would pass down their power through a line of other male priests. So from this example of Greco-Roman society, we not only see the nitty-gritty details of what happened during a sacrifice, but we also see some of the theory behind it, why societies might have actually participated in animal sacrifice. Ideas of ownership, religious authority, and resource scarcity underlie this ritual. Moreover, Moreover, we see yet another example of how humans ritualize normal everyday actions. One way that we can define ritual is taking everyday actions and setting them apart, giving them a sense of significance. Butchering, distributing, and eating an animal is just a normal action that would have happened everywhere in a pre-industrial society. But when you do this at a temple, when it's conducted by a ritual specialist, suddenly we're dealing with a special action, a ritual. But keep in mind that the people that were participating in this ritual were not necessarily thinking about the meaning underlying the ritual. Some Greek wasn't thinking to himself, I am participating in a ritual that not only upholds social cohesion, but establishes a male-dominated priesthood. No, they were just participating in something that was common sense to them and their society. For your typical Greek or Roman, it was a habitual practice and was woven into the fabric of daily life in your typical Greek or Roman city. As always, thanks for watching.
So this comes with a second short video clip. Let me put it up. 15:12 is the start time. Okay, so we'll watch this. It's only like a 2-minute thing, and then we'll discuss the whole thing.
This episode of Religion for Breakfast is brought to you by Wondrium. The word voodoo. Speaking of food, if you look into Haitian voodoo practice, you might come across descriptions of animal sacrifice. But this terminology is somewhat misleading. One way we could describe this is you typically serve food at a wedding, at a birthday, at Christmas or Thanksgiving, at a funeral, and that often includes meat. So it makes sense that a party for the spirits would include specific food for specific times of year. And especially in a place like rural Haiti, it's not odd to raise and butcher your own animals, just as you would on a farm. So in many respects, this term animal sacrifice is simply referring to an animal being butchered for the spirit, and in such a way that you can make a particular dish to feed the whole community.
And I think it's important here to note, everybody likes to talk about, sacrifice, da-da-da-da. The preparations that go into making food for Vodou ceremonies feeds the entire community. It is presented on the altar table to the spirits, to the Loi, and then it feeds the entire community. And so it is not something done in vain. It is the same style of preparation that kosher or halal meat undergoes. The animal is prayed over. The animal is blessed. The animal is asked permission to become an offering to the spirits. I don't like to use the word sacrifice. I like to use the word offering because that's really what it is. It is an offering to the spirits, and then it feeds the community.
So from these examples, we can see that serving the Loa is communal, intimate, and reciprocal. Dancing and drumming are done for the Loa. You can offer them their favorite food and drink. You can leave gifts for them on altars. But the ultimate example of this intimacy and reciprocity is a practice somewhat misleadingly called trance possession.
All right, that's where that second video ends. As the prompt reads, so it was General Butt Naked is who Trigger Happy was referencing. So this is in reference to a prompt we did, I believe that was last week or the week before. I think it was last week, where we were talking about General Butt Naked and his human sacrifices and whatnot that he carried out over in Liberia. So this connects to that. So with that said, let me start with Oni on this one. Oni, what say you to the prompt?
Oh yeah, I didn't see the human sacrifice. Because unless they're eating the humans, were they eating the humans? I don't recall if they were eating the humans.
I don't remember if they were eating humans. Were they eating the humans, Barna?
No, this video had them eating animals. I ain't sure where Trigger Happy was going with this one. He did to give me some more clarity, but this is talking about animal sacrifice, not human sacrifice.
Yeah,
no, but I think he was trying to draw a connection. I don't know where he was trying to go with it.
Yeah, but with Butt Naked, they were sacrificing humans, correct?
They were sacrificing. They was sacrificing children, and some of them was resorting to cannibalism, eating their heart and shit like that. And that had another kind of meaning. But I'll get to it when Oni after when he's done. But they did resort to some forms of cannibalism there. That's a fact.
All right,
Okay.
right. So that's the connection. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Shit. Well, like I said, I didn't get from the prompt. Like I guess I forgot about the whole eating people. But I want to say this because this is the thing I want to point out. I know Buana would say human sacrifice is like in the religion and all that kind of stuff. Maybe, but like realistically, when you like the whole prison system, right, is a human sacrifice. You know, because you're sacrificing this other human's time for the good, for the better social order, if you will. But like literally, if you're talking about the death penalty, that's a human sacrifice. You know, you're saying to make things right according to some sort of, you know, judicial principle, you know, and obviously that principle, you know, it's not going to be ma'at, but like in ancient Africa, we would have said, or at least inside of, you know, the Nilotic cultures, we would have said ma'at, you know, this general moral justice system, right? This big, you know, abstract idea in a sense, right? This ma'at, you know, you would sacrifice a bad person, you know, somebody who did something wrong, something who did something bad, you would sacrifice them for the sake of ma'at, you know. So if somebody were to do something vile, you know, they left their child in a house and they went to the other village, you know, let's just say, right? You know, it's a realistic thing to do, and the child starved to death, right? And so now the child's dead. Okay. That's bad. And now obviously I don't know if that would happen inside of a traditional African household because people would know that there was a child there. But let's just pretend, right, that this is just a way that somebody, you know, kind of recklessly kills somebody else, right? They do that. Now you then kill this person, right? You then kill this person for some sort of justice, right? This abstract idea. That's a human sacrifice. So I would try to contextualize human sacrifices in that. Oh, not just that, also war, you know? In order for our like in order for, or like an example of, let's say, Ukraine and Russia, right? In order for Ukraine to maintain its sovereignty over its eastern parts of it, right? A lot of Ukrainian people are sacrificing their lives for the concept of a complete Ukraine, right? And a lot of Russians are sacrificing their lives for the concept of getting the Ukrainians, you know, the eastern part of Ukraine into Russia, or, you know, pushing back against NATO. You know, so a lot of warfare is also and not just that example, obviously Shaka Zulu and so on and so forth, but I mean, so I think human sacrifice is a normal thing, as well as, you know, you can practice you know, killing. You could practice killing. You could you could get people thinking, you know, hey, what is the value of life if not, you know, for towards the greater good, like how it is when you like kill a criminal, or if you were to go to war over borders or something like that. So I would put that in that. I don't know if people were also in need of food and so they were eating each other from the general butt naked situation. But yeah, I think that's all I could say about that.
Yes. So we need to clear up some things. And I know only he get very theoretical with the term human sacrifice, and he was being very liberal with the definition of it. And that's understandable. He's a scholar, so he can do what scholars do. But in terms of what we are referencing, it seems, you know, now Trigger Happy could correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like he's justifying the murdering of an innocent child as butt naked was suggested when we watched that video. When I hear the cannibals, you know, because I listen to them ornery stuff sometimes from time to time on YouTube, and they talk about, in reference to human sacrifice, what they are actually trying to do. Is this for dietary needs. I'm hungry, I'm starving, you know, I'm trying to satiate my body. No, they say the reason why they engage in human sacrifice is for different kinds of things. One of which is for power. For instance, if the person was who they kill or kill whatever, and they take his heart out, they are trying to get his power. You know what I mean? It's almost like on a spiritual plane in reference to this guy was a strong individual, this guy was a potent individual in his time. If I eat him or if I eat his heart, you know what I mean? I gonna assume that power. This is one of the reasons why they engage in that practice itself. You know? And also, if we say that, okay, this instance of practicing human sacrifice is only on the basis of warfare, it had nothing necessarily to do in our normative practices. Even though when General Butt Naked commented on it, he said it was a spiritual thing, even though we go restricted to power in reference to war itself. That still is something that we need to do away with. You can't keep that butter. Because if I murder an innocent child because I feel like I'm going to engage in warfare, you know what I mean? And this is something that's going to spiritually protect me from natural material bullets, I should engage in it anyways? No, sir. You need to disband that too. Yes, I have to do away with that. You know why? Because I watch videos, as we all have, in terms of, let's say a woman starving in Somalia with her child, have no food to eat. Because I'm gonna use a different situation. And that child may die in front of the mother. I never seen the mother say, you know what? My child dead and I hungry. Let me take a piece out of my child right now, because if I eat him, I'll still be able to live. You never see that on a video. Never ever hear about it. She'll die and the child will die, and that'll be their story. So you can't say, oh, it's because of traditional practices or this in terms of, no, brother. Some African practices is wrong. It's wrong, and we need to do away with it. And I don't care what you reference, it's not a normative practice. No practice should include or inform or accept killing innocent people, chopping them in half, and putting them in half, quartering them in half, taking out the child innards and eating it in terms of, oh, we in a war condition right now, so this is gonna do something to protect us. No, brother. No, brother. I don't accept that. I don't accept that. You know, we should castigate some spiritual practices in terms of what we do. And yes, if it's an animal, some people will question that. I say, well, if you kill the goat and you can fry the goat and eat the goat and feed the community, I could agree with that. You know what I mean? Some people say, well, they're into the business. What did the animal do? Well, you know, I could accept. I'm more quick to accept that, as opposed to killing your own people, slaughtering your own people, frying them up and sharing them among the community, or eating their personal heart and shit like that. That's something that has to be disbanded. And yes, we should castigate that, even though it's an African practice, even though you put a condition on it and say, well, this is happening in terms of war or whatever. No. We need to do away with that practice. That is fundamentally wrong for us, I believe.
But Buena,
go ahead, brother.
I think the point that Trigger and them is trying to make is that, sure, if you want to do away with it, sure, because like he said earlier, we don't want to be in perpetual war where that may be a necessity, right? But I think the larger point is, do we get rid of African spirituality wholesale because there was instances of human sacrifice in history?
No, I would never say, cool. I don't talk in absolutes, first of all. So I would never say get rid. That's an extreme thing. I would never say get rid of all African spiritual practices. And I said this before in our last conversation. I say some African practices that we continue to perform in terms, and this is just an extreme example, a human sacrifice. We could talk about other kinds of things that we actually practice in terms of having twins. I mean, like, these guys are witches. Some of the things that we do, you know, and the other thing, and this may not necessarily have to do with religion, but just on practices itself, like putting the woman them on punishment island because they get only the women go on Punishment Island. None of the men go on Punishment Island because it gets you, the woman pregnant. And this may not necessarily have to do with spirituality. I just think that there are some things we should keep. Oni was talking about the spiritual practices in terms of what we was doing in Kemet, and the laws of Ma'at, and the things that I believe was good things that we was practicing. But when we getting down to the murdering the innocent children, or busting a man heart out because he was a powerful general and eating his heart because we need that power, I think that these things I don't agree with these things. I don't just accept them because they're African. I think that we should do away with some of these practices. I believe that. Not all, because some of the religious spiritualities that I heard about are beautiful things. Beautiful things. Even on a metaphysical level, even on a spiritual level. And I'm an agnostic person. You know what I mean? But I think that to keep all of them full sail because they're African, I can't go along with that, brother. No way. No way.
I appreciate that, Buana. So what Buana is saying, and what he said actually, is, yeah, that story should just end there, as opposed to y'all chowing down on some children. And I'm speaking generally now. I'm not speaking about Africans or anyone in particular, but as far as any practice where for you to survive, you have to eat, you have to slaughter some people and eat them. Like Buana saying, just man, if you didn't get the nourishment otherwise, then you and them got to die. That's it. That's just it. I kind of feel you on that. But again, I think the point that the chat is making, Trigger Happy in particular, is these weren't normal things, and they need to be put in a context, unlike what Urugu would do or the Mzungu would do with us, where you just make it seem like that was something we was doing every day. Whereas, these were extreme circumstances, and that's what they chose to do. I respect what you're saying, though. Like, sometimes you just gotta check out, man. I mean, what are you doing, eating children, all that kind of stuff? But again, these are not normal circumstances. So the point I want to make sure that gets across here is that this is a investigation into a practice, but the practice only happened in extreme circumstances, wasn't anything normal, and we shouldn't toss the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, because these types of things might have happened in history. We shouldn't then castigate African spirituality and not interact with it because of these past transgressions, if you will. Was someone about to say something? Okay. Looks like there's no more comments there. So that was a good discussion. Usually I would do station ID break, but for sake of time, you guys check out all the shows on KWAZ Radio. And go to KWAZ Radio itself. Check out the merch store, etc., etc. Make sure to check out Tanzan African Mind, Brother Bakari, The Forecast Radio, and Consider Cheek, who I think was on earlier tonight. Make sure to check out all those shows: D-Web, Hot Shotty Podcast, Oni, Pro Black Perspective, etc. All right, so let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Shoot the Breeze. And shout out to Bobby Wright and Nama X, Jose, and some of the folks who might be listening in the background, Sister Raw, Erica Howard, etc. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight is: this is what Malcolm X or Thomas Sankara fought and died for. A slave will always be a slave, it seems. This comes with a link to YouTube. Let's play it and then we'll discuss it. Why is there no sound? Hold on, let me refresh this because for some reason there's no sound. I don't know why. Let's see if it plays now. I have no idea Why there's no sound?
Dan, they already knew you was going to go to copyright.
Yeah, I guess, right? That's weird. So this is Tiwa Savage. I guess she's singing a song called Keys to the Kingdom. And she's doing this during the coronation concert at Windsor Castle. So you guys could check. If you're interested in hearing the song, you could check it out. I don't know why there's no reason for this not to be playing. But this is the performance. And I saw the little clips. I didn't pay attention to this coronation bullshit. But I saw little clips, I guess, some Nigerian. All right. For some reason, it decided to play just now, as you heard. I saw, I guess it was a Nigerian group in all white singing and gyrating and all that bullshit. And people had some problems with that. So I guess that's the gist of this prompt. Is this what Malcolm X or Thomas Sankara fought and died for? A slave will always be a slave, it seems. Oni, you were familiar with the artists in it. Were you tuned into this whole coronation thing and the back and forths on like Twitter about how Nigerians and whatnot participated in this ritual, considering that these are the folks who, formerly enslaved their people, colonized their people? Like, were you tuned into that conversation?
I actually didn't. Because it's like coronation didn't really, like technically, I guess we're American. I'm American, I guess. Not really, but I can't say I'm American, but king, queen, that has nothing to do with America per se. As far as I know. So I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't actually get to listen to this performance because as soon as I heard King of the Queen, you got the key to the kingdom, I was like, ew, so this old white boy. But at the same time, like I said, like I expect this, like these are entertainers, like we talked about Whitney Houston before. There's this song, I don't know if it's that I Will Always Love You song, in fact, but there's some song Whitney Houston has, and she has this music video for it, right? And in the music video, you get to see the crowd she's playing to, and the entire crowd is white. Now, granted, I feel like concerts are usually more white because they're luxuries, like spending $45 or some shit, in 2 hours or 3 hours of your time and parking and going to a different part of the city and all that kind of stuff is costly, right? And not too many black people are. I think we do have a disposable income, but again, I think white people flex it more, right? White people definitely have bigger disposable incomes too, right? But like the thing that we have to realize is that a lot of these entertainers are just supposed to be entertaining white people anyway. A lot of our favorite artists, whether it's DMX or Busta Rhymes or whomever, right? Like the predominant, like most of their audience is white. We kind of have this idea now. Obviously, in Africa, I think it's different, maybe, right? Where most of the African audience is so on and so forth. But a lot of times we talk about how we as a people around the world like to, try the African American example. And the thing is that, it reminds me of I can't remember. It was like Kevin Hart and Chris Rock. There was like a conversation about Kevin Hart being black famous and Chris Rock being white famous, and just white famous just being bigger. So this is like we don't see the coronation as that big a deal, right? And like it really isn't. But like as an artist, this is a huge platform to be performing on. And the thing is this, if we as African people are not making big platforms for our people to perform on, right? Then of course we're going to of course, if you are an entertainer and your whole thing is, I want to make money, I don't want to be poor, I don't want to, whatever, right? Like if that's your whole thing, then of course, if you're offered being able to sing at the coronation party or coronation ceremony, right? Like a platform that like Beyonce would freaking perform on, right? I don't know if Beyonce was there or not, but what I'm saying is that it's up there in terms of the global artists, whether you're black, white, whatever. Like if the only people giving you those sort of big platforms are white, obviously you're going to take it, you know, because that's what you are. You're an entertainer. And I get like the Americans tend to be like, hey, you know, like the Americans tend to be a little more, you know, radical, a little more, and for no reason really, but like they tend to be a little more radical in their language, you know, and say, hey man, you can't do anything for these white folk, blah blah. But it's like, meanwhile, like I said, Chris Rock, you know, you know what I mean? Chris Rock is sitting up with you know, other, you know, well, these white boys just call him the N-word or some shit, you know what I mean? Or Will Smith, every time he goes to a movie, it's for like a white company. Like we do it all the damn time. But then if somebody in Africa does, and somebody like an entertainer, no less, does something remotely similar, it's like, ew, you guys should get your shit together. And it's just like, sure, but you know, like if we can concede that there is a global market, or that you want to be a global entertainer and you don't want to be black famous, right? Like if you want to be Kevin Hart wants to hustle his way into the white movie space, right? Then like we have to, as people who are not entertainers, right? We have to understand why they're doing it. Or even like another example of why Tariq Nasheed might want to go on to Fox Soul or something like that. Why are these grifters? Why do they want to appear on Fox? Why do they want to appear on CNN? Why do they want to appear on MSNBC? Because like they're entertainers and they're looking to get money. And so is this this is an example of getting money?
You guys refresh your YouTube. They might have flagged it for copyright material and shut down the stream until I took it off the screen. So hopefully you guys see my message in the chat. Just refresh. Let me know when it's back up, if you don't mind. Yeah, I think what Oni said, you know, that's another thing too. I think I should mention this too. Two things. One thing, a little bit unrelated. You know, when I put on the community tab the post about Shoot the Breeze, what'll be nice, because I saw, I think it was someone somewhere posted a book, and it'll be nice if you guys, after the show is posted, go back and post some books that you think relate to what we discussed, that others might want to delve into and you know, and find some more information on. The second thing is more about this now, which is,
wait, hold on. I don't think they can hear. I don't think anybody can hear you.
More information.
I don't
know. Hold on, let me see.
But never mind. I think it's back.
All right. Yeah, they took it down, but it looks like it's back now. Let me know if you guys are hearing me in the chat. It says just came back. Wow. Okay. So like I was saying, under the Shoot the Breeze post on the community tab, double back sometimes, drop a book recommendation that folks can come back later on and see the book recommendation, and you know, maybe it helps their understanding with something. The next thing I was going to say is about this prompt itself, which is, you know, it goes back to the idea that you have to pay your people if you want them to do your bidding or work for you. You want them to be entertainers for you, you got to pay them. As long as there's another group who could profit off of it as well, they're going to pay them. They're going to push them. But I do wonder though, shouldn't there be times where you have a fucking limit I understand you want to make your paper. I understand you want to get your name recognition and get projected onto wider and wider audiences. But and I'm talking about this even more so from like government and nation standpoints. Like, shouldn't you stop your people from going and participating in that bullshit? I think at some time we have to come to that understanding too. Like, that's a bad look, Nigeria, and that's a bad look, Bahamas. But I saw Minister and them out there too. I saw it in pictures that Minister and them was out there in England, right? Like, at some point, don't we think that we supposed to put our foot down and say, "No, we're not going to do"? I understand this is a chance for you to make some more money or what have you, but goddamn, Buana, what say you?
Yeah, this particular thing had nothing really to do with that artist. You know, this was Britain telling the world, you know, in particular the guy who was installed as the king, telling his colonies, in particular the black colonies, that I am the king now and I am in control. You know what I mean? I basically rule and run you. And because of my money, I could get you to do anything I want you to do. That was the message of Britain, sending a soft power, you know, to the rest of the black world, in particular, you know, the black colonies, that I run you. You know, because if you think about it, you know, this black girl is an unknown person. If you put it next to a person like Ed Sheeran, Ed Sheeran is he's a British singer, you know, if I'm not mistaken. And he's much more popular than this black artist. Why get her? Why promote her? The promotion that she get more promotion than she would ever get in her lifetime. Why promote her in particular? The government, the British government, was sending a message to the black world that we run you, and through our money, we can get you to do anything we want you to do. And also, too, it's interesting that, you know, they didn't just pick any artist. They get the artist because not all artists are purchasable. Some artists have politics. I think that Burna Boy have politics. I think he have politics. And I think that his politics wouldn't have put him on that stage if I'm a betting man. I don't think he would have performed for the king, the so-called king of England. I don't think he would have do it. You know, I don't think that if my guy Fela Kuti was alive, he would have been on that platform either. You know, and there has been artists who say, you know what, no thank you. You know, but they choose these starving artists, these compromisable artists who would do things like this. And there are people among us who make these kinds of deals every day. What's the difference between her and Jay-Z? What's the difference? What is the difference? Because he performed for who he performed for every day. What's the difference? You know what I mean? So I don't, it's easy for us to get on the bandwagon and bash her. But if we can't see that our own artists, many of our own artists in the Western world are just as compromised, because when Whitney Houston singing the national anthem for the Super Bowl, what's the difference? When Beyonce and Snoop Dogg them singing for the Super Bowl performance, what's the difference? What's the difference? Singing that, some of them singing the national anthem, and you know how that go. You know what I mean? So, you know, some of our artists are compromised heavily. Some of our artists are not so compromised. Some of them have politics. But I also put it back to us as well. To us as well. Because this, for me, when I look at this, I think it relates all the way back to the whole reparations argument that we get into, in particular in the Caribbean and British, these black, so-called black countries. Because we don't seem to understand or know what a gangster is. And we asking the gangster for fairness. We asking the gangster for what is so-called owed to us. They don't. It's like this king right now. He, in my eyes, he murdered his first wife. I don't want to say he discarded his first wife. He put his side chick in office. You know what I mean? And now she's sitting on the throne. This is how gangsterism is. So this level of gangsterism, we seem not to be able to understand. You know what I mean? He unalived the mother of his own two children and put his side chick in office. And we going to him to appeal to him for reparations, repair us, give us fairness, give us justice. That's a joke. That is a joke on the highest levels. You know what I mean? But this is what we do. This is what we do. So the onus is on us as well, because we would be quick to condemn her for what she's doing, but we asking the same gangsters for fairness and to repair us. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. But needless to say, you know, it's a bad thing to be done. It's a sad state of affairs. But all of us know that among us, we have people who will do things for the extreme amounts of money, just for $1. Oh God, man. But there also exists many people among us as well who wouldn't compromise even in the face of $1 million check. You know, so I consider these people too, you know, in referencing and contextualizing us as a people, because you have to have a balance. Yin and yang. You have your good people, you have your not so good people, but I'll leave it there.
I can appreciate that, Buana. Shout out to Marcus Garvey is the way. Shout out to DUF from the Hot Shotty podcast, who came in recently in the chat. Trigger Happy mentioned earlier, they will shut down your page for like a second of some material. It's crazy, man. The thing is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's all I'll say. But someone somewhere has been making some real good points. They said it's not just the artists we compromise in our own lives daily. They're just a reflection of how we think and our value system. Yeah, I get why they do it. So point taken by Oni and Buana, etc. But what I'm saying is there's a point where if we're going to change anything, these types of things, we have to change those types of things. Buana mentioned the national anthem. One of the greatest renditions of the American national anthem is by you know who? Marvin Gaye. Look it up if you've never heard it before. Right? This black man went in there and did something with this anthem that is so anti-black. It's insane. We got to change that shit.
Well, I want to say this though.
Go ahead.
Just the thing about Nigeria. Well, first I want to say Tiwa Savage is actually a pretty big artist. She's pretty big. But the thing about Nigeria is that it's run by sellouts. You know, and so like how you were saying, somebody in the government should tell her not to. Like this is like that country. It's not even like it's unfortunately like a lot of people who are like anti-Pan-Africanism are really, I think, like just anti-Nigeria. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to say it another way, but like the Nigerians might just be like the African Americans. Like, no, I'm joking. Oh, like Africa, but that's just but like no, but for real though, like people, and that's a bad joke, but like people really, like when it comes to like Nigerians have like a reputation like around Africa, but also like their government is just full of sellouts. And the guy who's the guy who's now going to be president, Tinubu. First off, they like completely did some voter suppression, like crazy voter suppression. People stealing ballots, people tossing ballots around, just like crazy bad. And then this guy, apparently, he used to deal crack. Like he used to sell crack in America, in Chicago. You know what I mean? And this guy, like this was like 50 years ago, kind of stuff. And so yeah, now he's like going to be the president of Nigeria. So it's just like really like it's just a really shitty thing. So Tiwa Savage, who's actually a pretty big artist, but like this is like not just an opportunity, but like it would be ridiculous, like from her standpoint, to reject performing for that big platform. Like Buana was saying, it's probably one of the biggest platforms into like the white music sphere. You know what I mean? Like if white people love you, like they will invite you, all over the place, right? But she's already big in Africa. So it's just like, yeah, this was a Like from a musician standpoint, like this was this was like Kevin Hart going into like teaming up with The Rock. Like it's that kind of thing. You know, obviously might not like, and the thing is this, you might say, why would Kevin Hart even team up with The Rock to get into white movies? Like I said, Kevin Hart was big in African American films. It's just that we don't watch African American films. But there's like, and I'll just sorry, because I know there's somebody else here, but like I'll just say really quickly, I should stop talking about relationships. But there was somebody I knew who used to watch African American films. Like there's like a whole genre of just tons of like quote unquote Lifetime movies, but they're made for African Americans by African Americans kind of stuff. A whole genre of like kind of like Nollywood of African American films, and we don't watch them. A lot of us don't even watch Nollywood films in America. So it's like if somebody wants to be like make it big in the film industry, they're going to try to get onto Netflix. They're going to try to get onto Hulu. They're not going to try to get into Nollywood or even African American film anymore, because who cares? Like I said, Kevin Hart, he was big, but a lot of us in the mainstream, we didn't know.
In the chat, someone somewhere says that's not true. We just think white ice is colder. Okay. I actually think there's some truth to what we said just now. I think where the white ice is colder thing comes from, I think that doesn't help that reality that only described, right? I think that doesn't help that. And I think one of the things we're supposed to be trying to change around is that whole concept of like, you know, you have to become this mega millionaire with white folks when you could be a millionaire with black folks. You know what I mean? That I think that's, even though we're not putting our money up as well as we should in those respects, you can still make a comfortable living just around black folks. There's a history of that, right? But we say, well, nah, we're gonna hitch our cart to this white guy, this white man, and make mega millions. You know, so somewhere in there we gotta fix that thing. Maybe RBG will help us see it straight. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm pretty good.
Good. What say you to all of this?
I mean, I would say that I would wish that, you know, if you're going to recognize something, right, and give a sense of recognition to it, you know, I can understand that, like in international affairs, like you recognize transitions and things like that. It's again to the level. It's like the whole this goes back to, you know what I'm saying, the nature of particular see, because not every former British colony acts the same way. I once heard it said that, like, you know, you have Nigeria and you have India, right? Nigeria rejected the British religion but adopted the technology. Nigeria adopted the religion but rejected the technology. And in a very short period of time, India was nuclear powered. Nigeria is still trying to stop its oil from spilling. There's a lot going on in the psyche of just, I would say, you know, Nigeria and what it allows as a nation. I don't almost see it as a nation. I just see it as it's almost like as the place where every other place, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't even feel like it's its own entity. It really isn't. I mean, there's no cohesion within this. There's just the nature of the location. I mean, it's a population density. I mean, you have a lot of peoples there. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that they all should just be in that little square little country, for starters. I mean, that's part of it. Then you have everybody and their mama coming in to Nigeria to cause havoc. You know, that's another thing that happens. You know what I'm saying? The Nigerian people do not get a break in any capacity. I mean, if there's any reason for Nigeria to have some kind of just utter change, I mean, there's a lot to it. Nigeria is only it only is a burden holder. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria is a burden holder of the world, and it doesn't have to be that way. And it should definitely do everything it can to free itself from any oppression, any injustice. You know what I'm saying? Any you know what I'm saying? Any just mischief and mayhem. That's all.
I appreciate that, real black gentleman. By the way, not to bring up old shit, but just to point out something. You notice that the conversation is going real nice? Just saying, right? The comments in the chat is about the conversation up on the panel. Just saying. Drop a fire emoji if you guys in the chat appreciate the conversation that's happening here. I'm really liking what someone somewhere who's in the chat is saying. And you're right. You're adding the details that I, for example, glossed over, but it's towards my point. You can make money in the black community if you're a black entertainer. That's always been the case. Now you're not gonna make the multiple per se. At least that's what we think, and this is where the white man's ice is colder. Than if you hit your card with them. And like you said, you have to become big. Kevin Hart was big in black society. You're right. His comedy special, what's it called? Seriously Funny. That was big. It's one of the top selling what do you call it again? Comedic albums ever. And door receipts ever. He didn't catch Eddie Murphy, but he was up there. Right? So yeah, you're right. You have to be big to make the crossover, to be able to cross over to the white folks. I just wish somewhere in there we could fix this mentality that it's okay. It's okay to make it amongst your folks, you know, but there's a long history of black folks crossing over. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week? Bakari, you're muted if you're talking.
Oh, it's Keyway.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, your volume is a little low, but I can hear you.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Bakari.
I was listening and I wanted to speak on this. By the way, what's up, everybody? What's up to the chat? But you know what? Black people, a lot of our people want fame, right? You ever heard of? I'm quite sure y'all haven't. But it was this rapper named back in his name was Boss Player. Mid '90s, early 2000, right? He was from Mississippi, and Boss Player was offered, but it was like $2 million record deal, and everybody asked him, like they said he was crazy for turning it down. But Boss Player said he was independent. You know, that's when they were still selling tapes out the trunk. You know what I'm saying? And doing their own CDs and whatnot. But he said he sold 60,000 regionally, basically locally, Mississippi, Louisiana, Tennessee, Alabama. He did like 5 albums in a row. That sold minimum of like 60,000. And he was selling them for $8 a piece. He got to keep all that money. Any concert or anything that he did, you know, because when they had those record deals, they had to pay for their own concert. And he was talking, he asked what was important. Was their money important, or was it him having control of everything that he wanted to do? Him owning everything that he did. And to him, having control of himself and having control of everything he did was more important, because he said after you break down that $2 million and everything that's there taken out, he said we're going to end up making the same anyway. Maybe y'all heard of DJ Screw from Houston, Texas, right?
Yeah.
And he was DJ Screw. It seemed like DJ Screw when I lived in Texas, it was the mid '90s. It seemed like DJ Screw did a new mixtape every month. He would never sign to a major record deal, but he owned everything he did, and they both were making their money from black people. Screw, of course, was making more than Boss Player, which is okay, but you just have to, do you want to own everything, or do you want to be in front of them cheesing and smiling and showing all of your 32s? And for a lot of black people, that's what we want. We think the more money they can give you is better. We're trying to escape what we're trying to escape their bigotry. So if we get a little money, we can say, you can be like Lil Wayne. I don't experience racism. That's what they want to be able to say. They want to be able to separate themselves. And I'm saying that for music, and we talking about the act, because you was talking about making money with them and the type of money we can make if we dealt with ourselves. If we dealt with ourselves, yes, we can make a pretty good living. I want their money too, but do I have to cross over to get their money? Can I just be who I am? And that's the thing about it. A lot of us, the way we have been treated and the way we act and carry, we don't want to be who we are. We want to be what we don't. Black people, especially in this country, black people want to be white, and that's the fact of the matter. So if they're going, so their success a lot of times is truly, yeah, they brag on their money to try to make black people who don't have a lot of money feel bad, but their success is truly their proximity to whiteness. That's truly what they're bragging on. Because if they cared about being black, why don't you see, even here in Atlanta, what they call the Black Mecca? Why you don't find these $1 million black subdivisions? Why don't you find the upper middle class black subdivisions? Even here in what they call the Black Mecca, when we get two quarters to rub together, we don't want to be around each other. We have to move, because being around them is better. It's not just the fact that their ice is cold, because white people got some cold ice, but everything about them is just better. Look at how they live. Look at the houses they build for themselves, and everything they do it for them. And we have an opportunity to get a piece of it. And if I can get a piece of what they built to get away from being black, to get away from being African, I will be okay with that, because now I have an opportunity to have a little bit of white. And on that note, I'm gonna yield the mic.
I have a puzzle for Brother Bakari, if he could still hear me. What's the difference between a slave quarter with an air condition and a soft bed, and a slave quarter with no air conditioning and a hard bed? What's the difference?
A slave quarter with a soft bed and an air condition,
and a slave quarter with no air conditioning and a hard bed. What's the difference?
One of them is a comfortable slave.
No, there is no difference. You still on a friggin' plantation. These people them don't understand. Regardless of the fact that you may live in proximity to so-called whiteness, you still on a fucking plantation. Needless to say, Urzuli asked the question, say, did Malcolm X and Thomas Sankara die for this? No, he died. Malcolm X and Thomas Sankara died for the people who after the whole celebration, the Nigerian immigrants who in Britain, they clean up afterwards. That's who Malcolm X died for. The people who could fold the chairs and put it up after all the clean up that leave, and who could clean up all the dirt. That's the immigrants who there right now. That's who they died for. Needless to say, I'll leave it.
I want to say this though, because I think that's an interesting point. I want to attach this point to what I wanted to say. What with regard to what Bwana was asking about, if there were a slave with a comfortable bed, right? Versus a slave with an uncomfortable bed, right? I think there would be a different psychology in those two enslaved Africans. And I think one of the things that we have, or at least one of the things that I try to humble myself with, because for whatever reason, like let's say I was doing pretty well in high school, and then these white boys are like, hey, this guy's doing too good. Let's give him a W.B. Du Bois biography, right? Let's give him a W.B. Du Bois biography, make him a coon or some shit. I don't know. But I read the book, and it was coonish, whatever. But one of the things that stuck with me, and I repeat this sometimes, but is that W.B. Du Bois' mother, or aunt, right? Dubois, I don't know how you guys say it, but W.B. Du Bois' aunt told him to stop talking about, stop making fun of Booker T. Washington, because And she said, you stop doing that because you never bore the whip, right? And so basically, let's say they're both on the plantation. Booker T. Washington slept on a hard bed, right? Du Bois slept on a soft bed. You get what I'm saying? And like my experiences in America, you know, a lot of like what I do, you could tell I like kind of sleep on a soft bed, you know? Like obviously I'm not, you know, sleeping on, like I don't live a good life like a lot of people do. But you know, I'm comfortable enough where I could be like, I could just say whatever the fuck I want. You know what I'm saying? Or I can do whatever the fuck I want. I don't know what Kevin Hart's experience was. I don't know what Tiwa Savage's experience is. You know what I mean? But let's just say that they are on the hard bed. You know, us asking them to, you know, hey, look, don't, you know, all right. So Malcolm X gave the advice. He said, if anybody's more successful than you, it's because they're doing something you're not doing, you know? And when we think, or when a lot of black people think of comedians, they think of Richard Pryor, they think of Detroit Red. No, Detroit, Chicago Red, I think, right? I think Detroit Red is Malcolm X and Chicago Red is I can't remember his name actually, but
Red Fox.
yeah, Red Fox, yeah. But what like a lot of these people, like not Red Fox. I think Red Fox might have performed for black folk, but I think Richard Pryor performed for white folk, kind of thing, Chris Rock and all that kind of stuff. If I'm a comedian and I'm trying to become successful, you know, one, I'm probably going to try to get the success that Chris Rock got, or Chris Rock got. And then two, I could probably be easily convinced by a white person that, oh no, do this, do that, do this. Like, you know, get a white agent and then go forward. Because that's another thing that we kind of like forget, is that a lot of like good advice if you're trying to be a musician is to get an agent. And that agent, you know, good advice is to get like, you know, I shouldn't say it loud. Well, true. If I don't say it loud, Bakari's gonna get at me. But you get a Jew agent, right? You know, or something like that. Like this is the kind of advice that people give all the time. But if you have this quote unquote Jew agent, you're going to like there's a lot of things that's going to come with it. And one of it is going to be like, you might get bigger Hollywood connections, or you might get bigger, you know, finance connections, or all that kind of stuff. But then you're also going to have to change your messaging. You're also going to have to do certain projects, and you're also going to like you're also going to get bookings for performing in front of a bunch of white people. So I mean, what Tiwa Savage does, again, we don't know the life she had, because we're not, like, I don't know if she's from the Nigerian underclass, right? But they live pretty rough. You know what I mean? Like Lagos and that stuff, that's pretty rough. I mean, I think rumor has it that she might have had a pretty easy life. Like she might have even been in New York, like in Brooklyn, apparently. But beyond that, I think that yeah, I think we like even though we might prefer this, I think there's just different types of people, unfortunately. Huh?
Only just to interject, the understanding that I was given and gassed them up actually corroborated it, that most of these Nigerian performers now, they did not come from lower class backgrounds. They came from they were affluent and being pushed in this music thing. Just adding that to what you was pondering just now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's the thing though. It's like even like I'm about to pull a. I know you know that joke of the theorist and the experimentalist. There's a physics joke where if you show somebody like a physics graph and it's like a big peak, you know, the physicist can explain why it's a peak, and then you say no, it's upside down, and then the physicist can explain why it's a dip. You know.
But
like,
only the danger. And I understand what you're saying. People come from difficult circumstances, and that's a legitimate argument. But the danger in what you're saying is, yes, I get a Jewish person to help me and assist me. He helped me get a big nice house. He helped me get a big fat check. But not too long in your relationship, he could say, here's this dress. Here's this dress. You're going to get a big check if you put this dress on. This is what Dave Chappelle them was running on about. And I mean,
exactly.
how much compromises are you going to have to make because you're trying to get as far away from this idea of desperation as possible? You're gonna compromise yourself, brother. You're gonna compromise, and a lot of these people compromise themselves.
That's the thing, though. The reality is this: like that's the trouble. We are in positions where we're going to compromise anyway. You know, and the question is, how are you going to compromise? Like when I go into work, right? I have this white boy telling me, you know, get this done, get that, you know, like whatever. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that the job, that the just over broke I got is like, you know, that whatever. But like a lot of people, you know, you could be, you know, pushing the broomstick, or you know, taking out or flipping burgers or whatever, you know, just putting up a bunch of shit, whatever it is. So you have to fix like one thing that we have to do is we have to get our economy together. But not just that. It's like these are entertainers, you know, because the thing is this: you can easily just entertain in your church. You know, you could just entertain in your church, and nobody would care. Like you could do that. You could just sing your little church songs. That's what you want to do. But if you're trying to become a international sensation, like, yeah, you're going to have to like you already have an ambition beyond entertaining. You know, your ambition is now to make money from entertaining. And to make money from entertaining, you have to perform for people who are willing to pay for whatever it is you're trying to do. And
then you could become a Terry Crews, where the same Jewish thing I'm groping you, and then you crying on social media talking about Terry Crews talking about how some Jewish guy groping him and he couldn't do nothing about it in front of his wife.
Or or you can become Terrell Owens, who played in the NFL. Some Jewish dude going to invest in all 25 million. You gave this white boy complete control of all your money, and now you're broke. And at the age 48, 49, you want to get back in the NFL because you gave some white boy control of all your money.
Yeah,
I claim he invested, and it was all lost in investment. Which
I heard Allen Iverson is poor now.
Well, Allen Iverson contract with Adidas. The difference with them and Allen Iverson signed a contract with Adidas and got a lot of money. And what happened was Allen Iverson get about another 25 to 50 million when he turned 45. He gets about another 25 million when he turned 50. Then he get the rest when he turned like 55.
Wait, so how's he broke?
Well, he was broke because he wasn't 45 yet. That's
one time.
Wait, so you said he had a Jew lawyer? You just saw me a Jew lawyer. I don't know.
Let's hear from Tanzan, who came back. Tan, did you follow this conversation?
Somewhat, yes.
What are your thoughts?
He talks about sacrifice, about the Greeks and the Romans, and about the biblical sacrifices. I didn't really get the part, firstly, about the human part of it, and secondly, the African part. But I'll take a gander.
Well, Ken, that's the old prompt.
Yeah, she's 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, Ted's like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry then. All right, then I'll yield. Okay.
Yeah. I'll get to you in the next prompt then. I was waiting for Zuli to come back on, but he's not showing up. Any last thoughts on this prompt here by anybody? If not, looks like we lost Bakari. Thanks for coming through, Bakari. In the chat, someone somewhere said it's Reebok. Yeah, I thought it was Adidas, but it's probably Reebok. Yeah, and he has like a big lump sum. Allen Iverson has a big lump sum coming to him at 55, which is probably like about 8 years from now. But he did get some money at 40 or something as well. So he's not completely under the water. But at one point he was in court. I think his ex-wife had him in court, and he was like, "Yeah, I can't even buy a cheeseburger right now." You know, that Allen Iverson story. Side note, that's a case study type thing to talk about too. But I'll leave that for another day. D Webb says happened to a lot of athletes. Rodman Ricky Williams, etc. Athletes not the best examples. I agree with that too. Good conversation on that prompt. No one dropped a fire emoji, so I guess y'all ain't really like feeling the conversation tonight. That's fine. We'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 in the meantime. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is one of these long. I mean, look at that. I can't capture it in 3 boxes. So please, 200 characters or less. Let's make these concise. Should be topic number 7 is a Khan spirituality strong enough to liberate Black people? Is there something being practiced wrong, or maybe Atlanta is something wrong with the venue? That's kind of mixed up. Why is the combination of a Khan spirituality and a Black Mecca not leading to tangible liberation 20 years in? Why don't Ghanaians participate in an Akan liberation ritual 20 years in? Are we analyzing culture spiritually? My God, hold on. Are we analyzing culture, spirituality, and ethnicity from an emotional perspective? Like, come on, guys. I mean, is it that Akan dominate Ghana that makes it attractive because you're not supposed to do a liberation ceremony every year and not become free? My goodness. And I keep telling you all this on the Discord. Like, keep these short. Also, the Shoot the Breeze channel on the Discord, and I hate having to have, like, being dogmatic about stuff, but here's why, right? The Shoot the Breeze channel is not for discussion. That's just for posting the prompt, posting the article or the video that goes along, and we keep it moving. Yeah, Trigger Happy.
Hey, Trigger Happy. I did blame you for this, man. I apologize, man, because I thought this was you again, man.
No. This is someone else. What's up, Carl Hezekiah? He's out there in the chat. Real Black Gentleman called it, man. Prompt abuse. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to make this work. This came with a link. This actually came.
Wait, can you reread the question? I don't understand it. I'm joking.
Yo, this came.
Is this my prompt? The one with the Ghana thing?
This
no, that's not your prompt.
No, this ain't your prompt. This ain't your prompt. Your prompt was like with the 3 letters.
Your prompt was just now with the music thing that we was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me share this image. This came with 2 images. Let me share it with you guys. So I guess this is an event happening in Atlanta. I guess it's, you see Sankara, May 13 and 14, African Youth Ritual Drama, African Youth Revolutionary Music. So this is just adding to the idea of you've been practicing this Akan spirituality in Atlanta for 20 odd years and nothing seems to be happening. Is it the place, or is there a problem with the spirituality? The second prompt for this, the second image for this is this one here. Another image, John Henry Clark, Sankara. This is an event down in Georgia, down there by Bakari and them. And again, I guess the idea is that it's kind of an Akan spiritual event. Is it that the spirituality isn't working, if I'm understanding the prompt correctly, or is it the venue, or a combination of both? Let's start with Tanzania.
But no, Koku, nobody on this flyer. First of all, you have John Henry Clark, who's an American man. I never hear him profess to be interested in Akan spirituality. You have Sankara, who from Burkina Faso. I never hear him talk about Akan spirituality from Ghana. You have Marimba Ani, who from the United States. I never hear him talk about Akan spirituality. So what about this particular poster says Akan spirituality? I don't see it.
Well, I think there might be some background knowledge that a lot of the Africans in Atlanta are practicing a kind of spirituality. So I think that might be the background, maybe the background of the organization putting on this event, etc., is on some kind of traditional systems. That's what I think is going on here. And the
Hey, can you go back to the
person,
first part? Can you go to the first flyer?
can I go back? Hold on. Yeah, right here. Abakosem Sunsum Weekend. Akan Youth Spiritual Drama. African Youth Ritual Drama. African Revolutionary Music. Etc. I think there's some background information, I guess, in Atlanta. And if you guys know this for sure, let me know. I guess there's been a movement down there, a black cultural movement that's following some Akan principles. I think that's kind of the background to it. Again, let me try see if Tan could navigate this one. Tan, what say you?
Yes, it will be a very tricky navigation. But I guess what is being asked is, why hasn't our spirituality done more for us as a people, especially in a place that there are so many of us? I think the question would also apply to, the Voodoo Revolution and even some African revolutions as well, which were also, accompanied by beliefs in spirituality. So I think that it can't work by itself. Firstly, there has to be spirituality is towards something. Even magic, whether used for good or evil, or just for rain and weather, or asking for favors, it's always used towards a particular purpose. And I think we, as as Black people globally in general, we haven't really had a purpose of what we want to do. So while spirituality can help us achieve certain either personal or short-term goals, even with the revolution, sometimes people can rise up and use it to, to create something, and sometimes also to, to create terror, not just hope. So for most of the instances, our post-colonial use of spirituality has been mostly either temporary at best or negative at worst. So people are skeptical about it, and understandably. Now, in Atlanta is also known for some of the, the worst debaucheries that we know of. So, you can't really mix those two together and expect to have something, coherent. And also, even with the spirituality aspect, forget the, the culture, the spirituality aspect, they have not had a mission to say, oh, we're going to use our spirituality to uplift our people for a long time. Well, not for a long time. I don't really know how much it is, but in a lot of those places, they simply use it to help people overcome or achieve personal success and so on, and they're open to everybody, so anybody can go in there, pay whoever and get what you want. So even that aspect of it is just too porous to be of any use to anyone. And just like with the culture in America as well is also a very open one. Anybody can join. There's no barrier to joining the American Black culture, so to speak. The only people they want to keep it away from, so to seems are the immigrants and Africans. But if you have an Eminem and a monster, whatever his name is, a Paul Wall, if anybody can do it, then why not somebody who looks like you? Anyway, so everything is just open. African spirituality is open to anybody. Black culture is open to everybody, and there's no really vision to it. So yeah, you can use it for some things, but it's not really going to be productive because it's scattered. Yeah, that's what I'll say.
Thank you, Tom, for that. Yeah, let me just say this too. I appreciate everybody who puts a prompt up for Shoot the Breeze. I really do. But I want everyone to keep something in mind that some people aren't aware of, because I wasn't aware of it for a long time. Everything is a production. Every single thing is a production. If you listen to Gavi closely, you'll hear it's a production. And so you need to have this thing called polish. So when you post these prompts, I'm not trying to just be this dogmatic person and blah blah blah. I'm trying to give that polish of it's clear cut and it's understood. And by the way, I hope I did that this past week. During the week, I did a live stream where I interviewed Queen Thais. I thought it was a good interview, but I'm always concerned with did I give it the polish it needs so that people who come across it can really get into it. Unlike what I ended up having done with the Obadali Campbell interview where there was all that noise involved, right? Like polish is important. So it's also important with the prompts and the quality of the prompt, etc. Just want to put that out there, but I appreciate everyone who drops a topic. Azuliism. I think you probably got the gist of what the prompt is trying to get at. What say you to this?
Me, I don't really. The only thing I could say about the reason why this is not working is either because we have been too programmed by the two major religions going on in the world, which is Islam and Christianity. And the other thing I could say is going to sound weird is we don't have the right number to call. Too much stuff has passed by. We don't know how to contact it to make the connection with it. That's what I think. Most of us, most Black people all over the world, look down upon African and I'm going to say native spirituality. And when people do tap onto it, they're using it to destroy each other. So I think we taking L's every which way because number one, I think a lot of people who know how to tap into it are using it in a capitalistic way to get ahead, to make money. It's not on a natural order way. So I think maybe that's why maybe it's not working. So I don't. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Zul. I was just going to say, there's a guy you and I both know. And when I mentioned African spirituality to him one time, he said something I was talking about with Obia one time. And I was saying basically, we've allowed the colonial powers to kind of distance us from that, to ban it in some of our countries, this, that, and the other. And we never took back the reins to say, no, that's allowed here. This is an African thing that's allowed here. And something he said to me was interesting. He said, yeah, my issue with the Obia thing is that it's usually used in a negative way. And I couldn't really refute it because coming up in Nassau, amongst Obia practitioners, that's a lot of times that's what I saw. And you're kind of repeating that same sentiment. Maybe that's why. But go ahead.
But Goku, we could say that about Islam, about Christianity too. Christianity killed more of our people than Obia will ever do. But I understand what they're saying because like in the Haitian voodoo spirituality, so there's something they call Rada, there's something they call the Petro. So according to what I know, the Petro is supposed to be the aggressive spirits and the Rada is supposed to be the cool spirits. So whichever you tap on, they act a certain way. So when I was watching, when I learned something about Obia and the Jamaican culture, Obia and Miao. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Miao is supposed to be the good part, I guess, of African Jamaican spirituality, and Obia is supposed to be the quote unquote bad. Or maybe it's the same thing. Maybe Obia is supposed to be the aggressive spirit, and Miao is supposed to be the defensive spirit. But they could work to free us either way, which one you use. So at the end of the day, my thing is there's a lot of reason. Christianity and Islam and Shintoism, all these other spiritualities have pushed our spirituality out of our mind. So we tapping onto that. Number two, I think you got a phone, but you don't got the right number to connect to them. So, and number three, a lot of the time we're using it against each other and we're using it to get ahead or to get a house, to get this, to get cars and stuff like that. That's what I think, but what do I know? All this shit could be fake. So I don't know, man. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that, Urzuli. Let's have from Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I mean, well, I was trying to read the prompt. I mean, honestly, it was the way it was put together in the chat. You know, it's harder. I try to like piece it together and try to do. I think like the second piece is the first piece, but then it's like I'm not quite sure about the other ones because the itty. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's like spirituality and ethnic itty. You know what I'm saying? From I'm trying to make sense of it, but look, I mean, I'm not. It doesn't matter if it's Akon. Could it be if it were Akon or Dahomey or Senegalese or? I mean, at this point, I think you know you find someone who knows what they're talking about and let them run. I mean, let people do their stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and be all heavy about it. I'm all green light for that. Like, let them. I mean, now as far as like Atlanta, right? You know what I'm saying? Atlanta, I've always looked at the side eye about Atlanta. I feel like it's. You know what I'm saying? It's not South enough for what it's worth. It's like this location. It's just, I feel like it's just, I don't know. It's just not, it's like, I know black people are doing what they're doing and it's big up. Strategically, that's my, and it's like, I just don't think it's the greatest location. I don't think trying to make the best out of it is the best strategy. But having said that, like I'm not gonna I think that where you have black people, you know what I'm saying, organizing and slowly but surely, you know, pulling themselves together. Yeah, let this light up. You know what I'm saying? Let May 17th, was it May 13th or 14th? You know what I'm saying? Let the young people go out there, you know what I'm saying, and set Atlanta on fire again, please. As far as the spirituality, like I said, it's like let just connect people. If the people who are involved and they talk about their spirit and they got they bona fide about it, you know what I'm saying? A third party can say, yeah, he's talking about what you know what he's talking about, you know what I'm saying? Let it ride, let them go ahead, have their little event. It's a couple of hours, a couple of days, you know what I'm saying? And you bring the people together, have a good time, have them leave with good feelings. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's look, that's great. You know what I'm saying? That's the objective. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the questions. Is it that Akon dominant Ghana that makes it because you're not supposed to do it every year and not become free? Yeah, the idea of having a ceremony every year and then not having anything happening about it. I think that I don't know. I mean, our in the West, interpretations of African customs is naturally broken up. So like kind of getting the reconnections of things is part of it. Making sure that you know that it's not a vainful ceremony, that you know what I'm saying. It says rites of passage, ritual drama. I mean, so you know it won't be as it's gonna be dramatic. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. It's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit. But the whole idea is that you know what I'm saying. It's to give the young people, a good experience. I'm all for this. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pass.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Let's have from Oni next. Oni, what say you?
Okay, so I think I actually understand the question. Essentially, I mean, it's kind of like mocking how this is allegedly allegedly a icon spiritual event that is supposed to be like a liberation ceremony, but people stay poor. I think people stay enslaved, I guess, or not liberated. And so it's like, why is this not working? But I mean, I wouldn't like. So obviously it's complicated, right? So one, I think if we were to look at this question like a serious question, you know, I think it goes back to the, D-Web said we already did a spiritual question, but it goes back to the idea of us doing religion once a day. Like one of the critiques people have about Christians, especially compared against Muslims, I guess, right? But the Christians are like Christian on Sunday. You know what I mean? So you could be like, shaking your ass on Saturday, but on Sunday,
up until Saturday night.
Yeah, exactly. Up until Saturday night, but then on Sunday, it's like, oh, I'm never, whatever, right? So like I was saying about earlier about, you know, you separate the religion from life, right? As opposed to like having a spiritual life all the time, right? And so I think it's a general critique, but I know that people probably are more familiar with Amos Wilson pointing out how a lot of Black consciousness kind of became like a church, you know, like people who decided to no longer go to church started going to Black consciousness events, you know, once a week. But the trouble is if you are Black conscious once a week. And so here's the thing I wanted to point out. Like, so one thing you could notice, like when you hear, you know, Koku talking, is that he's not like, we might shoot the breeze once a week, right? But it seems like he shoots the breeze all the time. You know what I mean? like all the while he's like, hey, I just read it to, you know, somebody and we just shot the breeze for a moment. You know what I mean? Which is cool. Huh? You laughed?
I said, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like you know, Koku sounds like a chill guy who's shooting the breeze all the time. So it's like that's a thing. And then I can say, you know, for me, like I try to do my stuff 24/7 as well. But like, here's the thing. We don't know if these quote unquote, first off, I don't believe that they are practitioners of a spiritual faith. I think because knowing Marimba Ani's style, they just kind of put an African word on, you know, a regular conscious event, you know, an annual conscious event. I don't think they were serious practitioners of a faith. But even if they were, if you were to convert a bunch of Christians into a faith, it's not necessarily guaranteed that they're going to be serious about that faith every day of the week. And it might just be a once a week thing. Now, the Muslims are different, right? Generally speaking, not just the Nation of Islam Muslims, but Muslims in general tend to be quote unquote religious like all the time, you know? But I want to say this, like, if we're being serious, right? Spirituality is not going to beat Wazungu in and of itself. And so I know Trigger is, you know, he's going to get triggered and be like, well, what about Haiti, right? Haiti does use, like it does have like that spiritualist component to it. But obviously the Haitians, you know, don't discount the fact that they kicked ass. You know what I mean? They won. They had generals. They won in that way. And why it's important to not put the onus on spirituality to liberate people is, one, pre-colonial Africa was spiritual. You know, in fact, there's actually a graph of what religion Africa was, you know, during the early 1900s, and it was entirely traditionalist. You know, this is the same Africa that gets colonized. This is the same Africa that becomes Christian and Muslim. This is after like we were already quote unquote spiritualists. But even on that note, you know, if Haiti got its spirituality from Dahomey during the Haitian Revolution, Dahomey was a colony of Francis. Okay, so even though Dahomey would have been the center of Vodone, right? This was a colony of Francis. While Desolate. So during the time that Dessalines and Toussaint, well, I don't know how to say their names honestly, but during this time they were fighting, like while they were fighting for 12 years, right? 12 or 16 years or something like that, right? While they were fighting for 16 years, let's say, right, against these white boys, Dahomey, which had Vodone intact, right, was was essentially, you know, waging wars with his neighbors on France's behalf. So I think we have to, you know, get back into the practical. I said I do value spirituality personally, right? Or not, I don't say personally, but I from a utilitarian perspective or a perspective of utility. But we cannot, you know, get into the habit of thinking, well, why is this not working? When in reality, if you want to break somebody's nose, you punch them in the face or you swing a hammer at their face or something, right? It's a very practical way. There's a very practical way to break somebody's nose. Now, maybe religion might tell you do not break somebody's nose. and spirituality might tell you to break somebody's nose. But if you want to break somebody's nose, the way to do it is to, go through the mechanical process of breaking their nose. And that mechanical process, that's exactly what made Haiti succeed. It was real courage, like real courage on the part of our ancestors, but also it was combat, it was war, it was timing, it was strategy. It was, hey, look, we're gonna wait out this particular summer, and these French troops are gonna suffer from the weather. It was real strategy. So like that's another thing that I just wanted to highlight.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That touches into a follow-up I was going to ask everyone after hearing everyone's thoughts. Let's welcome in someone somehow who was active in the chat. Let's welcome them to the panel. What say you to all this? First of all, how are you? And
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Good.
That's good. I think the brother who just spoke before, I think he articulated it accurately. From my experience, when I see people over here, especially like in the Atlanta areas, when they come to like practicing African, quote unquote, African spirituality, they approach it from a Abrahamic religion point of view. Like they're not doing a complementary lifestyle that's gonna complement the spiritual system. So that's why it's not yielding any results. Usually these type of questions are like in a contentious nature to where people's like, okay, let's just throw away the African spirituality, but people just not practicing it correctly. And you see a lot of the practices that people are doing, they mixing in Buddhism and other principles and all that type of stuff when it's not accurate. It's just a gumbo of different stuff. So when I look at it, I mean, if you can't lift weights every day, yeah, it's just because you're not losing weight, say the weights ain't working. No, is your diet complementary to your workout? Are you smoking? Like it's different things. It's holistic. You're not just finna take on one aspect of life and liberate yourself in any manner or get better in any manner. So I think it's just merely that the mindset is wrong and not living a complementary lifestyle.
I appreciate that on somewhere. That reminds me of what Zuli used to talk about with like Kwanzaa and all the symbols that were like recycled and I guess misused, and we wonder why it doesn't work or why it doesn't resonate the way it should, in a sense. So yeah, thank you for that. Let's have from Tanzania.
I thought we heard from Tanzania already.
Oh, my bad. Let's hear from one of them. My bad.
Yeah. On a side note, and I hope Tanzania.
Earlier, but I can.
Yeah, I hope Tanzania is listening to the discussion, in particular for two reasons. As being a continental African, I want you to notice how Koku, he take a 3-syllable word with his Saturday, and he turned it to Sadi. I don't know if you heard that. And also, he take the T and he converted it into a D. You know what I mean? It's like the vernacular and how we bend words. I don't know if she caught that. Also, the brother who just spoke just now, when he say fitna, I didn't, for the longest time, I don't know what fitna mean, but it's like we are going to, because I know you was the linguist, the English language linguist, but you notice how we kind of like convert words in our isms in the Western world. I just thought I would just point that out in something we referenced last week. But needless to say, let me get back to my point. I personally think that if you want to influence the American public in terms of African religions, you must follow the examples that are successful. Now, you may not want to do that, but you're in America. So in America is a business. You have the business of different kinds of things. You have the business of science. You have the business of health, which is also a business as well. You have the business of religion. So what the religious people do in America to get a following? Some of them dress in outlandish costumes and go on street corners and profit their faiths, and they seem to garner a whole following of people to do this. Some of them call themselves funny names. You know what I mean? They use marketing, they use selling, and then they use a little bit of a showmanship. You know what I mean? So if you got to do that on the street corners, you go to the people, go to where the people are, and profit your religion. I think that sometimes, in terms of African spirituality, how it's practiced in the West, I think that these things are held very closely to the chest among us. I don't think that we make it something that is open to our communities where go and sign that off, go profit your views there, go where the people are. And some people say, well, why would I go and say that? That's what we show. You know, go where the people are, profit ideas, let people hear your ideas. Don't keep it under a rug. You know, I think that this is one of the reasons why voodoo should be more prolific, even though it's prolific in the States. I think it could be more prolific if the adherents do the same things as the successful people doing. You know what I mean? Get it out there. Let people know, hey, we here, and this is why we. You don't want to say we the best, but this is why our religion is an alternative lifestyle of what you've been doing so far. Let people see you. You know what I mean? I know the Mambos like to dress in all white. Most people never been to a voodoo ceremony. And I think that if people was to see a bunch of black women gathered together with their hair wrapped in white and their clothes, people gonna pay attention to that. You know what I mean? You know, use that. Well, I guess the religion ain't for that, but I think that you should use the same strategy, if you wish, that the people in the West do. Marketing their religion, they sell their religion, they sell ideas. Some of them on street corners, and they do a little bit of showmanship. You know what I mean? They put their ideas in the marketplace and raffle the people. You'll have people who join you. You'll have people who take your ideas to the chest and say, hey, this is a good lifestyle for me. Let me practice this. This is an alternative. But if you're in America and you bring your religion in America, understand how America works. In particular, the citizens, what they're attracted to, what they're drawn to. If you're in Africa, you're going to do things differently. If you're in the Caribbean, you're going to practice things differently. If you want the word to get out and people to actually take your religion, practice your religion, see the good, the benefits of it, to see the not so much the bad parts of it. But if you want to do these things, you have to know your audience, know where you are, and I guess handle things in that way and fashion. This is the reason why a guy who Malachi Z. York became popular, called himself a Nubian, but he was a salesman at the end of the day. The Hebrew Israelites, they salesmen. They're on street corners all the time, and they get a bunch of different brothers. Now, we could criticize the religion itself, but the fact that their strategy, how they going about things, they've been able to garner a large following all around the United States. So if your thing is to use your religion to influence the people, to provide an alternative for them, well, follow the examples of people who are successful at doing it. You know what I mean? Now, you could contend with the theology of the religions. All of us could do that. But I'm talking about in terms of how they go about programmatically selling their ideas to the people, you know, marketing their ideas to the people, and they've been able to garner a whole lot of adherents to the face, in particularly men. And many are really drawn to religion. Well, a lot of men may not be drawn to religion like that. But it seemed like these guys are practicing a strategic plan that's been able to garner a whole lot of people. And we could talk about the theology of their faiths and their ideas of what they practice. We could call them cults and all these things. But on a strategic plan, on a business level, you know what I mean, a business plan, I think that they have been successful. So I say follow the examples that are successful if you want to make an impact into the business known as the United States. But I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Buena. I actually do. Trigger Happy agrees. It seems to agree too. I want to ask a question. I'm going to give 2 minutes per person. 2 minutes. That's it. I got to move on. We're probably not going to get through all 10 prompts tonight, but we'll get close. In your mind, this is to the panelists. In your mind, what should African spirituality produce for us? Because there's a thinking, I believe, by a lot of Black folks who either engage in it or who particularly don't engage in it, who say, well, it does nothing. Well, what is it that you expect it to do? 2 minutes each person. Can I start with someone somewhere?
Well, to me, it's a connection to culture and ancestry. I mean, it can the let's say the lessons that it teaches within, like, say, so for instance, the Odu-Ifa. If you go to the Odu-Ifa and you get divination, it's gonna get you a direct. It's gonna show you your taboos, things you're not supposed to do, things you have refrain from, and it's gonna give you a guidance and way to do it. If you get your Agosi Jai check, it's gonna tell you what direction you should go in life, as far as which way you should train up your child to, like, what sector of society he would be best beneficial in. So it's a lot of benefits within African spirituality. It's just the average person doesn't do their due diligence and doesn't really know what it entails. And it's all different ones from every different ethnicity you have. So they really don't know what basis they go on. It really gets lumped in and generalized.
Someone somewhere, that was a great response. Make sure, don't be a stranger to the panel, to the show. We like that kind of energy that you brought here tonight. Tanzan, what say you? 2 minutes.
Yes, I definitely welcome and agree with what someone somewhere said. And for me, it's right now it's only being used in the personal level, and if that's what we can use it for, then yeah, let's do it. The other thing I would say, to Carl Hezekiah earlier saying, it's never worked, it never will, and all that. There's a reason why, so a lot of that was forbidden. There's a reason why, not just association getting together, reading, talking to each other, learning, spirituality, language, all those things were forbidden because people know that if you have that in common, whether it works or not, the feeling that it creates that unity, that vision and that brotherhood that it creates, it's far more powerful than whether those things exist or not. So I believe that it's something that can work if done the right way. The problem right now is that it's not being done the right way, and this doesn't really have a direction. So yes.
Thank you for that, Tanzan. Let's hear from Azuli next.
Yeah, my phone's about to die, so let me see this. I think if you're trying to connect to the universe, to the natural order of things, to connect with nature, with your ancestors, and with the all, then everything will fall into place. Meaning that you will get prosperity, you get health, you get wealth. Everybody will move in the way it's supposed to be. Until you connect to the source, you're trying to connect to the source, and the main thing is trying to connect to the source and live according to the blueprint that you have. So until we do that, it's not gonna work. You have to connect. The main point of, I think, African or Native spirituality is to get back to the source, to tap into the source. And once you do that, the source will help you. It's not about personal gain. I want a Mercedes. I want 3 cars. I want this and that and the third. If that's what you're looking for, it's always gonna be a superficial win. And just like Black people have achieved individually, but as a group, we haven't really gone as far as we should. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Thank you for that. Make sure to charge your phone, guys. Charge your phone. Let's hear from Oni next. Oni, what say you?
All right, I'll try to be brief. Trigger Happy is gonna like hearing this, but I bumped into well, I didn't bump into him, but Asaram Hotep had a little, stand at the I think it's the African Arts Festival or something like that. And so I got to meet him. He has this concept of kimoyo, which is, he's trying to solidify or trying to articulate African spirituality in a broad sense. He summarizes as I think I don't know how to say it per se, because like I said, I'm sleep deprived, but something along the lines of trying to bolster up a person's life, health, and wealth. Right, that's the strategy behind spirituality. Now, if people understand life, health, and wealth, that's Anku Ja Saneb. So I did ask him, what was the relationship between that and the ancient Kemet? He said it seemed like it was coincidental. Ed Sheeran, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I like that's the whole purpose of spirituality. That's why I see it. That's how Asar Motep was articulating it when he studied, and he studies this situation pretty good. So I would definitely recommend his literature in that regard. But and yeah, he's saying you want to like mastery of health, wealth, and life, and that's what it's supposed to be. And if it's not doing that, then something's wrong. And I would just say, and that's why, yeah, that's all I'll say. You know, like you said, 2-minute time.
Nice. That's nice. Real Black Gentleman, did I get you yet?
No, I mean, spirituality has to be inspiration, to keep you going, to keep your purpose, to keep your to stay engaged, to stay on purpose, to continue on in light of any doubts, any excitements, any fears, to do that which has been told by you and those before you, to continue on that. I mean, that's to tell someone something. The spirituality is in the breath. I mean, it's just our stories, our lessons. Everything that we need to learn is in our spirituality. That's all. And we need to make it about that. It has to be knowledge based. I mean, spirituality is supposed to be knowledge based. There might be a little bit of a cipher or mystery in it. Well, that's cool to have a sense of that which is not easily readable and that you have to learn to figure out, and that's part of it too. Sometimes you know, spirituality is just a look that you give to a person. You know what I'm saying? Like anything that can consolidate Black people's understanding of ourselves and the world around them is what spirituality should lead to. I'm a pass.
Appreciate that. Let's hear from Buana.
Good for you, RBG. Good for you. I kind of, that was very clear, and I actually agree with some of your sentiments when you say that spirituality should be inspirational, and for me, if I could add to that, it should be transformative, and also I agree with Zuli when he says that spirituality should bring you back to the source. And when I say the source, what I mean is the source, yourself. You know, when I look in the mirror, my spirituality should bring me back to the best part of myself, my source. You know what I mean? Things beyond that I can't control, that's something fun, you know, that I can't control. But as far as spirituality bringing me back to the source, yourself, I agree with that. Those two different ideas completely between Azuli and RBG. I'll leave it there.
I appreciate that. Did I get everyone on that just now? Seems so. Let's go. Thank you for all those comments. We could, you know, D-Web was, I know he's kind of joking, but I like the African spirituality discussion. As a person who doesn't know what's, you know, I'm agnostic. I don't know what's going on in that realm. I'd like to learn more. I'd like to have more chances to hear people's thoughts on these things as well. So I welcome at least 2 of them a week, no more than 2, but at least 2 of them a week. I welcome. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. Another long one again. Someone needs to mute their mic for me. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is hardcore feminism and lesbianism, rejection of heterosexual men, a natural outcome of the overly aggressive dancehall and carnival era, along with Black men's complete lack of economic power control systems. There is a wave of LGBTQ Jamaican artists. Is Jamaica going to be the new Atlanta, where you go from oversexed heterosexuals to overly aggressive homosexuals? Is Jamaica flipping? No, Trigger Happy didn't make this one either. There's another long one, but now you're all starting to see why I say shorten them, right? It's disjointed. It doesn't fit, and it's hard to flow on them properly. But this did come with a link, I believe, to some images. So I guess this is a Jamaican artist named Iniko. I'm not even familiar with her like that. And I guess she... Let me see if I can find it. She was talking about herself being either bisexual or lesbian, which is the same thing to me. Let me see if this is it. Yeah. So in Dancehall Magazine, she says, "I am Lila Ike, I guess. I am into women, and I've been making reggae music." The Solitude singer wrote in a series of cryptic tweets yesterday to preempt what she suggested was a threat to, quote unquote, expose her sexuality. She says, so what if I'm into women? My music isn't real? Leela Ike wrote, expose all you want. If pictures are released, I said it first, the 27-year-old declared. Ike also revealed that she's been molested and raped. Men have done nothing but break me, and my mom and my grandmother, she wrote in another tweet. So this is the media that accompanies the prompt. Is hardcore feminism, lesbianism, rejection of heterosexual men, a natural outcome of the overly aggressive dancehall and carnival era, along with black men's complete lack of economic power control systems? There is a wave of LGBTQ Jamaican artists. Is Jamaica going to be the new Atlanta, where you go from oversexed heterosexuals to overly aggressive homosexuals? Is Jamaica flipping? A long prompt. But side note, you realize recently, I don't think we talked about it on Shoot the Breeze, but the brat is pregnant at like 50. And she, of course, she's a lesbian with a female partner, of course. And they chose a white boy sperm donor. They chose a white boy sperm donor. I saw Umar had some comments, but I didn't check out what the comments were and others. But it's like it just makes me shake my head, is what I could say. Let me start it off differently this time. Let me go with Oni. Oni, what say you to this?
Oh, cool. I was like, I might get it last because I'm allegedly a Jamaican. But no. I think I don't use this word. But like I think the whole homosexuality thing is like quote unquote globalist agenda. You know what I mean? I don't tie homosexuality to, like, I really wouldn't tie it to anything outside of, there's just a wider agenda at play, whether it's the homosexuality or the transgenderism, just promoting these quote unquote artists. Cause that was the thing that, I picked up on that. Like, I didn't know this Judge Pearly. Like, the only thing I know of this Judge Pearly was that, I think maybe it was actually, Harsh Reality who played it, but the Nick Fuentes, interview or something like that. Like, I only knew that lady from that, like her interviewing a white guy. I didn't even know she was supposed to be somebody in the black circles. But the whole thing with that is he was pointing out how even the Germany during World War II was pushing back against transgenderism and homosexualism, and that this was being pushed by the quote unquote left even back then. So, I mean, the idea that, Jamaica's music style or even black poverty relates to a larger phenomenon, right? This is clearly a woman who's trying to get into the American market. And the American market is run by, quote unquote globalists, but quote unquote transphilic, homophilic, pedophilic people. You know what I mean? And so like what Bonner was saying, hey, you might have to put on a dress if you want to engage in the white market, in the white American market. Like, obviously, me personally, I don't have to, I don't need to. I don't want to engage in the wider American market, but like if I but if you have to, then that's what you will do. And so this lady, she has the blonde hair. She's clear. I don't know who this lady is, but she's clearly trying to appeal to the American market, and she might have this sort of sexual deviance, but that's why they chose her, and she might have a good reason because she went through some sort of traumatic experiences, right? But and this is like an outlet for a traumatic experience. But that said, yeah, she's like I again, I don't think the premise is right. I think really I think white people are going to promote these kind of people like that, and they always do that. They always promote for a lot of the. I'll just say this: a lot of the celebrities, a lot of the entertainers are sick individuals, or they're easy to compromise, or they have like real dirt. like what's his face, Jay-Z shot his brother. You know what I mean? Like there's real things behind us. So that's all I can say.
Yeah, I agree. These white folks will always make that choice of these types of people or these types of subject matter. Like they always make that choice. I don't know if I mentioned this, just side note. There was that movie back in the day called Interview with a Vampire. They remade it into a television show. And of course they make one of the vampires, they make both of the vampires gay. There's a black guy in the mix who's basically a bottom gay dude to this white boy who's like the big vampire. And it's like I saw it and I was like, they always make that choice. They will always make that choice. You want inclusion? Here's your inclusion. You're gonna be some little real sissified, punctified, queer vampire in their shit. Like they will always make certain choices for people who want to be doing business with them. So yeah, I appreciate that. Let's hear, who do I hear from? Where else? Oni, I think time's on. Let's hear from someone somewhere.
I think this is a symptom of us. Like we operate like a cell with no cell. While as men, we don't control what comes in and what comes out of our community. So of course, economics ties into it because if you don't have an economic base, then you're not going to be able to implement leadership as much as you would like in an American household or just in a Western household. Period. So I mean, I think definitely us getting a hold of the economics would definitely help, but more importantly, we need to reestablish the moral base. We out here susceptible to anything that the mainstream pushes because as men we don't implement the moral base as much as we should. And to some of our defense, when we do, we get pushback from some of our women that's been programmed within the system. But that's another topic for another day. But what I really think is alarming is the amount of females that are saying that they have been like assaulted at a young age, and they end up turning to that alternative lifestyle, as they like to call it. So to me, that's really a huge root problem that we as men got to step up for. Because I mean, I just in my lifetime, the amount of females that I've heard that they said that they've experimented with females because they experienced at a young age with men assaulting them, turning them into like the alternative lifestyles is crazy. But I'll yield the mic.
I agree with you. Someone somewhere. I've dated. There was a time I did a string of women. All of them dabbled to some level in lesbianism, and when you check all of their stories, it was like their mom's friend, some neighbor, some female who was sexually molesting them at young ages. And that opened my eyes to what Umar was talking, because Umar was the first person I heard really connect that. And then when I look back and so I realized, it's true. Anytime I've heard of a gay black person, you could bet they were molested by a same-sex individual in their youth. Anytime I've heard about it. Let's go to Real Black Gentleman. Unmute your mic, RBG.
Okay. I mean, I would say I would kind of agree with Oni in that I don't think it's the clubs. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's like this is part of it, you know what I'm saying? But it's like it's not that. I think that especially in the schools, a lot of the, you know what I'm saying, promoting that in the schools, the whole LGBT in the schools and trying to like soften up the babies to the notion that, I mean, it's real odd. I mean, in natural society, it would be incredibly flukish to even have something like that. You would naturally pair bond, but unless you have an external stimulus to try to pry apart, I mean, it just, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sit right because as much as you can say that there's pleasure involved, you don't want to circumvent or short circuit the whole reproductive strategy. You don't want women to dyke out until they're 30 and then not really have any kids. It just doesn't work out. I mean, I'm not a woman. So it's like it's a woman's issue, right? Well, like, man, I mean, you gotta know better. You just gotta know better that it just doesn't. You can say that you're trying not to get at some point society has to allow men and women to come together and unify and just allow ourselves to be fruitful and maintain a household for it's long enough to you have to have that. And it's not the best look. I mean, women are going to do what women's going to do. But for me, it's like, yo, I get it, you know, hey, but at some point, I'm a pass.
I appreciate that, RBG. Actually, let me hear from one. I don't think I heard from Tanya, but let me hear from one, and then I'll come to Tanya.
Okay, so a few things here. I don't know who this girl producer is, and I don't know who is her agent. But I am sympathetic to the fact that she was molested or messed with when she was a young girl. I found that in dating too, Koku, that many of the women who I was spoken to, they had some kind of strange situation going on in their household. You know, I think that that's something that's not necessarily discussed with us as men. You know, the amount of our girl children, you know, the females, you know, the amount of situations they are part of when they are very young. And that has a result, whether we know it or not. And I think that that's something we should dialogue more about, even in dealing with incest. You know, my goodness. But I think that that's something that is very silent within our discourse. You know, we really don't reference these things, maybe because it's coming from the place of pain, and we don't like to discuss these things, but we see the results of them every day. You know, for this particular girl, though, I don't know if she is a Jamaican artist singing from America. You know, I can't, I have never heard about her before, but I don't see her going up on a platform with a bunch of bad behind them in the audience and they just letting that rock out. I don't see that, bro. You know what I mean? So I don't know who her audience is. I don't know who she's singing before. Even young people, you know, Jamaica pretty much is still a staunchly religious-minded, Christian-minded society. You know, and patriarchal society. So to see this chick come up on a microphone and starting to wind up on women, she'll get bottled through after. And she probably know that. She probably know that, bro. So I don't see that becoming a popular thing in the faces of a large Jamaican audience. I don't see that. Could you imagine her Rebel Salute? Come on, man. Come on. That's not gonna play. She's a flash in the pan artist. I doubt she'll last. But let me say this though. There's a girl who's very popular right now. Her name is Coffee. Coffee, very popular Jamaican artist.
I was going to bring her up, Juana, because I think Busha and her got into something recently. But go ahead.
Absolutely, but she getting berated in Jamaican media now because of the things that's coming out about her. You know what I mean? So like I say, some of these people, some of these artists may be flashing upon artists. They will have to cross over because maybe some of the young people will tolerate it. But I'm telling you, bro, you know what I mean? And see, Buju probably made a political decision to co-sign her. You know what I mean? To protect her, really to protect her, because the Jamaican audience, I know if she go before, she's. I'm telling you, bro, it's not gonna be easy. You know, and maybe she may have a better time of it performing in Caribbean and even in the United States. If she formed even if she was in the United States and she was performing before a large Caribbean community, I don't know how much of them will go for it. I don't know. I really don't know. You know, so I don't know. I have to leave this alone. I have to leave this alone and research it a little bit more because I really don't know. This is the first time I ever heard about her. You know, but I know in a largely Jamaican audience in Jamaica, she's in danger. She's in threat for her safety. I gotta tell you, you know, but I'll leave it there.
But I'll tell you something though. Since the year 2000, 2001, Jamaica did flip. Jamaica changed. Um, just like in America, where most of the girls under 30 identify as bi and all that kind of stuff, Jamaica had that flip. I don't know if you remember when Rosie, what's her name again? Rosie McDonald.
Rosie O'Donnell, yeah.
Yeah, O'Donnell, yeah. I said McDonald. O'Donnell. When she tried to bring that cruise ship in, that gay cruise in to the port one time, and
Yes, sir. Yeah, the people almost lose their mind.
people lost their mind about that shit.
Yes, sir.
But Jamaica was a little bit more open-minded about that.
I know, but see, when you say that, right? When you say that,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, when you say that, right, Kuku. Now remember, now they bring in, Jamaica is a little bit their financial situation is a little bit different than ours. So they'll collect the money. Being
But did one fall off or something?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, as far as that becoming a normative lifestyle behavior in Jamaica, or even in contemporary Jamaican society, I don't see that. I just don't see it. I may be wrong about it. I just don't see it. I don't see it, bro. I gotta tell you.
No, it's not mainstream. It's not mainstream yet, but it's further along than what it used to be. So that's why I say they are flipping. It's like when I was a youth, you could two things. One thing Jamaica and Nassau had in common: you could go missing if you come out talking about you was gay. You could go missing for that shit. But since 2000, with the internet and stuff hitting the Caribbean, that sentiment in Jamaica amongst its youth at the time,
I understand that. Yeah, I could understand that. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I wanna jump in on here. You know, that's a thing that a lot of us forget. When Barack Obama was running against Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary, they were asked questions about homosexual marriage, and both of them were against homosexual marriage because it was like there was no way the Americans would accept homosexuality in their country. Just how many years passed, right? Like it was even at the point where Obama and Hillary were against it. But today, it's like the LGBT are like it could just be the damn majority at this point. Like you don't even know. But like yeah, now I'm not going to go into conspiracy theory and be like, well, there's globalists that want blah blah. I don't know, but what I'm going to say is that yeah, people are changing, and this is the way they change people. Back like at that point in time, there was like one little gay channel. I think it was called Logo or something like that, right? But there was like one little gay channel, but now it's like Netflix is like every fucking thing is gay. Like you can't find something that's not gay on Netflix, pretty much, right? So it's just like, yeah, the cultures can shift. Like there's nothing is set in stone. And I want people to understand that. Even like the only thing I would say is set in stone is the fact that some people are a majority. Although obviously that's not set in stone, but because you could kill people. But as far as culture is concerned, there's no culture that's set in stone. Like there was a lady who just lost the African language recently. It's like things change, things shift, and that's why it's important for us to understand that so that we can impact culture. And also, yeah, actually that's it pretty much, is that we can also impact culture because cultures change.
Yes, we could decide on what cultural output we want, and that's what we have. You're right about that. We have to understand that. So I left Tanzan for last here, I think. Tanzan, what say you to all of this as a woman?
Well, the first thing I would say is, okay, maybe feminism to some extent, but I don't know if feminism was as strong in Jamaica, like it was out here, so I can't really say that. But that whole dance hall thing, I don't know if somebody mentioned it, but yeah, that dance hall stuff, that dancing is really very, very, provocative. And I don't know whether, the carnival is worse or better than dance hall, but they're all in the same, like they used to be, sensuous and, sensual with the hips and all that. But some of those videos, it almost seems like they're simulating, acts on the dance floor, like literally. And some of those videos are very raunchy. I can't say that, and they're being copied everywhere, just like with rap music. But increasingly, if you see, naked women, and then the other thing is that club culture thing, women going out together. It's not that it's going to cause it or anything like that. It's just that it's more normal to see women dancing together at the club, let's say, grinding up against each other than, for gay dudes. So I think the easiest way to slide in the alphabet stuff is to start with the women, and men were also complicit in it with the whole, menage a trois in that time. I think even someone, sang about it. So, two women, that was considered, oh, that was cool and nice and all of that stuff. And then at the time when people were still, primarily against it, they were so, if it's women doing it, it's okay, but if it's men doing it, then suddenly, people were more resistant to it. But just like with the women, so if the women are able to do it, then why not the men? And then that's how it starts. But in terms of yeah, I think that dance hall culture also had something to do with the, with the easiness with which, women could relate to each other, not just clubbing, but also dancing together, being, in each other's spaces all the time, Yeah, so I think that contributed to it to some extent, and men were also complicit because they didn't see it as, some kind of threat. It was almost like a compliment to them. Now, the other one about the abuse, yes, that is a big part, of both, for the men and the women who turn out to be that way. And that's what, when the people say, oh, it's a choice. Yeah, for some, but for most people, it really isn't. It's something that, someone almost did to them. And that's the sad aspect of it. And I think it's something that, like, I think Bwana Haguziki was saying, that we need to talk about, because it's one thing when people are, that happens and people bury it, but you see the effects, in these ways. There's some people who live with the shame, and, it comes out in different ways. And then increasingly nowadays, people are celebrating their trauma. Nowadays, some people, not everyone, but there are people who, like people who have been abused, and then they end up abusing other people. For some people, it would be, it would have the, the effect of, oh, this happened to me, I don't want it to happen to someone else. But for some people, they can take the attitude, this happened to me, and I'm going to do it to someone else. So, everyone reacts differently to, to those kinds of experiences. And we should really try to talk about it before it happens, not when, someone is 20 something years old and it's already, too late for them. We should save the children rather than trying to save, grown adults. And for people like this, once she has taken ownership of it and she's proud of it and she doesn't want to change, there's nothing, you can really do. And increasingly, people who are used to be shunned or who used to be in the shadows, they are coming out and, showing off. So yeah, the people who used to be at the top are the ones who are going to be driven underground. And if they don't say something. So, but really, she's not related to Kiki Palmer. She looks so much like her. Or is it just me?
So Time, wasn't you a fan of Shabba Ranks? So when you was
What?
listening to Shabba Ranks, wasn't you like a big fan of Shabba Ranks?
Yes, I was a big fan of Shabba Ranks.
Yeah, so when you was listening to him, he wasn't contributing to this degeneracy that we see today.
I was following in it. Yes, it is true. But we were not doing those kinds of, and Shabba Ranks, when you see him now, that stuff is tame to the kinds of stuff that, is really out there like that. Like nowadays, people go all out. That stuff used to shock us before, but yeah, it's just like with rap. Yeah, that stuff was cool and all, that stuff when it came out, everyone was out there enjoying the music, and that's why the beats are so, that hypnotics of the drum. The drum is a very powerful instrument because it's the frequency of your thinking, so it warps with your thinking, and you just hear the beat and you're not really listening to the words, or if you hear the words, they're somehow mellowed out by the rhythm. And so we let things that people in real life, if somebody said those things to you, or you'd be shocked. Some of those lyrics in rap music were very shocking, and people just nodded their head to it and danced to it. So yeah, we were all complicit in it to some extent, but the people who are most responsible are the creators and the perpetrators.
Thank you for that, Tan. Does anyone have any last words for that prompt? If not, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9, which will probably be the last topic tonight. We almost got through 10, but it's all good. I'll bring back any missing ones. If I missed your prompt, I know Daily Affirmations by Pauline posted like 2 of them I didn't get to today. I think Zuli posted a few. If I missed your prompt, I'll try to get to it next week, as I always try to do. Shooter Breeze topic number 9 is, why is Zimbabwe giving out reparations and citizenship to white people? Why are Native Americans stricter than Africans? Is it an extinction level event that's needed to get the African man some spine? This came with a link. I believe it's a screenshot. Let me double check here. Hold on. No, it takes us to YouTube actually. Let's watch the video and then we'll discuss it.
The issue of land ownership has always been a highly emotive one. These white former farmers in Zimbabwe say they have a tangible claim, and that the $3.5 billion deal is a slap in the face for them.
There's nothing to hide here. For the farmers, they want to put their case. But there's a little more to that. You see, when this global compensation deed was signed, one of the issues was a number of farmers, a few hundred farmers who are destitute, who are somewhere in a bed, in a hospital or an old age home, and who have nothing. We don't know how they will pay their medical bills at the end of this month, how they will afford their medicine. Now, because of the number of these farmers, the Zimbabwean government agreed to make what they call an interim relief payment. It's a few dollars every month, but it's not every month. We never know when that payment will come.
They say they want fair compensation for their land and have turned to the South African courts to put pressure on the Zimbabwean government.
We then decided to carry on with a delictual claim against the South African government on behalf of the farmers that we represented. And during the first half of 2019, we issued a total of 56 summonses against the South African government and President Ramaphosa in his official capacity for a delictual claim for the damages suffered by Zimbabwean farmers as a result of the deprivation of their rights. The Constitutional Court is currently tasked with this matter.
On the ground, though, some Zimbabweans living in South Africa say they would welcome the white farmers back because they created job opportunities for them.
Because people from Zimbabwe that are starting to get their jobs, there's no jobs, there's no money. Maybe the farm gonna beg, they could get money, jobs.
The white farmers are supposed to be compensated for the work they did on the farm because they upgraded them, they built dams, they actually invested a lot of money. and they did a lot of work for those farms. So they are supposed to be compensated. We cannot just take things that we did not work for and make it our own, even though the land is our own. So, but those were past indifferences.
What they did before, which is wrong, which are these white people complaining for? If they can retain it and they do new agreements of which will benefit us as Zimbabweans, because now our economy is down, and then even the whites, they give us sanction of which our lives is like, that's why we're traded from Zimbabwe to each and every country trying to find our green pastures, of which now is hard.
These farmers say their land claim is worth more than $10 billion and that the only way to get recompense is by putting political pressure on the Zimbabwean government to amend its land policies. Nozintombi Mia, SABC News.
My God, man. Those Africans at the end, they are just fucking embarrassing. By the way, that first woman they interviewed, she looks just like a woman I know here in Brooklyn, man. It just shows, these are South Africans. It just shows our connection to that continent. But this thing, I mean, one of these guys literally says, sure, it was our land before, but that was a passing discretion. I mean, come on, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What's this truth and reconciliation bullshit going on? Only one say to this.
Like I said, everything's a little complicated. You know, I think, you know, obviously, you know, we don't like, you know, you don't want these white boys having land in Africa, right? But that's, you know, like again, like when you run a nation, right, and you come to some sort of agreement with these white people, right? It goes back to the whole, did you register in the court? You know? So one thing that will happen, like for instance, I'm living in this, you know, like I said, I'm living in this space, right? If this government, you know, here in America wanted to take my home from me, right? It could, you know, it could be like, you're a black person, I'll take your home, right? And then what I would have to do is I could fall back and say, hey, what about the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, right? So the right of the people is secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures should not be violated. And essentially, I think somewhere, I don't know if it's the Fourth Constitution or whatever, but essentially the Fourth Amendment, but essentially you can be compensated if the government takes any of your stuff, right? And so I don't know what's in the Zimbabwean Constitution, and I don't know if these white people are citizens in Zimbabwe, but that would have been your first problem, right? And this is why, like, the question of citizenship is so important, because when you become a citizen, you know, depending on what's inside the Constitution, you might get certain protections. And unfortunately, you know, who wrote this Zimbabwean Constitution might be, you know, might come to question. But then there's also, you know, the trouble with regard to you know, how poor we are as a people, you know. So there's like, so as to say that like, why is this government even trying to work with these white folk? And it might just be because, you know, we're not putting in the necessary work for ourselves, kind of like what that first woman was saying about, oh, they're giving us jobs and shit, right? But again, you know, it goes back to, you know, we look at it as pathetic because, you know, we're in a situation of domination, and we are, you know, dominated, and we think, hey, because they're a majority, they shouldn't be dominated, right? But like, it might not be the case. I think that they're like this is why I really want to write this next book, because I think we really have to be serious about how we can become independent, powerful people. And if you're not serious about that, you're going to end up with people who are essentially, well, look, even though this white boy, you know, screwed us over, it's, you know, you know what I mean?
No, I get it. We have this thing. We got to be fair, even though the shit came about unfairly. And it's like, what are we? You know, we really have to teach our children this concept of fair, of fairness. It's bogus, right? This is why I say all the time, like, we got to compete. I think someone somewhere said it also earlier. We got to just come to a conclusion. We got to compete. I mean, unfortunately, we can't be who we were before. All on this fairness with our enemies, especially. We got to kind of be like our enemies now. We got to be kind of cutthroat now. Get the fuck out of here. Get up out of here. Get off the line and go about your way. You got this shit through ill-gotten gains. Your ancestors got it through ill-gotten gains anyway. Move on. You know, we have to have that spine, as the prompt suggests, to do it. Now, is it going to take an extinction level threat for us to do that? I don't know. I hope not. Because to me, by that time, it's too late. Someone, somewhere, what say you?
You know, it's to me, a lot of these problems had the same root. I mean, until we as men are just till we get to the point to it's like we rather not be on earth if we or we're gonna be subservient. It's just to that. If you're willing to have somebody who got, like you said, ill-gotten gains, but then try to make a deal with them, then justify through courts in a country that you're supposed to be autonomous in. I mean, that's just contradictory in itself. It don't make any sense. I don't understand how you could rob somebody, then try to take them to court for reparations for something you stole. I mean, it just don't make any sense. And then, I mean, I don't, I know from our standpoint, yeah, we have access to more capital and more resources to where we can make it so we don't have to be directly under somebody. But at a certain point, bro, you a man. Like, it's certain stuff you just can't take. Like, I don't understand. But as a people, I think we have a level, as we all know, we have a level of humanity and being humane and naive. And until we get rid of that, we finna be at the bottom. It's just that no other people as a whole or in general is operating with those type of tactics that we use, trying to be all inclusive and all helping everyone. Until we change that, we're gonna continuously be some people's footstool. I yield the mic.
I appreciate that. Someone somewhere. Let's have from RBG. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I mean, these are the colonial knots that have to be either meticulously unraveled or just cut whole. I mean, Zimbabwe is a landlocked African country. It's right in the middle. It's not a place where you want these Neo-Rhodesians to kind of like, set up shop. This goes back to the British part of, what I'm saying, colonialism, which I mean, I don't, for me, I think, the black people, what I'm saying, got their blows in on Britain. And it hits differently. Even though Britain has a lot of different colonies, it hits different in different African locations. So I mean, anything that would restore the land back to its proper indigenous original people, without any pretense, I think, what I'm saying, I don't want those white people up in there. I don't think anyone does. I mean, it's still one of those things where, white people come in, they put a valuation on land, what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, it's this vestige. It's like, I don't know. I mean, they know that it's like the whole idea that they really have claimed this land is something being propped up. Naturally, I don't think from Zimbabwe, those white Zimbabweans themselves. That's naturally, it turned into an international thing where people are coming to them on, what I'm saying, on their behalf. I mean, I mean, Africa would have to, what I'm saying, you have to, there's, I don't know, again, like what Oni said, I don't know what, what I'm saying, what their rules are of anything like this. This is why, what I'm saying, I was really sad when Mugabe, what I'm saying, they chased him out of power. I was not happy about that. I'll say that about Zimbabwe. I think that he should have, what I'm saying, he should have. It's like, to the best of my knowledge, I think I understand kind of what happened, but man, that was terrible how they chased him out, man. I just think that he should have been around to be able to choose his own successor. And I don't think that's what really happened. I mean, even Mugabe, you know what I'm saying? He was a whole knight, you know what I'm saying? The British, you know what I'm saying, made him a whole knight. You know what I'm saying? The Queen made him a whole knight. And he was a good one. And I think, you know what I'm saying, he had a change of heart. He really decided that, again, it's like people change in life, and he's like, nah, this is not what I want to do. I mean, I think about Mugabe, I think about a strong warrior for black people, and just for the sake of people trying to do what they do, even though I understand like the whole economics is screwed over because of, you know what I'm saying, trying to fund, you know what I'm saying, state defense and all that. I mean, you got to give it up to Zimbabwe for holding it down. Like, I have so much respect for Zimbabwe, and I hope they're able to get back what's theirs. I'm a yield.
I appreciate that, Trigger Happy. Sorry, Real Black Gentleman. Let's hear from Buana. Buana, what say you to this?
Yeah, so I know a few things about Zimbabwe because I used to live with some Zimbabweans when I was living in England. But first, let me say this: you have to be very careful of the media, and you have to scrutinize them very, very carefully, because if you watch this particular prompt, you would feel like the sentiments of a few is really the sentiments of many, you know. And this is South African news, by the way. This news station is probably run and controlled by the same boys who is in relationship with the Zimbabwe boys. So they gonna create an image out there, put an image out there as if these few Zimbabwean people who live in South Africa have carried the same sentiments of the whole of South Africa, the whole of Zimbabwe. That's first. Second, even if these people who probably have no politics, they don't understand certain things and context. You know what I mean? These are just people on the street. They sure they feel the effects of what's happening in their country, but they may not necessarily understand the politics of their country to be properly informed and know what the hell they're talking about. You know, I'm gonna say that. Second, third, Zimbabwe is a country. To say that they have no backbone is a very unfair statement. That's a very unfair statement. Zimbabwe is really one of the only black countries or groups of black people who went to war with the boys, actual war, busting guns in the bush. Their leader did. You know what I mean? We don't have a lot of black people around the world who actually did that, fighting for their independence in this African country. They gained their independence through actual fighting and warfare. So to say that these people don't have no spine, that's a very unfortunate statement. Third, you have to understand, you know, a Real Black Gentleman said that, you know, he wished Mugabe still was in office. Now, Mugabe, when he died with a middle finger up to the West, raising his middle finger up to the West and saying, "It's my country." You know what I mean? And the consequences of doing that is the fact that the world was sanctioning Mugabe at the time. You sanction the world, you can't import, you can't do certain things. So the people them are starving. They are starving, and out of their desperation, they're gonna do crazy things. I think it's funny sometimes when people who have full stomachs criticize people with empty stomachs. You know what I mean? I think it's funny sometimes when you sit in the safety of your home and criticize people who are desperate and have eaten a couple of weeks. You'll be surprised at what they would do. But Zimbabwe stood strong, very, very strong. Why? Because Zimbabwe fundamentally is an agricultural society. I always ask the question, what was the people from Zimbabwe doing before all this so-called modernization came into their country? Obviously, they had to been eating. So they was using the land to eat. If you take that land away and say to use your land, I can charge you a fee, that's fundamentally unfair. And I would just suggest that the person who created this prompt just look up the Lancaster Agreement. These same boys was trying to introduce and trying to pass out with Robert Mugabe. That didn't work. So the Zimbabwe people take back their land. So now they are trying to appeal to a South African court to get the people in Zimbabwe to act right. But Emmanuel Mnangagwa, that's his name, that's the president. Emmanuel Mnangagwa fight with Mugabe. He was one of the people who was kind of like the revolutionary ZANU-PF fighting in the bush with Mugabe. So him and Mugabe is very close, by the way. But Mugabe was 90 years old. He couldn't continue to run the country no more. The man was senile. The man wanted his wife to be the president. You know what I mean? And his wife don't really have. I mean, his wife she's beautiful and everything, but she don't really have the politics to run that country. And I think that after a time, a 90-year-old man gonna be soft in the head. So Mnangagwa had to do what he had to do in terms of taking power. That don't necessarily mean fundamentally change his politics. That means that it's time for somebody else to take over, bro. You're too old to run the country. But it's not to suggest that Mnangagwa don't have the same temperament and sensibilities as his former leader, Mugabe. I think Mugabe teach him very, very well. But he is running a tightrope right now because he's living in the so-called modern world. And he has to ensure the survival of his people in the so-called modern world we live in. Because Zimbabwe still fundamentally is a black country. Yes, they kick the Boers out. Yes, I think that Zimbabweans will be willing to go back to the bush to fight any Boers who would try to come back and take back their land. Take back the land that is not theirs. It's the Zimbabwe's people's land. And I think that clear-minded people, they have to do what they have to do. These people right now, they probably interviewed 5, 10, 15 Zimbabweans living in South Africa. Why don't you interview some Zimbabweans on the ground in Zimbabwe? Or they may have cut out the people who would have said, shit, that's our land, we gonna fight for that to the death. Because that's what Mugabe said going to the coffin. He still say, F you, this my land. And ain't nothing what y'all can do about it. You know what I mean? So I think there is context with some of these kinds of things. And I think that we have to understand context sometimes and be fair in our analysis. And before we say that these people have no backbone, live in the situation, wear their shoes for a day, one day, and we'll see whether you're talking the same kind of talking. Because these people have fought, these people have took back their land. These people are in a situation where they were sanctioned all around the place where they couldn't feed or survive or eat. You know what I mean? So you have to find strategically ways to feed your own people, still live like a human being on this planet, and do the things you need to do in a world where you're surrounded by these people who are trying to take back everything away from. There's a whole lot of complexities to the understanding of the Zimbabwe situation, but you need to do a little bit more analysis before you say that these people have no backbone. That's not Zimbabwe's history at all. But I'll leave it there.
Also, I'm not sure how the Native Americans were stricter than the Africans either, by the way. I'm not sure about that at all. But I left the last person to speak on this is a continental African. Tanzania, what say you to this?
Yeah, all that stuff about fear and all that is just about fear. It's pretty much just about fear, because if we were so fair, firstly, African governments can go and, based on the laws, they can find ways of taking the land once the land is in their possession and keeping it. So, whatever laws there are, if Mugabe was able to find a way of, getting the land back, they should find a way of keeping it. But, just per usual, it's simply, we go forward 2 or 3 steps, and then we slowly undo, our wins. So it was bad, but before I cast too dark of a cloud, maybe this is their way of slowing things down. Maybe they're being discreet about it. Those people in the streets, they can have their opinions, and they can edit them however they want, because this piece seems a lot sympathetic to these thieves you know. So I wouldn't really trust the people that they interviewed, you know, on the street. They might have just found, you know, 2 out of, you know, 100 people who tell them what they want. But you know, another way of doing something, you don't have to, you know, to say no right away. You can just say no in stages. So the fact that they're reaching out to South Africa means that they have been frustrated to some extent, you know, by the Zimbabwe's government. So if that's a strategy they're using, I won't put it out there. You know, if that's the case, you know, hey, I was reading about this memo that some government had put out to, you know, to sabotage, you know, people in their employ to sabotage the other government. You know, it's just, the details are not important right now. But anyway, one of the ways to slowly, you know, bring down people is just, you know, this slow regressive chipping away at someone until, you know, you wear them out. So hopefully this is a wearing out strategy, and they can keep them, you know, running around until hopefully they get the message. If that's the case, then great. But if they're really going to try to, you know, undo the things, yeah, that's a shame. And you know, now they have you know, alternatives. Before, you know, you're afraid of, oh, you know, what are we going to do if these people leave? And I understand that sometimes Africans, the same fear they have of white people, the same way they fear each other, that, you know, if you give somebody, they're going to treat you the way, you know, somebody did, and why should some, who should get it, and all of that stuff. So it's time we also started trusting each other, and, you know, knowing that if we can actually take care of these things, you know, even that the person said that we used to take care of this land. So if you did it before, what's stopping you from doing it now? So I wish that Africans would believe in themselves, and they do, and they do. This piece might just be one of those skewed ones that she wants to portray things in one way or another. So, but I fully believe that Africans, given their you know, left alone, and given the right tools, they can develop and they can work with each other. So yeah, don't give in to this greedy, fat, you know, thieving, you know, hustlers. They should have known by now. I don't care about, you know, those rules of, oh, they should give them a small stipend, give them a small quarter of land, and say, look, what about the citizens of this whole country? What about the citizens who have been living here? You know, are they, yeah, they might be citizens, yeah, but what about the whole 90 something percent of the people who were actually citizens of that land? Is one, you know, foreign citizen to have more rights than the other citizens whose rights were, whose land was taken away? You know, so yeah, be decent with them. You know, take your time, and yeah, look after your own people first. That's the main thing. The vision should be look after your own people first, to be able to feed your people first, be able to give them shelter, clothes, all of that stuff, and be able to give them a life that, you know, that is due to every human being. So whatever they want, they have more than enough. This man does not look like he has missed a meal in, you know, days. So he'll be all right.
Since birth.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Tan. We're gonna end in like 4 minutes. Does anyone have any last words on this prompt? All right, I guess not. If that's the case, then let me get you guys to shout out what you want to shout out before we leave this week. Real Black Gentleman, what do you want to shout out this week?
Hey, I want to shout out, brother, someone somewhere. You know, thank you for your input. I appreciate it. It's good. It's good to hear our people. It's good to hear black people, black men out here with their opinions and their insight. I appreciate that, sir. I salute you, sir.
Yeah, someone somewhere dropped off a little quick there, but I was going to ask him to shout out and invite him back, as I think I did earlier. Invite him to, you know, join the panel in the future. We're always interested in new folks with new point of views, etc. Let's go to Oni. Oni, are you broadcasting in the morning?
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I think I'm trying to write a book. So I'm just gonna try to go through my notes on that book. I realize for the writing process, you have to, like, you really have to just do it. They say the hardest part of your journey is the first step. So you really just have to, you know, force yourself to make those, to get that barrier. And so that's part of what I'm doing tomorrow.
I'll be there. I might be quiet, but I'll be there. Thank you, Oni, for joining us as always. And again, someone somewhere said, great show. Thank you for the platform. Great speaking with you. Yeah, great speaking with you as well. Hopefully we'll speak again next week. Buena, you want to shout anything out this week?
Yes. Shout out to I agree with RBG sentiments. Shout out to the new brother on the panel. You know, he did come on and give some very insightful views and opinions. I really appreciate that. Shout out to everyone who contributed. You know, y'all guys did a good job. I have a challenge though. I think that Koku, I think that you need to challenge Oni to get in the classroom. You know, I think that from the things that I hear from him, even though he's long-winded as hell, I think he needs to be in a classroom somewhere. You know, and I think that you could assist with that. You know what I mean? So that's my challenge to him. I'll leave it there.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Buena House Rowdy podcast says they should be live tomorrow evening. I had a meeting last week at 8 p.m. about another project I'm working on, so apologies. Yeah, I feel you, Hash. I've been busy with other things this week too. I have the new drop, but I haven't had a chance to process it and send it out to everyone. And I do want to have a meeting with everyone on KWAZ Radio soon on the Telegram app. Let's just talk about some things. For example, Cassandra was on tonight during Shoot the Breeze, and of course, none of us could tune in because she's on the same time. That's something we gotta straighten out, I believe. With that said, Tanzan, what do you want to shout out this week?
Well, I always shout out Shoot the Breeze, so I will, as usual. Saturdays live. This Tuesday, the time has been just quite a limited resource this week, so I don't know if I'm going to have the program this Tuesday. I know I didn't have it this week either, so we'll see. But it's been a good program, and once again, karibu to someone somewhere, and thank you again, Koku, for having us and for the excellent discussion. So,
Tan, I want you to.
Yes.
Tan, don't go yet. I want you to bring back the thing that the implementer is trying to start in terms of learning different words, Swahili words. When you come on Tuesdays, could you reintroduce that as well? Because I don't want to let that go to the wayside. I think that was a good thing that we had going, and I think that that's something that we should re-implement again. So
yes. And I know Koku, talked about the Swahili. Well, yes. So that is definitely still on the, on the cards in the books. However, yes, it's still there. Yeah. So thanks for reminding me. We'll definitely, keep it in mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes.
As Tan kind of alluded to, like time is a hell of a thing, and so if any of you feel to assist with time is even more, in many ways, more valuable than money. If you can assist with time to getting certain things done, like Tan and I were supposed to go through the Swahili PDF and put recordings to these words, and just time. It's just time. And not just because it's just time. Time is an issue. Want to remind you guys of my interview with Queen Thais that I did on Tuesday. Speaking of Oni in classrooms, Oni might want to consider that avenue one day. They're always looking for people they're always wishing, hoping to get people to join them on their teaching staff. I hope you guys check out that interview. Share it, hit the like button, etc. It's gotten a good number of likes and stuff like that and views, so I appreciate that. But make sure try to help as best as you can, even if it includes teaching. Anyway, that's the show for the week. Real Black Gentleman says he'll try to slow down the rotation of the earth. Wish him luck. I wish you luck, brother. That's the show for tonight. Any topics I didn't get to, I'll get to next week. Post your topics during the week on the Discord. The link is in the description, pinned to the top of the chat. I should be back during the week. I'm hoping to interview another African-centered scholar, a male in this case. So you guys look out for that. And I'm also resuming. I'm really starting the midweek shorts that I had started a couple weeks ago. You know, I've been busy with an eye surgery and all that stuff, so I haven't posted in a while on that. But Africa in its fullness. I'll bring that back this week with a couple of short episodes. So that's it. I'll see you guys next Saturday, or Saturday, as we Bahamians say. I'll see you guys next Saturday night. We shoot the breeze. Until then, you guys tune into all the shows on KWAZ Radio. And until then, be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.